Sanjay. Good morning. We request everybody to please come inside and be seated. We will be starting in the next 10 minutes.
I request everyone to join in so that we can start the session. The number of people taking buses has been steady decline. Yes, sir. டேபிள் மேல வச்சுட்டேன் அது அங்கே இருக்கட்டும்.
சஞ்சய்
அது நிறைய சேஞ்சஸ் பண்ணல, நான் அது குழப்பமா வெளியே கொடுத்துருக்கேன். அது சும்மா ஒரு ரெஃபரன்ஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, வேணுங்க போது எடுத்துக்கலாம். நெக்ஸ்ட் வேகன்ஸ் எடுத்துக்கலாம். இன்ட்ரடக்ஷன் நிறைய சேஞ்சஸ் இருக்கலாம்.
Sanjay, director technical AS at Hero, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, sir.
The mic is on after. Everybody is seated. Where is
So let's just start.
Oh,
So we can give a comment.
good morning and namaste everyone.
There is a famous quote on public transportation system by Eros, author and academician from the US, which goes as, "You cannot understand a city without using its public transportation system." I am Sanjay Krishna A.
And I'm Smriti Prasad. We have found numerous of this quote and we advocate for sustainable public transport working with ITDP India. So we are privileged and happy to welcome all the esteemed invites and speakers and the participants for the workshop on accelerating procurement and operations of buses through public-private partnership, conducted by Association of State Road Transport Undertakings in partnership with ITDP India.
We think it's time for us to build on this momentum, and we thank each and everyone for taking out time to be part of this workshop. City officials, OEMs, academicians, and everyone else who has joined us from all over the country, on and offline. A big thanks to all of you. Before we start, we request you all to put your phones on silent.
With that, we invite the following dignitaries to join us on stage. May I request Mr. Shekhar Chennai, IAS, Vice President ASRTU, Vice Chairman and Managing Director of MSRTC, to kindly join us on stage. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Dwaraka Tirumala Rao, IPS, Managing Director of APSRTC, to kindly join us on stage. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. M. Gandhi, IAS, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, GSRTC, to kindly join us on stage. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. V.C. Sajjana, IPS, Vice Chairman and Managing Director of PSRTC, to kindly join us on stage. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Deepesh Kumar Patnaik, IPS, Chairman cum Managing Director, OSRTC, to kindly join us on stage. Thank you, sir. We would like to request Mr. Surya Kiran, Executive Director of ASRTU, to facilitate our guest speakers, Mr. Shekhar Chennai, IAS, and Mr. Dwaraka Tirumala, IPS, with a bouquet of flowers. We would also like to request Mr. Kishore Kumar, Director Technical of ASRTU, to honor the rest of the dignitaries. And now I request Mr. Shivashankar Systems and Electrical Mr. Surya Kiran, sir. We welcome the respected dignitaries and request you all to be seated on stage for the inaugural speech. Sorry. Okay. We now request Ms. Ashwati Dilip, South Asia Director, ITTP India, to deliver the welcome address.
Happy morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to all our respected officials from the different ministries, from our state transport units, the various academic institutes, other non-governmental organizations, and my fellow colleagues for joining us today for the workshop on accelerating procurement and operations of buses through public-private partnership. I represent the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. We are a global nonprofit organization that has been working in India for the last 2 decades to promote sustainable, inclusive, and equitable urban mobility and development. We've been working across the world in various countries, including Brazil, Mexico, China, Indonesia, Africa, as well as in US. Now, we're here because we believe, as much as all of you, in the importance of public buses. According to us, and I'm sure according to each one of you, the bus industry is the backbone of India's public transport system. We all know that 25% of the urban population depends on public transport for their everyday commute. I would like to really put focus on the travel of women. Women are more dependent on public transport than men. Despite the large gender gap in employment, 84% of our trips are by public, intermediate public, and non-motorized transport. I'd like to just share a very small story of this woman that I met. She had just completed her child had just turned 1 after pregnancy. She was getting back to work. And as she was trying to access jobs in Tamil Nadu, the public transport is free for women. She had to transfer 3 buses to actually access her job opportunity. It shows how much there is an insufficiency in the bus fleet today. And this is particularly what we see from data as well, because we know that from 2011 till 2020, the number of public buses in the country has remained stagnant at 1.35 lakhs, while the urban population alone grew by 24%. Our own survey that we conducted under the Transport for All national program showed that 65% of people across 43 cities in India raised concerns about bus services being unreliable and overcrowded, largely due to the unavailability of sufficient number of buses. The recent FAME schemes and state subsidies have helped in increasing the number of buses in the country, especially electric buses, but there is a need for us to do much more. And that is why we are here today. We've gathered here today to discuss the challenges with bus contracting and the opportunities faced by the public bus sector in India. In this workshop, we will explore various types of contracting structures, emerging trends, and innovative solutions. Our goal is to collaborate with ASRTU and create a platform for constructive discussions and exchange of ideas that will help shape the future of transportation in India. We hope that this workshop will inspire fruitful discussions and contribute towards making public transport more efficient, affordable, and accessible to everyone. Thank you so much for being a part of this workshop, and we really hope that the discussions are productive and enlightening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ashwati, for kickstarting the day with such an electrifying speech. Next up, we welcome Mr. T. Suryakiran for the welcome address. Before we invite him to share a few words, a small introduction about him. Mr. Suryakiran has more than 30 years of rich and varied experience of public transport in India and abroad, in various areas like operations, personal management, traffic management and planning, and marketing, etc., in APSRTC and TSRTC. He has also worked for Dubai Public Transport for 2 years. He is one of the board of directors of OSRTC, APSRTC, and member of the executive committee of Petroleum Conservation Research Association. We now invite Mr. Suryakiran to share a few words with us. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, all the 5 MDs, almost having 30% of the fleet in the country right now, and all the dignitaries of the dais who have come and are involved in this important discussions, I would say. I represent ASRTU, which is by the STUs, for the STUs, and of the STUs also. We represent about 80 organizations who are in public transport. Out of 90, there are 10 more organizations who are very small cities recently added. So that's it. We had entire public organized transport, ASRT is representing as of today. And you all know, the post-COVID situation, things have changed a lot. A lot of personal vehicles have come onto the road. Tons and tons of personal vehicles have come onto the roads. Compared to that, public transport buses are not increasing. In fact, and in some places they're decreasing also. And providing space for road space for all these n number of cars and motorcycles is really going to be difficult for some time to come. Buses are only solutions. Though metro is taking some place in some of the cities, there are 13, 14 cities having metro, but rest of the 200 or 50 cities which don't have proper public bus transport. And also even, we're talking so much of urban transportation. I mean, leaving aside the other side of the story, which is rural transportation, intercity transportation, these areas, STUs have really been there for very long, especially, I would say, rural transportation. That's the only means of transportation for millions and millions of Indians. And that has not really growing as of now. Keeping all this, there is a requirement of increasing buses, huge requirement of increasing buses. If you look at the statistics of having 40 buses per 1,000 population or something like that, it's not going to work. We have at the moment 148,000 buses, organized sector, serving urban as well as rural and intercity, with private bus operators also there. They are having more than almost 10 to 12 lakh buses, mostly catering to intercity operations. With this kind of scenario, we thought this would be appropriate to have a workshop on PPP, which is a way forward. And that's not the only way forward, I would say. This is one way to increase buses where STUs find it very difficult to raise finances, have financial constraints to go forward, very difficult to meet the salaries itself. Under those circumstances, PPP could be one of the solutions, one of the major solutions for the way forward. This workshop is so planned that there are so many models of PPP have come up in India. Each state has got their own model, differing from each other. Each state has got different contracting agreements, differing from each other. Let's all come up together. Let's all bring in one good common model, at least, where everybody can adopt and where contracting issues are not there, so that then the buses will start increasing in numbers. That's the reason all the stakeholders who are concerned with public bus transport are here today. Manufacturers are there, manufacturing operators are there. We have called private bus operators, everybody to join in, so that let's discuss on the issues, challenges which we've been facing for a number of years. It's not that PPP is something new, that it has come up with the e-buses. PPP has been there from almost 20, 25 years in some of the organizations in India. And their experiences with other state road transport corporations with PPP only for buses. Though I understand that there are a lot of PPP, private partnership is there in bus industry, other than procurement of buses and operating buses. But as of today, the main emphasis would be to have more number of buses on the road. And how do we go about doing this? Some good points have happened, some good events have happened these days, is that electric buses have come in. Government is pushing electric bus program, NEBP. Hopefully we'll start getting a lot of buses, and good price discoveries have been made, and economical price discoveries have been made. They also can be used. But then, are we really, all the STUs or the private public transit bodies, are we really ready to take up this challenge of e-buses as well? Our infrastructure itself is a big drawback, as you all know. So we need to make a lot of study regarding infrastructures, a lot of planning to adopt e-buses also. So these are all things which we need to look forward and start working on them, so that we'll somehow increase buses in the coming near future. And thank you all for having come here. We have all the MDs who are here and all the dignitaries of the S who have spent so much of time to have come here and grace this occasion. And that shows the importance of the topic itself. We have to increase number of buses either through PPP or through gaining some capital through some agency, let it be funding agencies. We have called some funding agencies in the evening today, so that we would also be having their discussion, what would be their lookout for public transport in India. So let's hope that these discussions all will end in a fruitful manner, and we'll come up with some solutions. We'll definitely want to document the entire proceedings, and also want to make a paper and submit it to the MOT, so that our issues are highlighted, our problems are highlighted, and our concerns are made known to everyone. And again, thank one and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. The next special address will be given by Mr. Shekhar Chennai, IAS from 2003 batch. He is the Vice President of ASRTU and also the Managing Director of the Maharashtra State Road Transport Corporation. He was previously even the Transport Commissioner of Maharashtra. We now invite Mr. Shekhar Chennai, IAS, to share a few words with us. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. So today's workshop or the forum for discussion is the idea basically comes from the growing need of buses of the STUs. Because after COVID, post-COVID, all of us who are sitting here and on that side, who are representing STUs, all are facing the shortage of buses. We in MSRTC actually facing about 25 to 30% shortage of buses and the growing need to overcome this problem. Then we started thinking the PPP model for procurement of buses is not a new thing. In MSRTC, we are doing since 2002. The first bus that is Shivneri, it came in 2002 and thereafter we are doing it in Shivshahi model. But it was not acceptable. Though we were doing it, it was not acceptable in the organization itself. It was not acceptable to the people at large because everybody wanted that the bus should belong to the STU itself. It will be owned and operated by the STU. It should be manufactured, body built by the STU's workshops. So that kind of funda, that kind of criteria, that kind of thing was in the minds of the STUs itself, the people at large, other things, because it was looked as a privatization of the STU itself, not the procurement of buses in the through the PPP model. That was the mindset, but that mindset is getting gradually changed. Post-COVID, a lot of things have changed. What is changed is in the understanding of STU themselves that we ourselves cannot make such huge huge amount of capital investment. And so they started looking at this angle, at how can I procure the buses in the large number and that too at a reasonable price and can convert my fixed cost into the variable cost. So this was the concept which was brought with this kind of thought. And then everybody started working on, we at MSRTC, we started working to initially with the 500 buses only, because the concept earlier in the PPP model was only AC buses can be procured through PPP model, and the ordinary buses shall be owned by the STU itself. Ordinary buses cannot be and shall not be procured by in the PPP model. So that was change. So now it's opposite in your state. In my state, the concept was that only we should procure AC buses and ordinary buses shall be owned by us only. The long distance or the premium routes, they were on PPP. So ordinary bus procurement, a lot of things we need to discuss. We discuss with the suppliers also. So what kind of RFP shall we float? What shall be the conditions in the RFP? We discussed with some big suppliers in Maharashtra and then included their suggestions in our RFP and the contract as well. So the most important thing was the payment. So what will be the payment mechanism? Because in earlier Shivshahi and Shivneri model, the payment was 60% upfront after the bill from the central office, and then 40% from the division office. And then it was taking time. So there were issues, then there were fines and penalties as per the SLAs, and they were getting a delayed payment. So that was one consideration which we addressed by saying that 90% payment will be.
The number of people taking buses in India has seen a steady decline.
10% after calculating the penalties and etc. will be done at the division level. That was very comforting with the suppliers or the operators. So that one big change we have brought. Another difficulty which we are facing in the this Shivshahi model was the KMPL, kilometers per liter of diesel. So in the RFP itself, we approached that 4.3 KMPL will be the standard KMPL, and that much diesel only be given to the operator. If he needs extra, we'll have to pay for that at the whatever price of the diesel at that point of time. That was the condition in the RFP. Nobody was aware what will be the KMPL because that was BS4 engine, BS4 buses were coming, and that were new at that time. Nobody had any idea about how much KMPL or KPTL that vehicle will give. And so everybody has filled their places. They thought that the MSRTC has done study. MSRTC has thought that they make their own study and give the quotes. The quotes were given. And after that, the problems started because the actual actual KMPL was 3.3, 3.4 or 3.5. And this gap of 0.8 to 1 kilometers per liter, that was the biggest problem in that Shivshahi operations. And most of the operators then withdraw their buses from and post-COVID also they started withdrawing because they had incurred a lot of losses, huge losses in this thing. So now the issue came with the bankers. Now these operators, they could not pay back their bank EMIs. So they went into NPA. And the bankers started thinking that they should not finance any new projects with the MSRTC. That is the actual problem we faced. I had to call meeting of the bankers. Actually, I didn't call. The operators who wanted to participate with us, they requested me that I should convince their bankers that we will make the payments on time. So that and the SLA conditions, etc., the diesel average, all other things, I was required to explain to the bankers to finance these projects when we issued a new tender of ordinary buses. Even after that, no bank has financed any operator. The operators had to raise their own funds and start the buses. Now the bankers are considering because now we have made an escrow account. We have made the better mechanism for the payments. We are making payments on time, 90% immediately, and then within 15 to 1 month, 15 days to 1 month, remaining 10% or whatever the remaining is, that is done by the division. So now the bank is trying to understand, they're watching how the MSRTC is making payment, and then only they will finance the new projects of the MSRTC. So this is one of the important aspects. Why I'm explaining in detail is these are the aspects which we need to consider when we issue the RFP or when we make the contract. We cannot and we should not see only the interest of the MSRTC or the STU itself. We'll also see the interest of the operator. We also see the contract from the viewpoint of the financial institutions, and then only a fruitful contract can be made. We are not trained in the direction because we always think that the STU should be benefited, but then it becomes a win and lose situation. We have to develop the contract in such a way that it should be win-win situation for the operator, for the financial institutions, and for the STUs, because these three players are major players. Next is the e-buses. If I don't discuss the e-vehicles, then it will be incomplete. So e-buses, the Government of India policy, then the state policies, everybody wants to increase the fleet of e-buses in the STU. But the capital cost is very huge. It's about 1.75 crore to 2 crores for 12-meter bus, then 1.4 to 1.5 crores for 9-meter bus. That kind of huge capital cost is there. So I don't think any STU can buy it and run it. So the only model available is GCC model, which is very popular nowadays and everybody is after that. But while doing this also, we need to see some conditions like what will be the financial institutions think when they will fund this project. We can see the FAME2 contract. FAME2 contract is an example of this, where it is mentioned that if that operator fails to operate the project, then the STUs will take over the project and they will pay back the loans of financial institutions. That is the FAME2 contract conditions. So then in this case, the financial institutions, they are assured. So then only any financial institution can invest or can finance such a big thing. Because in Maharashtra, recently we have issued a tender for about 5,150 e-vehicles, e-buses in the fleet, 12 meters and 9 meters including. So the approximate cost will be about 9,000 crores to 10,000 crores, anything between that. So for such huge finances, if we don't look at the conditions of the RFP or the contract, the project cannot take off. So when we draft the RFP or the contract, I think this everybody has to be everybody's concern needs to be taken into consideration. So that I think that is the today's discussion, or how should we frame the contract? How should we sign the contract, or how should we enter into the agreement with each other? That should come in the today's discussion. And then something we should take back from here, all STUs which are novice in this area, which are not very habitual or not very comfortable with this idea also, because as I already mentioned, there are a lot of stakeholders like the unions of the workers. They are also stakeholders in this. They will oppose this. They will look at this as a privatization of the STUs. So all these things need to be considered, and then only the contract or this kind of procurement will be a success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the ground reality today. The next special address will be given by Mr. Dwarka Tirumala Rao, IPS, from 1989 batch. He is currently the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of APSRTC. While in police, he worked in almost all fields such as crime, CBI and CID, law and order, anti-terror, anti-corruption, etc. Welcome to the stage, sir.
Morning, everybody. The counterpart MDs, Mr. Shekhar, Mr. Gandhi, Mr. Vishna Sajjanar, Mr. Deeptesh, other representatives of STUs, friends from ASRTU, Mr. Suryakiran and Kishore, the representatives of various OEMs, bus operators, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'm happy that ASRTU, in collaboration with ITDP, is organizing this workshop, which provides a great platform for all the stakeholders to be meeting, interacting, and sharing our experiences, learning from each other's experience, mistake, best practices, whatever, so that there is no need to reinvent the wheel. We are, in a way, meeting at a very crucial time. It's almost a few days back, we thought that we have recovered from the COVID impact. Let's continue to think that way only. Let's not think that anything bad is happening now. But the fact is that the two major sectors, the transport and tourism, are very badly affected in the past few years. Unfortunately, the buses which did not run went towards a scrapping kind of a state. 2 years you don't run the bus, you know what will happen to it. So that kind of a thing. So we are at a very crucial point of time meeting here to discuss another very crucial issue of procuring of buses. PPP, of course, is the, as told by my other colleague, one of the best business models. Who thought that, the buses will not be taken, who thought that the buses will be taken on PPP model and not owned by STUs fully some time back? So this was a necessity. I don't know whether we are one of the pioneers or not. We started the first hiring of a bus as early as 1979, APSRTC, the combined APSRTC and TSRTC started this policy very early, 1979. But then, as my colleague was saying sometime back, it was thought that, the rural buses will be owned by STU fully and the AC buses will be taken on hire. But it was almost reverse in APSRTC. We started with, the rural area buses first. For a long time, we did not, we thought that, AC buses, high-end buses should be owned by the STU. You can experiment a little that side by keeping certain things, but then, anyway, this is another model that we started, which has its own experience, plus and minus. You can think of that, discuss it as we progress in the discussion today. One thing I would like to see is, it's very nice to see all stakeholders sitting here with a lot of enthusiasm to share our knowledge, experiences, so that it can form a firm basis for the next RFP, how it can come through, whether it is a diesel bus or an electric bus or a CNG bus, of course. As of now, only these three. We don't have the hydrogen thing anywhere now. Whether it is intercity, intracity, rural, or a long distance or a short distance kind of thing, all those things we can think and we can plan various models which suits the best for a particular sector. We'll also look at the cost per kilometer, how it's working, the financing, how it will take place, whether, and of course, another very important thing is the scrap policy. As my friend is saying, there's a shortage of buses. There's going to be further shortage if, the buses have to be scrapped now after 15 years. Most of us, the average, the old STUs especially, the average age of the bus is about 10 lakh kilometers, and about 8 years of age. So these buses are nearing, and even if you want to go for a kind of a hybrid, retrofit, whatever, so a lot of things are there. We can think of all these things now. We'll plan, and I would only say that, as days progress, we all know things evolve. A thing which worked 20 years back, 30 years back, 40 years back, even 10 years back, 5 years back, going to change with regard to the, how profitable it is, the business is. We cannot look at just STU, we profit making. We cannot just think of OEMs, we're not there to favor an OEM or an operator. We should think of everybody, the STU, the OEM, the operator, and the most important person is the passenger, citizen. So we have to think of everybody. If we can actually think of the best possible solution which can satisfy all the stakeholders into a win-win situation, nothing like that. So that is what perhaps we should look at today and come to a conclusion about 2-3 models, not exactly one model, because it can change as per the scenario. This scenario, what is the best model? Second scenario, what is the best model? We can think of that and then come to a kind of firming up of the models so that we'll be able to run our STUs more effectively and efficiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for stretching on the importance of PPP. It was indeed insightful. The next special address will be given by Mr. M.A. Gandhi, IAS from 2004 batch. He is the Vice Chairman and also the Managing Director of Gujarat State Road Transport Corporation. He was previously posted as Municipal Commissioner of Bhavnagar Municipal Corporation. We are excited to hear from you, sir.
Respected Shekhar sir, Rao sir, Janar sir, and Nitesh sir, and dignitaries, especially from SRTU and almost all other major STUs across the state, and also OEMs and who are not. That is the important thing. I think SRTU has tried with the help of ITDP to bring almost all of them on one platform. I was just thinking that what we are going to discuss, that when we talked about different types of, when 3 senior IPS officers are there on the dais, then I would like to use the word force multiplier. Because they are more acquainted with this type of terminology. So when we talk about the force multiplier of the economy, then we may say the number 1 is construction industry. Probably number 2 is automobile industry. And if we think about automobile industry, then I think something, when we talk about public transport, then probably both the groups are talking in different terms. Because the automobile industry would like to be there with each household, probably through 3, 4, 5 vehicles for each of the household, whereas we are there to limit the number of vehicles per household, and we would like to move them to public transport. We can't ignore automobile industry, because it is also, as we have said, that it is a force multiplier for the economy as a whole. And there are certain pressure groups and all these things are there. When we talk about this particular seminar, then when we are doing something for public transport, something against automobile industry at a large, probably, and there can be multiple things. We talk about, because the main topic of the seminar is PPP. So PPP, why we need PPP? Probably we think that because today's topic will be capital, but is it always coming with capital? I think the PPP is efficiency and innovation. It may be with capital, without capital. Say, for example, if procurement buses, if we consider, then it is with capital. But if we think about a particular ITMS solution, it may be without capital also, because it will be just giving technology and some new ideas. We have discussed that number of buses, as she rightly pointed out, our Southeast Asia head, that number of buses has stagnated, though the population has increased. But I think there is one small point. What is the all India load factor that we have to consider? Say, for example, if I talk about my personal experience of GSRTC, then my load factor is around 67 to 70%. Definitely in premium services, it is nearly 95 or something like that. So, while increasing number of buses, there are all the good chances that if I increase the number of buses and my normal vacancy is 30%, then I am spending the money unnecessarily for those 30% of the seats. And that is why in my premium sector, load factor is 95 or plus. Sorry, but that is our PPP model. That is our PPP model. That means the services are better. The efficiencies are better. So the crux for PPP is efficiency, and capital comes next to that. Definitely we'll be having something that in the form of if procurement of buses or e-buses is concerned, then capital will be there. But when a whole mass is there, Sir has also given, Shekhar sir, especially in his address, given some fine points about the RFP and all these things. I think we do have a separate discussion on framing of the contract also. But when we are talking about public transport and PPP, shall we go only for buses? I will request ASRTU and probably ITDP also that can't we have some more ideas? See, for example, many of our dignitaries who have come from outside of Delhi, they used GMR. So yesterday, while crossing that escalator, I was thinking that can we do something in that direction also? It is also PPP. Delhi airport is a PPP. In another manner. Well, in the last time when I personally met Shekhar sir, then he was discussing about that the sport concept in the state of Gujarat. That is also a PPP. Recently, I think again I will because sir is team leader and Maharashtra is also. So I was just thinking about something different. That the tender somehow it could not materialize, but sir had good tender. That you will procure the buses and you maintain buses also, and per kilometer we will be providing you something. MSRTC has also plotted some that type of tender also. This is so while we may go for capital intensive things, but in PPP we may have certain ideas, because procurement of buses is one thing. How to fetch the people, increase the load factor, and the most important, how they should feel that, okay, this is something. When I visit to an airport, or even now, we may say, if we talk about Indian Railways, or many of the dignitaries have visited so many Western countries, or OECD countries rather, I will say, then at times I feel even Loo is a nice place. Because Loo is a nice place. And where is capital? Probably capital is not there. Efficiency is much more important thing. Because by and large, we talk about the affordability for public transport. We talk about public transport and gender discrimination. But as has been rightly pointed out by, I think, Professor C.K. Prahlad, Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid was the title of his book. Sir, if we will not bring middle class or upper middle class into our service, in our loop, then I think then automobile industry will win the war against us, except in urban mahal. Because in, say for example, London, it is not possible to travel. Even in our so many cities are there like that. Say for example, Delhi metro is better instead of traveling by your car. So except cities, because that is the urban concentration. But when we talk about intercity, or we talk about the far areas, rural areas, then we should try something with the help of PPP that middle class or upper middle class prefer to us, and then it will be the possibility of survival. When we talk about, sir has again pointed out about the GCC or wet lease model. Again, in that also, I request when there is a special seminar, I request that we may have certain more ideas also. Can we go without FAME subsidy? There can be another model. When we talk about Indian subcontinent, the whole of the Indian subcontinent, parts will be there. Can we think without power? Any GCC model without power? That the power will be provided by STU. Power will be provided by STU because Indian subcontinent is having enough space for solar. And day by day, solar is quite efficient. And even in that, GCC is possible. Even in that, this is possible. You provide us the land, and otherwise, even I think recently Morthes came out with certain schemes like IDTR or this ATS and all. Why? That they have given priority to STUs. Why? Because STUs are holding biggest chunk of land anywhere in the country. So is it possible there is some at least model where no subsidy but powerfully provided by the STU? That is some different permutation combination. I think such type of ideas may enrich us, and I'm looking forward to attend such more seminars. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving your inputs on inclusion and the broader aspect of PPP, not just for buses. We now invite Mr. VC Sajjanar, IPS officer from 1996 batch. He is the Vice Chairman and Managing Director, TSRTC. He served in several roles such as Superintendent of Police and Additional DGP. The stage is all yours, sir.
Respected Thirumal Rao sir, MD of APSRTC, Suresh Chennai sir, Gandhi, and Tivtesh, MDs of Gujarat, MDs of Orissa, team of various STUs, Surya Kiran and Kishore from ASRTU, Siva Subramaniam and Ashwati from the ITDP, all the stakeholders. Good morning to you all. First of all, congratulations to Surya Kiran Kishore and his team from ASRTU, and also Shiva and Aswati from the ITDP for organizing this workshop. It was long due that this workshop, and now it has happened. So congratulations to both the organizations. All STUs have been doing well lately, and many of them have been practicing various good practices because of their experience over decades. Such workshops will definitely help us in following the good practices by various STUs and also evolve a holistic policy like procurement of buses. So coming to TSRTC, we have about 9,300 buses, and out of that, 30% are on the PPP model. Almost we have about 3,000 buses on this model. As our Vice Chairman and MD of APSRTC, Thirumal Rao sir told, we were the pioneers in this model. Way back in 1979, sir, we started this model, and we started with the rural buses, and later on again we evolved it in 1998, and from 1998 we have the continuing this policy. I agree with what sir also told, that STUs have been hit very, very badly. The most affected industries in this COVID pandemic have been the tourism and the transport. Still, we are trying to come out of this problem. With the COVID, with rising price of diesel, cost of operations, also financial crunch, all STUs almost last since 3 years have been not doing well. With these problems, we also have problem of fleet management, not able to replace or augment our fleet. And above that, we have a central government policy of scrapping 15-year-old buses. So there are a lot of challenges for the STUs. So I think the best option is to have this PPP model. We have been following this model since 1979, and we have a very, very stringent policy where we call tenders, then we work out the cost of operations per kilometer. The driver will be supplied by the operator. And then we also have what Suresh Chennai sir told about the KMPL. We have about 4 to 4.5 kilometers, depend upon the distance, depend upon the bus and all. So almost this model has been working very, very well. I think definitely it's one of the model which has a lot of expertise. I think sir will also making a detailed presentation on the same model. I think TSRTC also is following the same model. I think almost now we have reached 30%, I think, but we can go up to another 10%, but I think that should be the maximum. I feel that's what sir also told, that 40% will be so that other 60% will be owned by the STUs. For that also, I request Surya Kiran to organize a similar workshop with the association of Mark and the bankers. Of late, we have been facing a lot of problems from the bankers because recently we procured almost about 1,000 buses. I think almost made a lot of rounds to Bombay, meeting various MDs, and ultimately two banks came forward to fund us because they wanted our balance sheets to be made up. But I said we are all PSUs, we can't make up our balance sheets. That's what the others do. So we can't make up our balance sheets. With ultimate lot of persuasion, they came forward. I think now the time has come, even though this workshop is very, very good, but I think we have to have a meeting with all the bankers so that they can be told about the problems, the challenges faced by the STUs. And also I request Kiran and Kishore and also Shiva and Aswati to document all the good practices that will be discussed in this workshop, and also regarding the other issues, so that we all can evolve and we can all follow the good practice. I once again congratulate TSRTU and ITDP for organizing this workshop. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for giving us your valuable insights. As a forerunner in PPP, TSRTC can guide the other STUs as well. Moving on, we are happy to have Mr. Deeptesh Kumar Patnaik, IPS officer from 1997 batch. Apart from holding the post of chairman and managing director of Odisha State Road Transport Corporation, he is also the additional DG of Police and IG of Prisons and Correctional Services, Odisha. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My senior officers on the dais, the ASRTU team, members from various STUs, stakeholders, and domain experts. Actually, this workshop couldn't have come at a better time for me. In the last budget, this budget that is, the Odisha government has launched a scheme called Lakmi, Location Accessible Multimodal Initiative. In simple language, we have got a very small timeline. By December, I am supposed to connect every Gram Panchayat with the respective blocks, district headquarters, and the state capital. We're looking at a fleet increase of at least 1,500 vehicles to 2,000 vehicles immediately within this year, out of which 20% we plan to have EV components. Why this? Because you see, we are the smallest, I think the smallest STU. For many years, like Odisha is coming up in many fields right now. For many years, we were known as a poor state, but now in many fields we are coming up. The government realized and has prioritized rural connectivity this time, understanding that this is one of the major planks for development and other socio-economic connectivities. Now, what is Lakmi looking at? Lakmi is, like I told, location accessibility, a multimodal initiative. We, the Odisha State Road Transport Corporation, have been given the charge for the rural connectivity, where we have to ensure that every Gram Panchayat is connected at least 3 times a day to the block, and the block is connected to the district headquarters, and then onwards from district headquarters to the state capitals for seamless connectivity. We had been trying to facilitate this. We have been trying very hard for a statewide area-based permit, which even that is being, they're going ahead with that, which is a very big help for us to implement this thing. We have 6,800 Gram Panchayats and 320 blocks. So the small connectivity within the district, we are looking at least 1,000 for the 9-meter buses within We plan to launch the scheme on 2nd October and complete it by 31st of December. We are in the process of making the DPR. The last date is 26th of this month. We are brainstorming. We are lined up with a couple of agencies who are willing to help us. Like I told you, we are short of time. On 13th of this month in Bhubaneswar, we're having all stakeholders, all interested people's brainstorming. I welcome anyone who wish to have, because we are open to all ideas now. We are open to all ideas. I'm there in this meeting today. You can contact me, or my team will contact you for going ahead with on 13th for a brainstorming session in Bhubaneswar. If you cannot attend it physically, then we will make it easy for you to attend it online also. So that we get ideas and frame the DPR by 26th of this month. And we intend to float the RFP for the bus operators by 30th July. We are looking at completion of all delivery of buses by 15 December, and we have the plan of the Honorable Chief Minister inaugurating the scheme by 30th of December of this year. For the 80%, that would be minimum 1,000 odd conventional diesel-based vehicles, which is 9 meters. We are looking at obviously the GCC model, which is the most acceptable model. But we are still confused about what we will do with the EV vehicles, because bankers often have an issue with funding such EV vehicles. So we have called people from the banks also for this 13th brainstorming, because the state government is willing to be a guarantee for the payment. Somebody was mentioning escrow account, and that is something which we are looking at. We could go for it. We will be giving land also. In case for EV vehicles, the government will be giving land for setting up charging stations. So these are all, we are still working out all the modalities and details right now. And the government is also going to be giving the VGF, the viability gap funding, the assurance for viability gap funding because when you start a project, by the time it becomes feasible, takes some time. So till it is feasible, we are going for viability gap funding. And we are talking to financial institutions, we're talking to stakeholders. And I really invite everyone who is interested for 13th of this month to Bhubaneswar. If everything is in place, then we could be actually looking at the biggest game changer in Odisha State Road Transport Corporation, where we could move from being the smallest player to at least a relatively major player in the field of transportation. Because this field, this realization came across because in Odisha, because of the strange rail network, 90% of our population depends upon road transport. Because our private ownership of the buses is so high in Odisha, that is why they only go for the high profit routes. So we have a vast area of the neglected area of the low routes, low profitable routes, which are socially neglected areas, which do not have connectivity. So that's why a lot of people's tribal belts, neglected areas, they give their children in hostels because they do not have the via media to send the children to schools. They don't have the via media of sending their produce and logistics to the market at the block level and the district level. So it is to fill this gap, and the government is willing to pay for it also. The viability gap funding has been brought in because of this. So we would be open to ideas. I welcome every one of you for 13th of this month to Bhubaneswar. Please feel free to connect with me in the course of this meeting. I'm looking at where we will be also looking at issues being flagged by you, whether it's funding or procurement, how we solve that. We are looking at solutions. We are very open right now in terms of the ideas and concepts. We want this to work. Thank you. And I think this is the perfect time for us to have at this workshop, at least from the Odisha State Road Transport Corporation perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insights about OSRTC, your initiatives to make it progressive, and for the invite. I now invite Sivasubramaniam Jayaraman, National Lead, Transport Systems and Electric Mobility, ITDP India, to give a presentation on the e-bus basics. Over to you, Shiva.
So, firstly, very good morning to everyone. A warm greetings from ITDP India to all the partners, the dignitaries, and also the delegates and people who are online as well. And thank you for sparing your time for today's event. Much appreciated. And firstly, to start with this, very happy to see ASRT and WOKI are on the same platform coming together to have the dialogue on this particular the workshop which we are trying to connect about the accelerating the public transport to public-private partnership. I think that's something which I'm seeing first time, and I think we can have a for that. Thank you. Hearing with remarks made by the dignitaries on the stage, and one thing is very clear that we have made and realized that the need of bus has been emphasized, and also an openness towards the new procurement models. It's not a fixed one. If you have anything innovative, could also be thought through, is something which we are trying to explore. And the following discussions we're going to have today also going to have been discussing about that. And this reminds me to going before, like the recent study we did with MOHWA in partnership with ASRTU, the challenge which we've been doing with almost 140 cities, and which called Transport for All Challenge. And almost 46 cities who had come forward to had given their time and resources to understand what is going about in their particular city, to understand the public transport need. And to emphasize that, we would try to cover certain things when we say what is public transport need. And that's where we have said the biggest concerns in public transport, the safety of public transport, impact of congestion and on healthcare facilities, bus staff and maintenance schedule, concerns on digital information, and also concerns on IPTs, which were also covered. And almost 2 lakh surveys were carried out in these 46 cities. And the citizens had come forward and given their responses, and also interviewed almost 20,000 the staff bus drivers and conductors, and 15,000 IPT operators. And when we try to consolidate, and the intent of this Transport All Challenge was to develop a digital solution which can be very indigenous, which can be taken to the cities, and it benefits the cities and also the citizens. But when you try to bucket it in the digital and all, there were also some of the problem statement which also turned up on a different bucket which cannot be targeted towards, which was very emphasizing on bus fleet augmentation, which was emphasized by all these 46 cities. And public transport prioritization was also emphasized by citizens. It's not about buses. We also need to prioritize how do we improve the efficiency, make public transport move faster, was something which was also spoken about. And public transport infrastructure and regulations were emphasized, and also financial and healthcare service. So as you see that this is a collective opinion of 46 cities which came forward, and one of the important thing was an augmentation. And cities like Kota, which were something which we were never thinking about, had come forward and realized and made us tell that we have only 3 buses, 2 buses, and we really need to emphasize on buses. And that's where the whole lot of thing, and public-private partnership is one sort of thing which can really facilitate the new cities also to transform into public transport with a formalized public transport mode. And when we are trying to emphasize there, and also it's also seeing to the commitment what we have towards 2030 in terms of the emission. And we can also emphasize like how do we see bringing the clean energy buses, and especially for new cities, so that the footprint of carbon can also be reduced there. And that's something which we wanted to when we are talking about this, that's where we ITDP and ASRTU. So we started to come up with a plan of developing a e-bus basics guide for transition to electric buses, which is a very simplistic guide, because we were taking like not only that, it's not like we only work, many of our partners have worked in a similar space. But we wanted to emphasize on ensure that this guidebook is a very simple document, not very text heavy and also very readable, and also communicate to graphical mode, so that it's very connected to any sort of people who are trying to learn about electrification. And that's how we came up this document. And just wanted to spare some 2-3 slides and to ensure that what we are trying to cover here, and we can follow up with the launch of this e-bus guidebook. So for an electric bus can offer, I think we all agree like what an electric bus can offer. The first thing is very important, the tailpipe emission, which is evident and proven well that it offers you zero tailpipe emission, reduction in emission in terms of the impact which is given to the city or the urban area, in terms of because of the electric bus, the impact of emission will also be reduced, lower cost per kilometer, and also better fuel energy efficiency. And also we also did some sort of an assessment on Pimpri Chinchwad and Pune, so where the quality of service also was being emphasized by citizens because they prefer to go for electric buses. And next slide, please. And this is something which on a case study which has also been covered in our e-bus document, which emphasized that 35% more ridership had come because this was compared between an e-bus and also an ICE bus, a case study for Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad. 35% more ridership on high demand corridors. Low emission was captured, and 50% low energy consumption was also documented in the case study. 50% of less cost per kilometer, lower operational deficit, and equal performance with ICE was also documented, and also 1/3 of fuel cost, and also lower cancellation rates were documented. So next. So the key focus of the e-bus guide, which I'm not going because we have to cut short because of time. So the 3 aspects we are trying to cover is how to plan the operation of e-buses, which also talks about the TCO analysis, route selection, depot identification, and charging infrastructure planning. And second one is about the how to monitor the e-bus operations, which is defining the KPIs, which is very important, and collection of relevant data and analysis of data, which will help the STUs to think better, and how to procure the and finance the e-buses, the selection of the procurement model and the financial model. I think a lot more has been given a thought through. I think it's a very beautiful document which has come up. Now I think I would request the dignitaries on stage to unveil the document, and I request Suryakiran sir and Kishore sir and Ashwati to join and the document. After this we can. So before the unveiling of the document, we have a small video to play, which talks about the document. Maybe after seeing that, we can unveil it. Thank you.
The number of people taking buses in India has seen a steady decline. Meanwhile, the number of cars and motorcycles has been skyrocketing. Our streets are congested and polluted and only getting worse. As we cough our way through commutes that now take twice as long as they used to, we must ask ourselves, how can our cities bring people back to buses? Many cities have no buses. Even in the ones with buses, their numbers and quality have not increased in years. What we need are more buses and better buses. Getting more buses can help reduce congestion, and getting greener electric buses can help reduce pollution. This is not impossible. Cities across India have already embarked on their e-bus journeys. You are only one step away from joining them and making this vision come true.
Thank you. I think so. Please join us for the unveiling. So maybe. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
సూర్యగ్రహణం అయిపోయిందా?
फिर बैठेगा है निकल सकते हैं तो प्लीज लेकर 5 minutes then final decision will take place.
Thank you so much, speakers. Now, I would like everyone to gather for the group photo. After that, we'll be breaking for the coffee. We'll be back. We request everyone to be back in 10 minutes. For the, in front. We'll be. Yeah. After the group photograph, we'll break for the tea. Rest can go for the coffee break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Kindly ensure everyone's back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Everyone on the dais.
बाहर आ गया हो गया सोफा ये रख सोफा six अच्छा नीचे लग देंगे सर और ये सर ये रहेगा नहीं वो नहीं सर थोड़ा कर्व करके लगा ये फोन है सर किसका है? Why is it not there? What? No. Yes. Yeah. कोणता वाला? This is forward. Yes, this is forward. This is to point. Pointer. बस मुझे देखना होगा आई नीड दिस फैक्ट और नॉट डायरेक्ट में देख ऑन कर दीजिए मेरा परिणाम या
We request everyone to please come inside. We'll be starting the session soon in the next 2 minutes. I repeat, we request everyone to please come inside and be seated. We'll be starting the session soon. Sanjay.
Not. Okay. Okay. Okay.
He acknowledged this. He read this only. I request all the dignitaries to please be seated. No, it is Shekhar Channa, Dwaraka, M.A. Gandhi, Sanjana. Welcome back, everyone. I hope all of you had a very refreshing tea break. Before we begin the first panel discussion, I would like to request Mr. Surya Kiran Sir to honor our respective speaker, Mr. Shekhar Channa, IAS, with a small memento. I would now like to request Mr. Surya Kiran Sir to honor our respective speaker, Mr. M.A. Gandhi, IAS, with a small memento. I would now like to request Mr. Surya Kiran Sir again to honor our respective speaker, Mr. V.C. Sajnar, IPS, with a small memento. Okay, so can we invite Mr. Deepesh Kumar Patnaik, IPS, sir? I would now like to request Mr. Surya Kiran sir to honor our respective speaker, Mr. Dwaraka Tirumala Rao, IPS, with a small memento. Now let's not wait any longer. We have a day packed with interesting sessions, so let's jump right in. We request the following dignitaries to come to the stage and kickstart the first panel discussion, which focuses on what is happening in public-private partnership in public transport in India. We now invite our panelists to come up on stage. May I request Mr. Dwaraka Tirumala Rao, IPS, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, APSRTC, to join us on stage. Thank you, sir. We now request Mr. Vishal Kapoor, IRS, to join us on stage. Not okay. We now request Mr. C.K. Goel, Senior Vice President, Road Transport at Delhi Integrated Multimodal Transit System Limited, DIMS, to join us on stage. Mr. Goel has served as the depot manager for the Delhi Transport Corporation for 22 years, post which he is associated with DIMS for nearly 15 years. Thank you for joining us, sir. We now request Mr. Atul Jain, GM, UPSRTC, to join us on stage. Mr. Atul had joined UPSRTC as Assistant Regional Manager in 1985. He retired as GM in 2022 and rejoined UPSRTC as advisor on 4th Jan. Welcome, sir. We now invite Mr. Ravi Garapalli to join us on stage to moderate this session. Mr. Ravi is a public transport expert and has been working on sustainable mobility and public transport projects over the past 15 years. He works closely with the World Bank and the Asia Development Bank as a consultant. The stage is now yours. Over to you, Ravi.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be among all the bus folks of India, the biggest thinking minds and people who make decisions on buses. So it is a pleasure to be here. And this is PPP is the trend, and it's all the context has already been set in the previous session. But I'd just like to summarize the key discussion points from the previous session and set the context for the session for the upcoming session. If we can have the slides, please. Yeah, the next slide, please. So, as has been already said, the key thing that we are all looking. So it has already been stated that we need many more buses in India, and PPP is now the way forward because we have seen in the last 3 years or so that several cities, I've just given 2 examples here, whether it is Mumbai or Bangalore, where they have gone from in-house operations and procurement and operations to gross cost contract-based procurement and operations, and also transition from diesel or CNG buses to electric buses. Cities have seen significant cost reduction benefits. They have seen that even in 2021, when every city did their own FAME procurement or added to that their own state subsidy. And in the recent aggregated procurement by CESL, we have seen even more reduction in costs, as much as 30-35% reduction in cost. And even without the subsidy, CESL summarized that in their case study that around 23 to 27% of the cost reduction is possible. It was established by 2022. It's an inflection point for India. I can say that transition to electric buses, gross cost contract, aggregation of procurement, and standardization of procurement, as well as CapEx subsidy. The CapEx subsidy part ended in 2022 from the national government side, but everything else that was established until 2022 will continue to be a key player for the future. And after that, based on the success, we have the National Electric Bus Program. If you can have the next slide, please. The National Electric Bus Program had a bigger target of 50,000 buses, and we already saw the procurement of at least the tendering of 6,465 buses, again on aggregated standardized procurement model without CapEx subsidy. And we have the results already to compare that when we saw the recent tender, a few changes from the previous tender. So one, the cost overall, the big thing is that the cost increased by 25 to 44% or so per kilometer, depending on the type of bus, 12-meter, 9-meter, low floor, high floor, etc. Why is the cost higher? One, because the subsidy is not there anymore. But apart from that, it is likely that private sector has also have a better understanding of the costs involved in gross cost contract operations, and they may have more realistic estimates. The other thing Gandhi sir was mentioning in the previous session about the efficiency that the sector brings in, that we have more competition and they try to minimize on the cost and maximize on the efficiency. We see the fewer participants actually participating in the recent tender. Two OEMs, the Tata and Electra, two big OEMs haven't participated. And due to several reasons, we don't know. But eventually, that is the outcome, that we have fewer participants and higher cost, partly because of subsidy, also because of other reasons. And also the risk premium that they may have put in on the contract. So this has come up, Shekhar sir also has very eloquently summarized how financing is a challenge and payment guarantees, all of that is important. So we are already seeing that the best case scenario, we have gone past that and costs are increasing right now. So from here on, how do we move forward? So we will use the session to think forward and how to move forward from here on. So if we can go to the next slide. So I have summarized that these are some of the key things we need to think forward on. One, we have discovered great prices, but we need to now sustain operations for 10 to 12 years. How do we go about it? That is the big question. The other questions are to sustain that. Of course, timely payments are important. So different mechanisms are being tried out to give the first right on traffic revenue to operators like BEST is doing, or UP has come up with a letter of credit that is given to the operators. Gujarat, we have a CM state bus scheme where Surat is getting a 25 rupees per kilometer from the state as a VGF. So these are different mechanisms states are trying for payment guarantees. So we can discuss on some of these actions. The other thing that is about the transformation from being operators, in-house operators, to managers or authorities, where we have now less things to focus on in terms of maintenance and day-to-day management. We can focus on customer engagement, service planning, scheduling. How do we use PPP to focus more on that? Next, partnership approach with the operators. When we make all these changes, how to get the operators along. Then the vehicle quality and maintenance standards. So that is one of the critiques of the previous PPP contracts, that the STUs really take care of buses very well for the entire life of the project. They take good care of the bus, but sometimes private operators, there is a complaint in some cities. I would not say it's a big thing, but some places it definitely, we have seen that buses are run to the ground also sometimes. So how to avoid that and have a good quality even with PPP operations. Next, the ITS system, the intelligent transport systems for the billing, payments, the performance monitoring, all of that to be automated. So are we well prepared for that? What else should we do about it? Then the crew conditions and under the gross cost contract operations. So things like payments to the crew, their working conditions, working hours, how are we monitoring all of that? Even though it is not, eventually it is the authority's responsibility to ensure crew conditions also. Then there are many other smaller issues. One is not smaller or bigger, but critical issues. But in terms of order of priority, I put them at the last. On the power infrastructure availability, quality of power, there are fixed charges that STUs have to pay, which are equivalent to industrial costs as in many states. Then the performance management of all these buses, the battery performance, the vehicle performance, range, energy efficiency, etc. The data sharing protocols between charges, as we have several operators in a city, can each operator charge buses in the other operators' infrastructure? How do we manage the billing, etc.? So all of that needs to be worked upon. Then warranties in the CESL tender and as well as the subsequent tenders, we are seeing more and more warranty requirements. So how are we managing that? So these are some issues I highlighted. We have very learned speakers on the dais. We'd like to hear more from them also. So I'll stop here. Sir, if you can touch upon these items along with the other items we are focusing on, that will be great. So with that, I'll stop and we'll go on to the main agenda. So first, I'll like to request Dwarka Thirumal Rao sir to please come and make his presentation. So we have about 1 hour for the session, sir. If we can take another 15 minutes or so for the. I don't know if this works, but it's supposed to work.
Okay. Is it working? Yeah. Good.
No.
You put here? Are there? Where? Pardon me? It's only point out. You can't move the slide. Oh, yeah. Good. Morning, everybody. I'd like to confine to about 10-15 minutes max so that we can have a proper interactive session after this over. As I was telling you in the morning, perhaps we started our hiring of our buses. The hire bus scheme was started long ago in 1979 in APSRTC. It started with only a few rural routes and rural buses, which was extended to slightly high-end buses like those days it's called the super luxury, super deluxe, semi-luxury, and express, super express. These are the names that time. There's no change to deluxe, luxury and express now, 1985. For about 30 years, there is no change. We just continued the same way. But then we introduced to the AC buses in 2015, almost post bifurcation of the state. Then we have now added to sleeper buses also, AC and non-AC sleepers also added in 2022, that is the last year. Oh, good. Right. I learned it now. So we started with just 4% initially, which was fluctuating around 4 to 3 like that, which came to about 20% in 2010. That's a good jump that we have had. Around it's around 2008 or so, it has come to 20%. By then we realized that the capex model will not be able to, as you know, all STUs are suffering, and APSRTC also was, though it's otherwise doing well at the fuel efficiency and all that, but then capital was a big problem. So around 2008 we started that, and 2015 post bifurcation it has come down to 16. Now we have reached 26% of the buses are being taken on hire, and our experience is fairly good. We don't have much complaints against the operators that way. We are now adding about 1176 buses. Why I'm saying 1176 is about 1,000 will be adding e-buses on GCC model very soon. In fact, the government has given approval. So this will take it to 37%, and a few other buses on the diesel buses will take to 37%. And as we were discussing in the morning, we should not cross a particular level because they'll start dictating terms to us. Sometimes it does happen. Sudden strike of the drivers or some such thing is always a problem. This is something I would like to talk about because morning we were discussing how the methodology of the hiring was done. What we used to do initially from 1979 to 2007, what it was what the methodology was that we used to indicate the price that is economical, which can work out for him. What is the cost of the vehicle? What is the rate of interest, bank interest? What can be his return on investment? What will be the cost of the maintenance? All those things are looked into, and then cost per kilometer is worked out, and it is revealed to him. And then the lowest quoted thing is whoever quotes the latest L1, he was getting it, that particular route. Later, what happened was, though we are indicating the price, sometimes they are quoting too small, very much less than the indicative price, which after 1 month, 2 months, he will run into losses. He will not be able to operate. What we said is, we indicate the price, the indicative price we call it. This is the indicative price. And don't fall below 5% of that. So minus 5% is permitted, minus 5% to indicative price. That was followed up to 2013. Then we had indicative price is there. Whoever quotes the same price, we were giving. That was when we were getting a lot of operators coming, and the percentage was fairly good. Now we don't indicate the price. Though of course they get to know what it is, but then we don't indicate the price now. By now all of them know what will be the indicative price, what can be the economical rate. And then if they want, we can always assist them in coming to a conclusion about the rate. But then the indicative price is not revealed, and then he quotes. Then after that, it's now digital platform, MSTC platform, and then we will have a reverse tendering towards the end, and then further the reverse tender person L1 will be further negotiation will take place, and then whatever is the thing will go ahead. So this is giving us a fairly good. The last one, we're getting a very good price for us, and also of course we don't want the operator to be at loss. So we certainly take care of him. But this is what is happening now, and here indicative price is not revealed. That's what is happening right now. So just I want to give what is happening with the buses. We have about, as on today, as I indicated in the first slide, we have 2,656 buses, which comes to about 26% of the buses, out of which only 100 are electric as of now. That's the reason we are now, since the experience, we introduced it only in Tirupati in two parts. One is for the Tirupati Tirumala Ghat service, which is slightly higher rate. I think it's about 53 rupees per kilometers now under FAME 2, including power is 53. Otherwise, it's about 42.40, 39 point something initially. So 53 is with power. And otherwise, we have a few things between Tirupati and Intercity. That's coming to about 49, 47, 38. So that comes to about 45 rupees with power. So that's what it is for the Tirupati is running well with about 90 occupancy, 90% occupancy. Otherwise, we have, this is the classification that we have. Most of the buses are the PVG and ultra PVG is the Palle Velugu, that is the rural sector. That is what we have the maximum number of buses even now under the high scheme. And also in the main number of buses that we have is 50% are rural buses, out of which we have 1598 other being run on higher model. The city services are of course very less, 122. The current cost per kilometer is about 42 rupees. Is what we give him. 42 rupees is the current cost, and out of which 27 is, 42 is the total, 27 is what we give to the operator. This includes diesel rate also. This comes to about 5.5 to 5.2 is KMPL. Personal cost comes to about 12 rupees per kilometer, and the ME tax of course 2.61. That makes it 42 rupees as the higher charge. In fact, that is one charge that, as Ravi was saying, we don't really delay the payments to the higher bus operators at all. Every month in the first week itself we give. That is one thing we never default. Anything else we'll postpone because they are a very important partners in our bus services. So if they are not there, a lot of services, as you know, 26% of bus services will be losing, and we can't afford to have that kind of a thing. So even during the COVID time, immediately after the COVID, even when we introduced the small numbers, that is one payment we never defaulted upon all these years. 5 minutes over, 5 minutes left. Okay, then I'll finish off. Yeah. in fact, there's nothing seriously key challenge as far as the operator is concerned. As I told you, they're really doing well. Just to make this thing I just mentioned, that they are sometimes not able to supply buses regularly. It's very small percent. But one challenge that we have is much before the agreement ends, they are withdrawing the buses for whatever reason. It comes to almost 10%, which is not a very good this thing. That is where we are actually suffering a little. Otherwise, the challenge with regard to the higher bus, which I was saying is we should not go beyond 40%. 40% is what we have thought is the cap. Let's not go beyond that. So is that there is a very least flexibility in scheduling of the buses. When I have more important program or a more important season, I have to divert a bus towards that. It is not possible because the agreement is only between place A and place B, a number of schedules. So the second thing is they would like to come and they keep on requesting that, we can't run 5 schedules, sir. We would like to run 4 only. So that means the VU is coming down. So that again makes a problem for me because I schedule a bus at 8 o'clock in the evening for some people to go to the village. Or 7 o'clock from city to the village. If the bus is not there, there will be a lot of dissatisfaction among the passengers. This is one thing I have a serious problem with regard to the higher bus. Otherwise, bus performance is fairly good. Then the other one is the crew issues. The general behavior of a private bus driver or other attenders is not all that good. That is one we keep on monitoring, but then that's what is happening. The second one is, of course, I don't say it's a lightning strike, but then absenteeism and attrition is a little high. In fact, even for the e-buses, this is what is happening. The drivers are not coming regularly. The third thing is that we have the ticketing issuing machines, especially now that we have started introduce the UTS, where you have to use the SIM-based e-POS machines. So they are not willing to use it, especially when we don't have a conductor at all, one-man service. The driver will have to issue the ticket and long distance things. So that's where we are having a problem. And the other one is the revenue leakage is also taking place. So we have to increase our enforcement work. I think this you have to ask them. Payment timelines, as far as I am concerned, there is no problem. As far as that is concerned, I think they are not. They have any problem about that. But then cash flow, we have one thing they are requesting for, supplying tires and also lube oils and all that, and then deduct it out of what you have to pay to us, which is sometimes a little difficult for us to do. That's one cash flow issue. So otherwise, they have. We do talk to the bankers also and get them a good, fairly good funding. Government funding, of course, there's no public subsidy for the public transport buses. That's one issue. As I told you, we'd like to take it to 40%, not beyond that. And the source of capital also, they're only taking internal fund adjustment out of our own funds or the banks. Otherwise, there is no VGF. Recommendations to Government of India. There should be an attractive interest rate to procure buses for the public transport purpose. And one request is coming from the higher bus operators is that they would like to have an insurance for the driver also, which is like we have for our drivers, an insurance for the driver. And they are also asking for exemption, like you have for the STUs, if it can be provided to us also, because we are as good as your own bus. In fact, unless you go very close to the bus and see whether it is AP16Z, Z is of course our APSRTC and TSRTC, we have a Z is our 16Z or 9Z is what we have the signature. Otherwise, unless you go very close, you will not see, unless you see that AP16TG or AP16U, unless you see that, you will not even know whether it's a higher bus or a APSRTC bus. So the other thing is that as you are doing for the toll plazas, near toll plazas, we can have maybe at a very nominal cost rest area for the drivers. That's one thing can be done. And one thing we are seriously thinking of whether Government of India provides or not, ASRTU comes up with a solution or not. What we are thinking of is to provide a cell phone jammer of about 1 meter radius around the driver's seat. If that can come up, in fact, I would request the stakeholders here to come up with some solution for that. Because any amount of telling him not to use a cell phone, so using a cell phone with 40, 50 passengers behind him can be very risky. So we don't want that to happen. And the last one is for the AC and non-AC buses, at least we can have fire safety mechanism is what we're thinking of. So we have some of these ideas, and then whatever the solutions are, whatever methodology we can think of, we can form up for various scenarios and come up with a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for sticking to time and also giving very practical, specific advice that we can actually take forward. So with that, I'll request Mr. C.K. Goel from DIMS. I'm sure most of you have already heard him and learned from him. So, sir, please take 15 minutes.
I can do it from there. Basically, I will start the presentation with the case study of Delhi. DIMS is a joint venture company of Government of NCT of Delhi and IDFC Foundation, which is a not-for-profit company. We are right now working as a PMC, project program manager. We call it integrated mechanism in Delhi for all the private stage carriages buses that is known as cluster buses. Plus, we also manage as program manager all the DTC electric buses which are newly inducted in the DTC fleet, plus DMRC feeder buses. So we are the unified body in Delhi to manage the buses under PPP. And we have completed almost 1 decade experience of this model in Delhi. And we are also managing buses under GCC in Nagpur city and Gurugram. I will start with the reform journey of the public transport in Delhi. In the year 2001, Honorable Supreme Court basically directed that all the diesel buses should be grounded. The entire public transport system in Delhi will be propelled by only clean fuel, that is CNG. So that was the first level of reforms which were carried out in Delhi. Then in the year 2011 onwards, we introduced buses in the organized sector under cluster scheme. Government decided there will be 2 systems. One will be public sector operator, that is DTC. Another will be private entity, which will be operating buses under cluster scheme. And they will be operating buses on each route under unified timetable. The operating ratio will be 50:50. All buses were CNG propelled. And our current plan is to augment the share of the public transport, just double, and only electric buses. If we see for the 20 million population of Delhi, the capital city, as on date, we are at level 3. But in next 3 years, we will be moving towards level 2 with the achievement of the target fleet of 11,000 buses. Right now, our fleet is 7,200 buses in Delhi, including DTC, cluster buses, and metro feeder. Another thing about PPP experience, as I've told you, we are managing, as on date, about 3,700 buses. Out of that, 400 buses are electric buses. All buses are managed under GCC contract, OPEX model. And we have now experience of more than 10 years. The important thing, basically, to operate and manage the buses under GCC for any public transport authorities to follow process approach, to improve the efficiency of the services operated by the public transport. All the decisions making should be based on the data analytics. Because now all the buses which are procured in India, they have mandatory fitment of the AIS 140 compliant GPS device. We have that data through GPS, online data with the 10-second your polling rate. We also have electronic ticketing in the buses. So we also have the stretch-wise data of the passenger profiling. So with the such rich data, now we can at least basically move forward towards scientific decision making that right now we are doing in Delhi. Another important thing is on-time performance, no early departure. User satisfaction is very important. That also basically with the performance improvement of the city transport, we are now having very high degree of user satisfaction. And then our monitoring systems are very robust that I will take up in the subsequent slides. The important thing is right now for the
public transport authorities for the state transport undertaking where the capacity building is required. Even if you go for the GCC model, you have in your scope, the operations planning. You have to decide the route, you have to make the timetable, you have to optimize the timetable. You need to have operations control center. You should have a monitoring system. Then you should also basically fare collection management is also in your scope. You need to deploy conductors. If the system is based on the onboard ticket collection, then you should also have a system for validation of the payment of the concessionaire with the audit trail as per the government audit procedure in a foolproof manner through auto capture data. That system, of course, you should have. Then you should also have system of optimization of the revenue and reduce your viability gaps. The key consideration, what we understand basically for Delhi is, what we have done, now initially the electric buses were introduced only for the environmental reason. Now in Delhi with the aggregation of demand, we got the economy of scale. Now we also have the economy in operation of the electric buses. So what Delhi has planned to assess what is the additional fleet required, what is the fleet required in lieu of the retiring fleet, we made the consolidation of demand under different packages. And we basically opted the approach of CSL. And we submitted our requirement to the CSL in the different tender, in the wet lease, in the dry lease, as per our requirement for the last mile connectivity. And now, as per our assessment, if we will electrify our fleet in the next 3 years, we will be saving operating costs of 28% based on the current data. Actual database basically we have analyzed. So Delhi is going in a big way to electrify fleet and make a big procurement based on the planning for the next 3 years. Another important thing what we have done is all the depots with the supporting infrastructure and upstream power infrastructure that has been planned in advance. So the operator will be given the facility, not only of the land, but also the depot with the supporting infrastructure, with the upstream power infrastructure that is already in place, that I will tell you the status in the next slides. Another approach is concession period. We have the option of 10 years, we have the option of 12 years. Now with the monocoque chassis, now with the 12 years, we got the best rates. So now Delhi has opted for the 12 years. Then assured kilometer, Delhi has assured 70,000 kilometers in the tenders. All these things basically, then we can have the provision of subsidy. That is not mandatory. You can also have you can take the impact of non-subsidy rates also. This time Delhi is taking that quote also. Then payment security mechanism in case of Delhi is very robust. If anybody is interested, we can discuss in detail. And one important thing Delhi introduced initially, which also we recommended to the CSL, the indexation of the manpower cost. Some component of the manpower cost is indexed with the minimum wages of the city, so that this risk has also been taken by the government. Then actual cost of electricity, that is also indexed, cost of consumable is also indexed to make the contract long-term sustainable. Another facility we have given to the OEMs is, we have in the 2 duties of 16-hour cycles, half an hour break for the shift and changeover. Now this we have facilitated, it can be extended up to 60 minutes so that the charging can take place in daytime if it is required, because there is no public charging. It has to be done in the depot only. So this facility we have given. However, we have kept our operating range requirement of 200 kilometers so that operational flexibility is not compromised. The key challenge what we envisage is, we should have a robust monitoring system for the operator performance with the auto capture data, with the evidences. Then operations planning and scheduling to optimize your vehicle utilization, to optimize your ridership, fare collection management in a foolproof manner. Now Delhi is introducing NCMC compliant electronic ticketing machine in all the buses in Delhi to make it further robust, so that the leakage of revenue can be minimized. And the payment we process for the operator is not duty-wise or bus-wise. We process the payment based on service trip-wise. This is a service trip contract as far as we understand. Then compliance of GST law is very important because AC stage carry service. The ticket revenue, it attracts 5% GST. So my recommendation will be to SRT will be to recommend to the central government at least for the standard segment buses, because even in the AC, there are standard segment buses, there are premium buses. So the buses we are procuring are standard segment buses, so they should not be levied on the STUs or the state government. Then addressing the public complaint, then the public safety. That is to control accidents is also very important. The key performance monitoring mechanism, we have a system to 100% check the presentability of the buses, interior and exterior cleanliness, working on the GPS, working on the panic button at the time of outshedding. Then we check in a proactive manner in our operations control center. Anybody can come and see the instances of overspeeding where alert is generated and we immediately take action, instances of bunching, route deviation. And very important thing is if you travel from O to D, in the peak hour, peak direction, we also ensure the survey gap, say 10 minutes is maintained. It may not happen, there may not be a bus during peak hour for half an hour, then 3 buses are going with an interval of 3 minutes. So this thing we are monitoring at least in peak hour and peak direction. And the additional checks we are applying for the departure, like a train cannot move early. In our system, a bus cannot move early. If there is a scheduled departure at 8 a.m., it cannot move at 7:55 a.m. So driver has to move on time, and some tolerances are given in the departure time in the first trip and the subsequent trip, but the early departure tolerances are 0 in our systems. All the buses we are procuring, because AIS 140 is mandatory, but CCTV is optional for the public transport authorities. We are going for the CCTV also as a part of our specifications. Then we have also gone for the NCMC tender for Delhi, which is already in the public domain. And we are not allowing store value card. We are implementing NCMC-based ticketing in all the buses. And in the 1,000 buses, we are also keeping a provision as a part of tender document for tap in, tap out and operating buses conductorless. Because cost of operation of the conductor in Delhi is about 9 rupees. Yeah. Then we have now power for the 2 systems. One is your GPS-based automatic vehicle location system. Another is your electronic ticketing, automatic fare collection-based system. These 2 powers are integrated service trip-wise in our software, including the map for the trip. We also check whether the buses is stopped at all the bus stops. And we then, from this system, which is web-based and evidence-based, we basically process the payment immediately, and there is no delay in the payment to the concessionaires. Then all the logics, all the costs, all the indexations are part of ERP, no human intervention, and your payment advice is generated through ERP system. Then as for the next step for Delhi is, now we have the plan to immediately achieve 10,480. We have the option class to gain 11,000. The buses which are due to retire, about 5,000 buses. We have also made plan for replacement of those buses. We are also this time making an experiment with the dry lease buses, 2,400 in case of DTC. From 5% as on date, we will be moving to 80% electrification by 2025. Electrification of depot in the phase 1 for the first lot of buses is almost completed. And for the phase 2 also, we have deposited the money with the DISCOM and it is on the track. The depots will be ready before the placement of orders to the OEM. Then our basically recommendations are, any STU should make an assessment for the requirement of the buses as a part of augmentation, as a part of retiring fleet, make a consolidated demand to obtain economy of scale. Depot should be identified, route should be mapped, focus should be to reduce the dead mileage in case of e-mobility. Then you should also decide whether you want to go for the capex model or the wet lease model, OPEX based, or the dry lease model, depending upon the availability of the drivers in your stand. And then the capital fund should be sanctioned upfront for the demand incentive as well as for the electrification of the depot. This is the last slide basically, which I have told you the recommendations to the government of India, because now we are getting 20%, 28% economy in the cost of operation. We can share you the complete modeling we have done for Delhi. CNG versus electric buses with the current rates. So we should electrify our fleet based on our planning and requirement for the next 3 years. Next is we should also keep a provision in the contract agreement for refurbishment of the buses in the mid of the contract. What I've seen in the Chennai Metro, they do a refurbishment of their buses after every 5 years, and they have insignificant breakdown rate. So this system we studied from Chennai, and we are now following in Delhi. This provision we have kept, but CSL is not keeping this provision. Okay. Another important thing is we can request central government, because some of these states are facing fund crunch. At least they can support demand incentive for the electrification of the depots. Then another important thing is right now to plan a replacement of the battery in the mid of the contract. That will be a huge cost either for the operator or for the OEM. Like the aviation industry, government should work out some provision of sinking funds so that this is self-sustainable. Based on our experience of the most of the STUs, when there's a requirement to replace 100% tire in the fleet, the MC operator runs away. Okay, so this situation may not come because we are looking for sustainability for the 12 years. Okay, then the GST point I have already touched. Basically, this should be in the exemption list. Then there should be public charging stations government should promote at the city centers. City centers are your interstate bus terminals, your major city terminals, your railway stations. Because right now, the operator is completely dependent on charging of buses after taking them back to the depot. If you want to promote basically other private operators also to go for the electric buses, at least at the city center points, we should have adequate parking space, and we should develop public charging stations for the buses. And another thing is, for the long distance interstate routes or intercity routes, now in the current regime, when under this CMVR and Motor Vehicle Act, the requirement of permit for the electric buses has been exempted. And they are now making unhealthy competition with the STUs and putting a dent on their revenue. So there should be some kind of regulation now on these buses so that STU may not suffer further losses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very practical advice as always. So we have Mr. Vishal Kapoor with us. He's the MD of CESL, and he's in the hot seat now with all thousands of buses of procurement. Sir, so how much time do you have for us? Because we want you to be here for the Q&A session also, if possible. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So then we'll ask you to present and then take a couple of questions after that. Yeah. Please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to this event. I think we are living in exciting times. The public-private partnerships that used to be happening more in kind of stationary applications are now across the sectors. They are now finding their way into the moving assets also. And or probably assets that were never ever thought that they will be getting into the TOTEX mode, as they say, CAPEX plus OPEX. I think it's now coming in a big way. Small things, I think the world has shown us the way, the software industry actually showed us the way that we could actually go in for a CAPEX plus OPEX kind of a mode, started by Microsoft and other software companies, software as a service, first of all, became a very distinct reality about 4 or 5 years back. And now I don't think there is any one of us who's buying a Windows operating system or any kind of MS Office, upfront. It's all Microsoft 365. So, and this particular way that has been shown, and it gels very well with the public-private partnerships, the concept of public-private partnerships. And we saw this first across highways, toll plazas, and those things that came up very quickly. And then recently, the government also stuck its neck out again, a very big program, a public-private partnership program, which is in the power sector in terms of the smart metering being rolled out on metering as a service, something which could never have been thought about. Meter is something which is just bought and installed in the house, but now it's not only a smart meter which is going to be bought, it is going to be put in the house, and the company that is supplying the smart meters will handhold the service of metering over a period of 10 years. And that's why I think other examples are also now started coming up. The wonderful example of electric buses, something which is almost 1.5 times as costly as a normal diesel bus. There was actually no business case. But the way certain states and then Niti Aayog, and then which was latched on by CESL, my company, the way we have moved and shifted the needle from an unremunerative or a project that required a lot of subsidy to reduce the capex costs, you now shifted to a different paradigm when the cost of ownership of a bus life cycle costs or bus as a service is now lower than the cost of the ownership of a diesel or a CNG bus, and this is a big thing because electric mobility as we see today, and as we go forward, I think this is the way we are seeing a massive shift in the modal shift from fossil fuel based to electricity based traction applications. And this particular thing that has been done by CSL, it actually brought it on the ground in a big way, almost 16,000 buses, and with 2 models now, one model against which we have concluded two bids, that is the GCC wet leased model, and the one which is shortly going to be open, that is the dry lease model that is coming up. The benefit is immense. It's not only about changing the way public transportation is seen in India. It is also about the costs, not only also about the costs where the costs are lower than the fossil-based vehicles, but also about viability. The way the contracts are structured, we are all aware, the risk, investment risk, the performance risk, and every risk is moved towards the market. And we all know that market-based instruments generally subject to the problems of market failures, market-based mechanisms are generally the most efficient ways. And we are seeing that happen in front of our eyes. The prices that are low, the risks are moved towards the operators, the private sector, the funders, the financiers, and then the overall cost of operations are going to have a depressive effect on the costs the STUs have been incurring for their operations. Especially on the wet lease front, we have seen that there are significant gaps in the normal ownership, the capex ownership. Those gaps will now reduce because the prices of operation of the buses are much lower. In fact, if a lot of money was spent in procurement of buses, number one, the outgo from the state governments because of the operational financial requirements, support to the STUs, as well as the overall depreciation and those costs that were directly coming on the books of the STUs, they are now off. immediately, and we are just paying on kilometer basis. Similarly, on asset lease model, which is a pure dry lease model, we expect that there will be significant reduction in the prices. Having said that, I think public-private partnerships are extremely important as we move ahead in our development agenda. But in my personal belief and a widely held belief is that the public-private partnership contracts are long-term contracts. They cannot be treated similar to the normal contracts that are out of supply contracts, that are procurement-based contracts. There's a lot of requirement of contractual leadership. And I use this word specifically because it's a wedding. It's a wedding which goes on for a long time. It's not something that you just procured and we are off. And it is across the board sectors, not only the transport sector, but all the sectors, all PPP contracts. Contractual leadership is extremely important. That has to come predominantly from the management. Because what we have seen, not here, it is yet to play out in a big way, but what has been seen in the public-private partnerships is that when the shift happened from an outright capex purchase to a PPP, a long-term wedlock that the public and the private entities get into, if the treatment of the contract is just done the way it is done in a capex, outright capex purchase contract, it's also a recipe for disaster. Contractual leadership is extremely important. The public side also will have to probably look at the contract in a different way. It needs to be seen and understood very clearly that the project is going to run only if the project is viable, not only for the institution that is actually procuring, but also for the operator. Because if there are cash flow issues, if there are issues surrounding payments, because one thing that needs to be very clearly understood is that the payments that are going through 63 rupees or 62 rupees a kilometer or 45 rupees a kilometer or whatever, that 45 or 62 also includes the capex cost. It's not only the OPEX cost. There is a capex element built into it. And in case if the payments don't come through, which in many cases do not come through, I'm not giving the example of transport sector, I'm giving example of some other sectors. There is where the whole project gets into a disarray. So we also need to see that the payment security, even though the payment security is not there in the contract, it has to be ensured that the payments are made. Contractual leadership has to be exercised by the managements in the STUs to have a win-win, because again, it's like a marriage in a wedlock. Both the spouses will have to handhold each other, have to understand each other, try to figure out ways and means to continue the relationship. Do not do anything that is prejudicial to somebody, to the other party's interests. And that's why contractual leadership, going a little bit above the contract, trying to manage the contract like a leader or a statesman, that onus would lie on the government side to ensure that the contracts work nicely, properly, and and smoothly. So we at CSL are very fortunate, and we are honored to have had the confidence of various state transport undertakings, that you have posed confidence in us and allowed us to aggregate demand and deliver value, because ultimately value, if we see, lies in scale, it lies in replicability, it lies in volumes, and it lies in standardization. It's by no means an easy job, because every STU has their own requirements, and unless and until we are able to homogenize the requirements across various STUs, come to a common minimum program and create a standardized contract and create volumes, create scale, the market will not be able to respond in terms of value, in terms of costs. So thank you, everyone, all the state transport undertakings who have reposed faith with us. We have already done 3 tenders and we are in the process of aggregating one more demand, which is likely to come. We are also very hopeful that over a period of time, we may just get some kind of a payment security from the government. It is under the works with various ministries involved. And we hope that this journey that we have undertaken and which we are still going to undertake in the future, the state transport undertakings in the country will give an example. Governments are supposed to lead by example, and which very happy to say that state transport undertakings have shown the path to the whole country. Now it's only going to expand. State transport undertakings have only 150,000 buses out of 18 lakh buses across the country. A lot of buses are being used privately by institutions, by even airports. And this kind of a model which has seen predominant success, and as we move forward, we'll see the success as we go forward, will likely be adopted by various other agencies. And I think direct procurement will be soon a thing of the past. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I really thank all the STUs once again, and also all the operators once again for having reposed the faith in CSL. And we look forward to more and more engagement as we go forward. Thank you.
Sir, so if there are any questions to Vishal sir, maybe we can take a couple of questions. He said he has a meeting at 1:15, so yeah.
Please introduce yourself.
Sir, I'm Sanjay Bhatia and I'm working as a consultant. Since you're working on, this is specially addressed to you, sir, CSL. You're working on 12-year contracts. Before you actually got into this, they were mostly 7, 8-year or 10-year contracts. So now going forward, what we have seen world over, even 15-year contracts are there for electric buses. So what do you think? I mean, and since before you actually came in, Mr. Goyal was also speaking about refurbishment of buses every 5 years or 7 years. So why can't we look at 15 years contract and make the projects more viable?
Sir, before you answer, actually, we also heard from APSRTC that the current contractors are actually ending the contract before it is finishing its tenure also. So we need to balance both, I think.
So immediately, probably offhand, you put me in a spot, but and probably I may not be able to answer. But the problem in financing across all PPP, I mean, I come from a power sector background also. There's a lot of asset liability mismatch that keeps on happening. Long-term financing is a problem. In India, I mean, even if you see big power projects that are coming in, or probably even, except for the multilateral and MDB financing, which is external financing, which is available for a long period of time, most of the domestic lending is stopping at 12 years. So in most of the cases, whether you see power projects The financing is available up to 12 years. Some institutions like Power Finance Corporation, Rural Electrification Corporation, they are giving it a little bit more, let's say even 15 years. And then if financing goes to that level, I think mostly, I think the problem of the cash flows and that will get matched. And but the only thing is the market needs to see an appetite. What is also important, what in my opinion, is that some bit of successes have to be seen. We're probably quite early in this in the stage of development we are. The market also and the financiers also need to see how these contracts are operating over a period of, let's say, 10 years or 12 years. And once these contracts move properly, let's say about 5-7 years, then probably even the financiers will develop that confidence. But then from the financing side, again, the problem is again on their side also asset liability mismatches. When they raise funds, they also get funds for a lesser period of time. So this is basically not specific to, I think, the transport undertakings, but also across the board in most of the cases, unless and until the financing is through a multilateral banks where they are open to giving a long period of loan.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Sandeep Gandhi, and I'm a consultant working for a lot of bus projects. Recently, we were working for some electric bus project. We were working with a lot of private players and for electrification, and their demand seems to be, I mean, like everyone, they are also facing a lot of issues in raising finances for buses. These are especially single operators or operators owning small fleet of buses running on permits. But these are also the people who will be participating in a lot of PPP tenders. So the question to you was that, I mean, so far this aggregation model has been focused towards STUs, large aggregators, large operators, fleet owners. Are you looking at a model, or at least they were looking towards CESL or the state governments to float aggregator model from which the small operators, private operators could benefit? Also looking at some form of a dry lease model to be facilitated. Are you looking in that direction to serve the needs of these private operators?
Yes, of course. So right now, I would not say that we are looking at this particular segment, but we are looking at some other than STU segments also. For example, I mean, there could be tarmac buses also that are there. So ultimately, the market also has to kind of develop that kind of a confidence. STUs are giving scale. Again, I'm saying if this is becoming successful slowly and slowly, then the main problem with the smaller operators is the risk perception from and it's a huge amount of money that is involved. The risk perception with smaller operators will be much higher. So I think though fortune lies there, I also mentioned that there would be somewhere around 7.5 lakh such buses across the country. STUs only hold 1.5 lakhs. The real meat actually lies there. But I think as of now, we are focused on trying to get the STUs because there's a lot of demand always. We are also focusing on some other segments that may not have issues of the payment security. But this particular segment, to be true, we haven't worked on it, but it is an area of interest for us.
Great.
Sorry, I'm Krishnamon from APS RTC. A small session. It is for OEMs also. So presently, all STOs mostly operating 10 to 11 meter buses. But now the electric buses are offering only 9 and 12 meter buses. So why don't you think of the developing this 10 to 11 meter buses also, so that the replacement of the diesel buses through electric buses will be more in STUs?
That's a That's again a question that puts me into a spot because we have not worked on it. But having said that, I mean, if there is an 11-meter bus, so I think, you see, there is a problem with us also, and I'll be very upfront about it. We work on scale. So if there are sporadic requirements of some non-standard or some buses which are not of a particular standardized variety, you know, we try to make it more standardized. So 7-meter, 9-meter, 12-meter. There are already low floor, high floor, AC, non-AC versions. But then these kind of changes which are there. So ultimately the buses are 9, 7, 9, and 12. The only other things are low floor, high floor, and AC and non-AC, which are basically add-ons. So we already have a lot of numbers and types of buses. And if we further divide, I mean, as a matter of strategy also, and I'll be upfront about it, as a matter of strategy, we also perceive that we may not be able to give you that kind of a value unless until the requirement itself is huge, because we have to see it from the manufacturer's perspectives also, that if they're setting up a production line and then there's a large variety of products which are coming up and with not a huge visibility, let's say about 500 buses of a particular variety, then there will be a problem. So I would just say that we would like to have more of a standardized variety, which is more in numbers. And once and we fill up those numbers, and then we probably look at the smaller versions. But we'll be definitely happy to look at any other variations and the numbers. If the numbers are huge, we will definitely be very interested.
Great, thank you. Actually, sir, sorry about it, but we don't have time for more questions. So we thank Mr. Vishal Kapoor for joining us. We'd like to thank you in a small way by giving a momentum. We invite Mr. Surya Kiran and Shiva from ITDP to, yeah, so. Go ahead and take it. We'd like to invite Mr. Atul Jain from UPSRTC to please speak. No? So, yeah. So if we can keep it to 10 minutes, if possible. Thank you. Can we have the projection, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am from UPSRTC. It is a good news for UPSRTC that UPSRTC is celebrating its 50-year celebration. It was established in 1 June 1972 and completed 50 glorious years on 1 June 19 to 2022. Now, from 1 June 22 to 1st June 23, this is our Golden Jubilee celebration. Now, as you mentioned here, आपका अपना साथी means it is for public कि हम आपके साथ हैं. Now, it is a bird eye view for the corporation structure. We are at present having 10,665 buses, in which 78% are our own buses and 22% we are operating our hired buses. We have, just for our organization, we have distributed these in 20 regions, and again 20 regions are further distributed in 115 depots and 297 bus stations all around the state. Now here we are just showing that how our expenditure is there, how much we expend in every sector. From last 7 years, UPSRTC were in profit, and the profit were around 3% of the revenue which is earned by the UPSRTC. Except the financial year 2021, obviously it was not good for STUs due to COVID. Now it is a daily operational figure. We earns 35 lakh kilometers, and the cash collection per day average at present in February 23, it is almost more than 16 crores per day. Now these are the services which we are applying. Number one is this ordinary AC buses. Simple buses, the fare structure is 1.30 paisa per kilometer. Then the rural services. Rural means, as in the earlier session, MD Orissa was discussing that the motto of the government of Orissa is to connect every village to the district level or to the capital of the state. Now the UPSRTC is working on that from last 2-3 years, and we are keeping the fare structure just below the ordinary services. We are having the fare structure, it is 97 paisa per kilometer, just to attract the rural passenger. Other than that, we are having economical AC buses. It is 3x2 AC buses and 2x2 AC buses. Then we are already having 50 pink special buses. That is 2x2 AC buses. It is known as ladies special buses. Only ladies or a gents which is accompanied by a lady can travel in the buses. The lone male passenger is not allowed. All conductors are ladies passengers are there. Then we are operating some services. This is known as Maitri Seva. It is, we are operating it from Delhi to Nepal or from Varanasi to Nepal. Only 6 services are at present, and we are just trying to increase it up to 20 services in the next 4-5 months. Apart from that, we are already operating super luxury or premium segment buses, which we known as Volvo and Scania. The fare structure is higher, the rupees 2.861 per kilometer. Now it is just a fleet size. It is, I'm just comparing from June 22 to February 23. The corporation has reduced its fleet by 600 buses from last 1 year. It was just due to COVID. We could not buy the new buses in last financial year, and the old fleet we have to make it auction. So it is just showing that 600 buses downfall fleet size. Now what we are applying, in earlier session we discussed that there is a need of PPP hiring policy, but how we can do it? We know that there is a need, but what is the way? UPSRTC is just have planned to induct 1,000 hired buses by the end of May 2023. We have started a special drive for hiring the buses from October 22, and we have already issued more than 1,000 LOIs to the private operators. It is a very huge number. Earlier we were having 2,400 hired buses, and now we have issued 1,000 LOIs to the private operators. Means by the end of the May 2023, our hired buses will be almost 3,400. Now these are some schemes under which we are hiring the buses or attracting the PPP partners. Number one, it is Rural Bus Contract Scheme 2022. It is just to connect the rural area to the mainstream, to the district headquarter or the state headquarter. Private operators generally, they are not interested to operate only to the Grameen sector or to the villages only. For this, we opted them that we will give you a route length of 150 kilometers or 200 kilometers, and it will be compulsory for you to operate at least 25% or to 20% of your bus into the rural area. We will give you a concession if you operate that particular kilometer in the Grameen or in the village area. By this, in last 3-4 years, we were able to connect more than 10,000 villages. And UP is a big state. It has more than 1 lakh villages. And now still only 4,000 to 5,000 villages are just left to connect to the state transport buses. And just we are planning to make it complete by the end of March 24. We can say that after March 24, in UP, every village will be connected by the SRTC bus, and that will be a big achievement. Apart from this rural bus contract, we are having sleeper bus, non-AC. And other is mid-segment bus contract AC. Mid-segment means AC buses. Then the fourth is air-conditioned sleeper buses contract scheme. We are keeping AC sleeper buses 2x1, 30 sleepers in a bus. Then high-end, obviously, these Volvo and Scania buses. And number 5 is ordinary buses, which we have a very big number of ordinary buses under this scheme. Then how we attract the operators? We have to show some commitment towards the operators. We make them payment fortnightly. From 1st of the month to 15th, we try to make the payment them by the 21st or 22nd of the month. And then again, 16th to 30, we make the payment by the 7th of the month. Earlier we were allowing the operators, after issuing the LOI, 60 days to bring the bus. But now we have discussing the operators that they have some issues in getting the loan. They are unable to get the bus ready in 60 days. Now we have extended it up to 90 days. We are having a contract of the ordinary buses for 10 years. We issue a LOI, and by showing the LOI to the financial institutions, they got the loan easily. So 10 years is a very long period, and they manage it. Now these are the different categories of the rural buses. This is sitting capacity and all. Now the time is short, just we conclude in 2 or 3 minutes. We have in all categories, or all 6 categories, we have fixed the base price. Suppose in here we are showing the base price 7 rupees 95 paisa, 835 and 865. This base price is the administrative cost we charge from the operator. And the next question will arise automatically, what we pay them. After deducting this amount up to the load factor of 75%, we pay complete payment to the operator. We are safe here. Our expenditure per kilometer is around 7 rupees per kilometer. We are charging 8 rupees 65 paisa, keeping in the view that in next 2-3 years, our expenditure or the fixed cost may increase. So we assure it first. And then what is the purpose to pay all amount up to 75% to the operator, that they keep interest, they educate their driver to pick up the passenger from the every station, behave well with the passenger, operate the bus in the time. So the passenger will keep with them. Now these are the all general features. Sleeper buses we can operate on different routes. What are the route lengths, sitting capacity? We are having some sitting capacity plus sleeper buses. We are having 27 seats on the first floor and then 15 sleepers. Just I go forward. Now these are the operational performance. Just you see that we are having 41 rupees per bus per day profit from hired buses. Though it was higher in 1920 before COVID, and we are carrying more than 16 crore passengers from the hired buses every year. Now the third thing which our recommendation is that for STU buses which we operate in other states, we have to bear the double taxation. In UP, the taxation is 600 rupees per seat per month. If we go in the other state, so say we go in Punjab, we have to pay 6 rupees per kilometer taxation there also. So we have, if we operate say 100 kilometers in UP, we have to pay 600. If we operate in UP 500 kilometers, we have to pay 600. And additional, the burden which hinders the progress of the State Transport Corporation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sorry to rush you to close the presentation. So we have a few more minutes where we can take a few questions. So we will first go to Shivanand Swami, sir. We cut you out. Sorry about that. If you can ask the question to one of these speakers.
My question was about readiness of electric bus manufacturers to deliver the required number of buses. Do they have buses? Will they be able to deliver in time? That was the question I had.
Okay.
We have big plans, but then will they be able to deliver in time? Because many cities now are looking at CNG as an option because they want buses in the next 6 months, 8 months. I think that was the question, but I don't know whether it's the right for.
Yeah, this is the forum, I guess. So
Myself, Gurmeet Singh from Bus Operator Confederation of India. मेरा क्वेश्चन यूपी रोडवेज ट्रांसपोर्ट से है. पास्ट में जितने भी आपके टेंडर हुए हैं, कभी भी आप अपने जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पीरियड है उसको पूरा नहीं करते. आप किसी भी समय कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को बीच में डिसकंटिन्यू कर देते हैं, जिसमें सीएनजी अल्ट्रा लो फ्लोर एयर कंडीशन बसेस का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है, टूरिस्ट बसेस का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है. 5-5 साल के लॉक इन पीरियड होते हैं, आप 2 साल में या 3 साल में उसको डिसकंटिन्यू कर देते हैं. ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए यूपी रोडवेज ट्रांसपोर्ट. Thank you.
So we'll take a couple of other questions and we can answer together. Yeah.
How did one buy such a minimum rate
rupees per kilometer with diesel to private operator.
So 25 rupees per kilometer with diesel. Sir, we'll take all the questions, sir. Yeah. Thank you, madam. We noted it. Sir Prasanna.
My question is to UP. You don't get counter signature benefit for taxation? Between states, you have agreement, and under counter signature, you should get that tax benefit. नहीं?
आप माइक ले लीजिए.
I was under the impression कि counter signature पे मिलता है.
Counter signature only permits to operate in the other state. There is the taxation is the same.
So maybe you can answer the other question also, sir.
नहीं, ये जैसे आप कह रहे थे कि हम एग्रीमेंट बीच में टर्मिनेट करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है. We for ordinary buses we have an agreement for 10 years, which renew after 5 years for 3 years, and then 2 years. So we do not terminate. If an operator willingly wants to terminate with a 1 month notice or 2 month notice, then it is okay. But from our own side, we never initiate this terminating process.
Right. Sir, do you want to answer the rate per kilometer? Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, what we do is we calculate the initial cost of the bus, the depreciation, the profit, everything. Then we calculate the fixed cost and variable cost. The fixed cost includes the personnel, which is 427 paisa per kilometer. Depreciation is 321 paisa. Interest is 211. Profit margin is 218 paisa. And upkeep and maintenance is 131. It comes to 13 rupees 08 paisa. That is for the fixed cost. Variable cost is tires, stores, tubes, everything put together is 180 paisa. That comes to 14.88 rupees per kilometer without diesel. And we do give the diesel 14.88 per kilometer without diesel. Then we provide the diesel, and of course that's at a concessional rate. So that's what it works out, and it's working well. It does, that's the cost.
Well, sir, do you want to answer the manufacturing capacity question?
Basically, volumes to answer.
Okay. Yeah, Sonia.
Though CEO is not there, somebody from CSL is around. We may be able to answer CSL or whatever.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Sonia Arora, working with PwC as Associate Director. I have a question for Mr. Goyal. In your presentation, you said that you have a very robust payment security mechanism. So if you can give us some tips or maybe some points like how you are doing that, because there are a lot of problems in STUs regarding that matter. So.
Yeah, madam, when we obtain the sanction for the project, we obtain the sanction for the life cycle based on the present value. And thereafter, government make a provision of the viability gap funding in the annual budget. And government keeps that money in the designated account on basically 3 months on basically payment is kept as reserved in the designated account. And that is replenished after every 3 months. And we never face any fund crunch because in our system, this money is flowing from the annual budget in the designated account. And that designated account is also maintained by DIMS on behalf of the government. And all the government receipts, they are also deposited in the same account. The viability gap assessment funding is also replenished on quarterly basis by the government. And all the legitimate payments as per the contract based on the audit trail and government audit procedures are released in a time-bound manner as per concession agreement.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. I think we have already extended our time a bit. Maybe I'll quickly conclude what we discussed. And so, I mean, we have clearly seen that we are not short of ambition. Every STU has very big ambitions in terms of accessibility, improving service levels, etc. And there are different business models. Pure gross cost contract, APSRTC has shown so many variants. UPSRTC has a variation of a net cost contract. So there are several models available, and but still there are several incentives also needed. Capital incentive, taxation incentives, access to finance. And when there is access to finance, lower interest cost of finance, that came up again and again and again. And also the need for OPEX funding, like we saw in case of Delhi, as well as APSRTC sir was mentioning how there is always payment on time. And also not to forget the safety and security issues, whether it is a driver fatigue or mobile phone usage or just the electric bus safety related issues have come up. But to conclude, I will rephrase what Vishal Kapoor sir was saying. So at the end of the day, it is a marriage. I think we just fallen in love with the electric buses. We got married. Now it's about sustaining the marriage for a long time. So let's hope it all works out as we planned and we go better than that. So thanks for the active participation, and thanks to all the speakers for their insights. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. We now invite Mr. Kishore Kumar from ASRTU to facilitate the panelists with a small memento. We would also like to invite Mr. Shiva to join us on stage to honor the panelists. We would like to start with Mr. Dwaraka Thirumalai Rao, sir. Sure. Yeah. We would like Mr. Surya Kiran sir to present it to Mr. C.K. Goyal sir first. Would request Surya Kiran sir to give the memento to Dwaraka Thirumalai Rao sir. Would request sir to give a memento to Mr. Atul Jain sir as well. We request the panelists and the moderator on stage for a small photo session. Yeah, a small memento to the moderator, Ravi Gadapalli. Yeah, we request the panelists and the moderator on stage for a small photo with the mementos. Ladies and gentlemen, let us break for a sumptuous lunch. Let us all assemble back sharp by 2:15 p.m. You can collect your copy of the newly launched eBus Basics Guide from the registration desk at the entrance. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello, yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. Video is clear, right? Okay.
Pramade करके take a pause with the private lobby capabilities. I don't know what's the precedence. चार लोग हैं उस पे अफजल
Yeah, can you hear me?
I request everyone to come inside and please be seated. We'll be starting the session soon.
Yeah.
Surya,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Can
Surya
you hear
Sen
me now?
sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay,
Can you?
thank you, sir. Repeat, I request everyone to please be seated inside. We are going to start the session now. No, should I wait till he comes? Okay. Around. Suresh Chedya, Nishant Arya. Mohammed Afsar. Okay, then I can start. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking on to time. We hope all of you had a good lunch. Without wasting much time, let's deep dive into our next panel discussion on issues with contracting. We now invite our panelists to come up on stage. Mr. Surya Sen, IFS, Director IT of BMTC, would be joining us online today. He had previously served as the Deputy Conservator of Forests and Joint Chief Electoral Officer. He's an expert in remote sensing and GIS with an MTech from IIRS. May I now request Mr. Suresh Chettiar, Senior Vice President of Bus Business, Volvo Group India Private Limited, to join us on stage. With over 2 decades of experience at Volvo Bus and Volvo Group, he has held senior leadership roles across various functions and businesses. Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Nishant Arya, Vice Chairman and MD of JBM Auto Limited, to join us on stage. He is the chairman of Linda Raymond GmbH, and he is also a second generation entrepreneur who has taken JBM to new heights. Can you come to the stage, sir? Thank you for joining us. I would now request Mr. Titu Varghese, Chief Operating Officer of Antony Road Transport Solutions Private Limited, the private operator of DIMS, to join us on stage. I would also like to request Mr. Mohammed Afzal from Pavilion Travels to join us on stage. He is the General Secretary of Boki and has vast experience on bus operations across India. We now would like to invite Mr. Faraz Ahmed, Deputy Manager of Transport Systems and Electric Mobility from ITDP India, to moderate this session. The stage is now yours. Over to you, Faraz.
Thank you, Smriti, for having us all at the session. And I guess we had a very good filling lunch. So maybe we'll start with the session that we are having issues with contracting structure. We had a very insightful sessions in the first half. We'll try to capture what we had in the previous session. So in India, there are about 3,000 odd cities and towns, but out of only 1/10 of them has a sort of public or informal public transport in them. There is a huge deficit in bus transport, which is evident in the last panel discussion we also discussed. So as per the data, we only have around 32,000 odd STU buses which are operating in urban areas, which cater to about 500 million population. That's a huge population that we are serving in the urban areas. Taking into account the bus specification of 50 to 60 buses per lakh, we need close to 2.5 lakh buses to serve the existing population. So there is a huge gap that we see. We have 32,000, we have miles to go, more than 7 or 8 times to go to reach the existing demand. And I think it is imperative that public-private partnership should be explored into this. We had a lot of questions in the previous session, how we can explore partnership, public-private partnership into these. And I think it is imperative these gap would be only filled by private operator. So over the last few sessions, I had some questions for myself, and maybe we'll try to also get answers from them, how we can achieve innovation and efficiency together. Is there something what we can do and what we can learn from our past experiences? How we can ensure user satisfaction while also ensuring high level of service? How we can offset the direct procurement, like Vishal, we had a very insightful session by CEO of CESL, and how we can offset direct procurement. Is there a way out? Given the bankability of the project, on-time payment is very imperative and it's necessary. What is the bankability of the current contracting structure, and where we are and where do we want to go? And the big question of the hour, we have a lot of demand, we have a lot of uptake for electric buses, but do we have buses? Do we have enough buses to meet our private buses as well as the segment we are not talking about today, the private sector electrification, 90% of them? Do we have adequate buses for them? So with that, I'll not take much of time. I'll request Surya Sen sir to give the introductory remark. And sir, maybe since BMTC has been leading the bus procurement or public transport in the country, what reflection or what do you suggest to tier 2 city who are looking forward to augment their fleet? More specifically, can you share your perspective on the terms of reference, how it is important, and the crew management perspective as well, sir? Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I hope I am audible to everybody. Can you hear me, Farah?
Sir, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank everyone for inviting me over online. I apologize because we are going for a massive elections in Karnataka. So again, I have been given the post in elections, so I could not able to travel to Delhi. So thank you for ITDP to organize this and ASRTU to collaborate with them. And see, today's the whole workshop itself is something which is very necessary at this juncture, because lots of things are happening in the country with respect to bus transportation. So all of you are aware, because most of you are all in the same field as who I am, because I am hardly 1.5 years old into this domain. So most of you are experts than me in this subject. I would like to just divide the whole subject into two, because you are saying accelerating procurement and operations. So there are two things which are here, which is procurement and which is operations. So both are entirely different, and both are entirely having a different perspective with respect to government systems. So finally, all of us have to come into the governments to work for public transportation. So government sees these two things in a different buckets as on date also, because when procurement comes, there is no PPP involved, and when operation comes, there is no procurement involved. So these things are to be very clear first, whether the government needs to change its overall system or whether we are still sticking to the same system. So if we say procurement, so already there are lots of schemes which have already come, especially FAME 1 is one such scheme where people were given subsidies to procure electric buses. And we need to understand how best we utilize that scheme and how best that was translated in the field, because till now we don't have a proper study on how the FAME 1 has succeeded with electric bus procurement, and how these STUs who have procured these electric buses are performing in the field. So operations come as a very key subject. So when it comes to operations, again, there are some basic ethical questions that needs to be answered when it comes to governance again. So again and again, why BMTC is a little bit hesitant, or even most of the southern states for that matter is very hesitant on public-private partnerships or privatization of public transportation, is something with respect to the Human Development Index. Because as you all know that this is a segment or a sector which can create massive jobs and massive direct jobs to drivers and conductors across the states. And this is something which will really impact, even in Karnataka, 1 lakh families. That is not a small number. So we have 1 lakh employees who are directly working in the corporations, all the 4 corporations put together, who are directly being paid by a corporation. So such a corporation which has the potential to create jobs, how best are we going to ensure the wages? How best are we going to ensure the labor welfare? How best are we going to ensure the betterment of the family who is dependent on that employee, is something which is very critical with respect to any PPP model. So that is one of the crux for any PPP model in public transportation to succeed. So even in FAME 2, we are seeing that we have a partner who is sitting. Parveen Travels is our operator. So we can also hear from them in future how they are managing, or what are the challenges they face in identifying drivers, to retain drivers, because identifying and retention of drivers is not a very simple job. It is a very volatile field, like how you are going to identify a cook for your restaurant. It is more challenging than that, because this driver can come today and he cannot come tomorrow. So it's a very volatile field, and we need to have some kind of a job security for our contractors first of all. So this is something which is very critical on any bus operations perspective. Next comes the perspective of the PPP itself. When an operator onboards any government sector, So there is always the system which sees the person as an outsider. And there are lots of issues which needs to be resolved, project management committees that needs to be installed in place. And the perspective of these government officials needs to be changed, because it is built over some 30-40 years of experience. So that cannot be changed over 2-3 years, because rapidly we are entering into this GCC contracts and private people coming in and operating the buses for us. So this requires a lots of change in the perspective of people itself, and that has to be systematized. Otherwise, again, it will be short-lived in the government systems once the officer moves out. So these are things which are very critical with respect to the issues which are right now pertaining to public-private partnership in bringing buses into the systems. Otherwise, I don't find major challenges which are there, because we are getting enough funds. Governments are having no dearth of funds, unless there is some kind of a preference or a priority to spend on this particular public transportation. There is no dearth of funds for any state government, for that matter, to invest on public bus transportation. So it can be a GCC model, dry lease or wet lease. That also has to be studied out, because till now we really don't understand who has the better upper hand, whether a corporation like BMTC can choose for a dry lease model, whether we can really procure an electric bus and we can run it on our own, whether can we only outsource the mechanical part, the AMC part of the bus. Still, these are all things which are piloted across the country. So these are things which will be stabilized in, say, next 2-3 years time. And definitely the GCC model which is coming in with electric buses will make a huge difference. So diesel buses is something which is completely a different ball game altogether. And CNG buses, again, since we don't have an experience of CNG, we are not talking about it. So diesel buses again is a very different ball game, because there are lots of uncertainties involved in it, and especially the diesel costs. So these are things which have not taken off well in the southern states. So we also have not come up with a good model or any success story with diesel buses also in other states also. Especially, I would like to hear from other participants. So this is what is I can share immediately from the perspective of issues with respect to contracting. Over to you. Yeah.
For very insightful pointers. So maybe I'll then reach out to Mr. Afzal. You have been operating buses for BMTC, electric buses from for MTC. We heard the perspective of BMTC, like their perspective. As an operator, would you like to share what has your experience been with the existing contract, or what STUs could do to steer the acceleration of electric buses, to drive electric buses further?
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Of course, as Mr. Surya Sen said, this PPP mode is quite a complicated one. But in our case, we could really settle down very peacefully, because the principal investor was NTPC, and BMTC had outsourced the buses through NTPC, and we've been paid for the operations. We as operators, we have trained the drivers, we have our own training center, and we've been procuring drivers, experienced people. And at the end of the day, if you take care of the drivers well, they take care of us. And this finally boils down to their salary, their perks, their other benefits like ESI, PF, gratuity, bonus. If all these are rest assured to them, they really work peacefully. And we can get good productivity out of them through incentivizing them. Proper monitoring and incentivizing supports us. And in this case, we have been almost more than 1 year now, quite successful. And the type of support we've got from BMTC has also been quite overwhelming, except for the teething issues in the charging infrastructure. Apart from that, they have been quite cooperative, and we've been able to achieve their targets. that is why I said all three together, the investor, the principals, and the operator should get synchronized, and each one should work towards the benefits what he gets, so that the productivity and the rest assured returns to every segment is assured, so that we don't get any hiccups in the operations. Thank you.
Thanks. So maybe I'll now reach out to Mr. Varghese. Sir, you have been operating buses for DIMS, and maybe would you like to share your experience with that? And can you also shed some light on like the payment system? It is critical to have an on-time payment for an operator to be successful, or any other gaps that you see as well.
Thank you. So we are operating 900 plus buses in Delhi under the cluster scheme, the orange buses, what you see on the Delhi roads. So we started in 2013. So we have now experience of almost 10 years in Delhi cluster scheme. The first cluster we won in 2013, and the other two clusters we got in 2019 or something. So C.K. Goyal Saab was here a while back. He used that term robust payment mechanism. Since I'm on the other side of receiving that payment, I would like to elaborate that better. It is absolutely one of the best payment mechanism across India, I would say. The reason is, I'm also a government contractor in various other fields, waste management, and we are also bus body manufacturer. So we supply to even state road transport and everything. We know how the payment works, how much effort is being put into, get the payments released. We even have specialized staff to follow up for the payments, go table to table and request for the file movements. So here in DIMS, we have not, as an operator, there are some other cluster operator also here. We have not gone to any DIMS office or, transport office asking for payments, or not even for the submission of bills. Everything is online. We get payments thrice. That is, first payment of 30% comes on 10th, second payment comes on 15th, and the next final payment comes on 10th of the next month. That is after all deduction, whatever it is, there is no question asked. Whatever the deduction is, their penalties, they all get deducted on the 10th month, on the 10th date, and we get our payments. So payment wise, it is highly, I would say, it is a bankable project. I mean, we would like to go to other state road transport to bid and to operate like similar, fleet operation. But we're scared about payments and whether the bankers would be interested in lending for those projects. So to make a bankable project is very important for the road transport undertakings. That is a suggestion which I wanted to give to the officers here. One of the issue which I would like to, since the heading of this, this session was written as issues in contracting. So one of the issue which we are facing, or which we have been facing in this industry, is tax. We see always the governments are preparing contracts, tenders. In general, the government bodies get the vetting done by the legal department and finance department. We suggest that please involve some tax consultants, tax expertise to vet these contracts, because now we are a victim of contract wherein the GST is exempted, but now the department is coming out with different interpretation that in some of the components GST is applicable. And when you come to know about it after, say, 4 or 5 years of contract, the liability is of they create is of last 5 years. Then the penalties and it runs in crores. I mean, in our case, the calculation have done more than hundreds of crores. So now we are fighting with them to, with the interpretation, basically. It's all related to interpretation, how they want to interpret, how we want to interpret, or how the government want to interpret. So that is one suggestion what we wanted to give you, all the stakeholders here, that the tax component is a very serious issue in our industry. Kindly, please take it as something very serious while drafting RFPs or concession agreements. That's it, my side. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have two big bus operators said, and there was a lot of questions for them. So maybe I'll start with Mr. Nishan. So with the recent uptake of electric buses, the dynamics has changed. Earlier, operator used to bid for these contracts. Now OEMs are coming forward and bidding that. So how do you see the market to evolve in the future, and what is your take on that? What do you think the future would be? And also, could you also share your insight on the scalability of the project? Like we had a question, do operators, OEMs have buses to meet the demand, and how do you see that to happen?
Sure. So first of all, I think it's a very opportune time that we're having this discussion here with all the stakeholders coming together. And when we talk about companies like ourselves, so we do not position ourselves as a OEM only today. We position ourselves as an EV ecosystem provider. So when we are an EV ecosystem provider, because we saw that there was a huge gap when we were working with different STUs and customers for them to understand and see, and having that kind of in-house teams bandwidth on the electrification and the whole EV technology framework. It was very new for them. And that is why we are spread across electric buses, EV charging infrastructure, lithium battery manufacturing, power electronics, and everything. So we understand the whole ecosystem. And that is why we are one of the only companies in the world who are in this space with the whole EV ecosystem. And when you look at the EV ecosystem, so EV ecosystem converges and becomes a reality at the end of it with the operations and not only procurement, and procurement is one part of the whole scheme. Because the end of it lies that how you are getting a product and how you are using that product efficiently, how it is being deployed, and you are providing an experience to the end customer, who's the user, the consumer. And that is the eventual goal, as I see, for all the STUs which are here today, that how are they giving best-in-class service to their customers. And is it a need or a choice? Are they making this choice to travel in this bus, or they're traveling because it's the cheapest mode of transportation for them? So that is a change which we wanted to make and see. And clearly, when you are making a change, no change is easy. And every change, we have to go through a transition phase. And in this transition phase, we have seen that categorically at this point in time, when vehicles have to be deployed, the vehicle has to be deployed with certain parameters in mind. How the vehicle will operate, what kind of charging, discharging cycles are there. People talk about range anxieties, people talk about the battery degradation, people talk about the infrastructure not being backing up. What would happen to the kind of parts, because many of the companies are not localizing products, they're buying them off the shelf from international organizations or neighboring countries. So all of those issues exist. And how will it be? Because the upfront cost is very high. And therefore, when the upfront cost is very high, how are they going to address those challenges? So in a GCC model, I think many of those challenges have been addressed, but it is not as easy as it looks, because definitely today also you see that even in different CSL contracts, not many operators have come up who have been vanilla pure play bus operators in this case, because the kind of capex requirements, the kind of bandwidth which is required to operate electric buses is not very widely spread across the country. It is there in pockets, but not end to end everywhere. And that is why it was a need of the hour for a company like us to step up and become an EV ecosystem provider, where we are giving an end-to-end solution from well to wheel. And clearly, one is able to see that how technology is driving value there. When I talk about technology driving value, just if I give you some stats, that last 3 years, if we have deployed a vehicle, we have done about 73 different software updates, like iOS for iPhone, to optimize energy, for enhancing the product life, for the breakdowns to be reduced or optimized completely. We generate close to 2.5 million data points from our bus, each bus every day, out of which 50% plus are only linked to battery alone. Could I expect any operator to do that? I cannot, right? Because that bandwidth doesn't lie with them. And many of our players in the fraternity we have, they also don't understand that, because they do not use that product themselves. They buy it from outside. We do everything in-house in our case. So when we have to see how long is the battery performing, how long, so the vehicle management system, battery management system, charging management system, the power electronics, the integration of the whole product gets simplified from 2000 moving parts, you move to 20 moving parts, but at the same time, you are talking about hardware, software, firmware, and the whole integration of the vehicle and the ecosystem when it is performing. So one has to categorically understand how that bandwidth is being created, how you are ensuring the end customer's goal, which is the experience for the consumer to use it, is maintained, and for demonstrating that things have to be on ground for anybody to experience and see. And today it was very heartening to see that multiple leadership people from different STUs, MDs, CEOs, vice chairmen are looking at electric vehicles in a manner which is going to change the way people travel in the future. But for being able to do that, we have to ensure we enable them and support them for doing so, whether with technology, whether with the end-to-end approach. Otherwise, a fragmented approach comes into play in such kind of cases where things really don't move and you are stuck in such scenarios. And similarly, at the other end, the other issue which comes up is that when we look at electronics today, we see that in different cases, you would not buy an iPhone which was launched 3 years back or 4 years back. You would want something which was launched today. So the risk of redundancy comes into play there. So how do you protect for the risk of redundancy, and how consistent innovation on technology happens, for which companies have to design and develop products in India for Indian markets for applications here. So I think that is the need of the hour, and that is something which we have built internally in our organization to deliver the same. When it comes to capacity, so we've just set up one of the largest plants in the world, and there is adequate capacity available for all kind of products. So I can talk about ourselves, what we have done, and which cut across all segments of city, intercities, coach, staff, all kind of applications and school buses, as we have launched in the Auto Expo earlier this year. So we have full array of products, services, the ecosystem, as well as the capacity. So there's no dearth or issue on any of the front. If that answers your question, if you have anything else to ask for.
Thanks a lot. And I totally agree. Like fragmented approach is not going to last. Like you have to be very consolidated, and like holistic solution is something an STU or an operator wants for their bus operation. So maybe I'll move to Mr. Suresh. So being an OEM, what issues do you see in contracting? Like you can give a perspective on electric buses, or like, since it's not a specific thing about electric buses, what exactly issues that you see? And maybe you can also share some your thoughts on, is there any support that you require from government or largely from STU that could smoothen or iron out the issues?
Yeah, afternoon, everyone. I think from the perspective of the question that you've asked, so I think let me go back to the topic of the day, and that is about PPP, and more importantly, the need to accelerate, scale up, and make it sustainable. We've not heard so much about sustainable, but I think in the way people spoke about things, there is a core need to find that element. Couple of things there. I think we already are in a situation, and I think people have touched upon it, Nishant, also yourself. The fact remains that overall, we as a public transport system, we are not growing and finding acceptance. I think among all the countries in the world, the growth that we see in public transport, at least on the bus side, being accepted is probably not even positive, but it's lowest possible. And then given the opportunity we have, the number of people, the massive scale of urbanization, people shifting from rural places to urban places, the growth in economy envisaged, all put together, I think there is a great need to anyway scale up. And then we have accepted the only way, or maybe the best way, is to do it through inviting participation from private players. So having said that, I think the couple of things to be put in context is this, that how do we see our partners? How do we see our partners? And it was said earlier in the day by the MD of CESL also. I think it's a conscious, arranged setup that we have to work together over a period of time, almost like a wedlock marrying and living as partners. But the common terms we hear when we talk about public-private partnerships, even if it's big players or even OEMs, is more like a vendor or a supplier or an operator. I think that is where we actually sometimes fail to recognize the importance and the impact of what relationship we are bringing on the table. And I'm not commenting on one or versus another. But this is probably, in my view, what we as OEMs would like to see, that this partnership is seen as a credible initiative for a long-term sustainability. And why long-term? Because all decisions that we take today, every new contract is going to address the needs of who is at the center of the whole system, which is the passenger, the moving public, for the next at least 10 years. What you're going to produce today or what contracts you're going to sign today actually should deliver on the expectations for 10 years down the line, and we probably do not have a good clarity in terms of what it can be. Coming back to contracts, I think contracts by its nature in India, maybe I could take a slight digression and more so on the personal side, so don't hold me for that. The contracts in India are sometimes or most of the times taken as for granted, because when we buy a vehicle or something else, I don't know how many of us spend more than 1 minute signing all the contracts, because the only thing we know is if we read, we will not take a loan. Or when we go to a hospital, and I think it happened with me recently also, when you have to sign paper to go ahead with the surgery. I'm sure none of us want to even read it once more, but we do it. We do it because we generally believe in the sense of practical things that will happen. And I think that is something we should need to see in the contracts, because it should not be based on the level of dependency, but much more on the as a basis for interdependence, because we have to support each partners in the ecosystem as we move forward. Some of them are stated in the contract, not everybody is stated in the contract. Therefore, I mentioned more about the need to see as business partners and move on. Typically, coming to specifics, again, not too much into detail, because I'm now going to be in the middle of two important stakeholders, operators as well as the STUs. Structurally, I think what we've seen is if I am engaging with a partner, then I might as well get the best out of it. And so my list of requirements can be more than what I actually can practically deliver today. So these contracts or tenders tend to be quite heavy in the demand side, and sometimes can also become like a wish list. That is where typically in a government setup it becomes difficult, because if it's there in the paper, you better follow it, because otherwise there is very little that you can do to come around it. That is one of the challenges that we see. Having said that, the second part is in terms of the approach to find the lowest cost bidder. And why should it be? I should not even say lowest cost bidder. Maybe we should use the term selection of operators. And selection of operators typically then find the route of lowest cost, as opposed to somebody who is capable of or who has demonstrated over a period of time in terms of experience of delivering such contracts or having the right wherewithal. I'm not saying that we should not encourage new players to come in, but sometimes we're putting too much at risk by going only after the lowest cost. And then quality is again compromised, because once the contract is signed at the lowest cost, all we look forward to is quality. And how do you balance both then? Because one comes sometimes at the expense of another. So that leads to a number of challenges, and looking at the way contract is structured and the elements of cost within, it is more often than not the question of viability or profitability that comes into the whole situation. So from an operator's point of view, the most important thing is what is written in the contract, how do we follow it, management of the contract. And that is where I think bulk of the challenges come in. Payments is one key issue. Elements of how fuel and the fuel costs or the mileage. I think we heard in the morning from a very good example that MD of MSRTC shared. And there are a number of issues which are subjective and may not always be possible to be quantified, but then end up as potential financial penalties on the operators. And once they are put, it's very difficult to come around and manage them. So a number of issues that you will probably build up over a period of time does not help in sustenance. And I think the core theme of the whole contracting process should be sustenance. Can we sustain this contract over the 12-year, 5-year, 10-year period that we're doing? And like somebody mentioned earlier in the day, the gentleman from CASL, I think that is where, like in practical life, we need to demonstrate leadership. from all the stakeholders to execute a contract, not in the spirit of the letter, but much more in the spirit of what it means to the, to balance the interest of all the stakeholders, interest of the end consumer who is going to have the vehicles. Because the scale that which we are planning will not be possible unless there is huge confidence that we are able to provide, both in terms of who is the user, but much more for the investor, because he's bringing enormous amount of capital at certain risk. And they need to be seeing with a fair degree of confidence that is going to proliferate, grow, scale, and be profitable at the same time. So that's my 2 bits on this. Thank you.
Sure. So thanks a lot. So I totally agree. Sustenance is something which should be looked upon very firmly. And to that, maybe I have one questions to both of you maybe. So I understand there is an investment going back and for manufacturing a required number of buses which are demanded by STU. So how do you safeguard your investment, and is there a gap there or something? Maybe I'll circle back to that point. Is there something do you expect from government to support your investment on those terms?
No, so when you talk about investment, you're referring to the manufacturing and technology part. So I think, but that is true for any business, right? Any business, any company does of manufacturing or technology or engineering of any kind across all segments. A company invests, the company sees what kind of market opportunity is there as a total market, what is the opportunity which lies for the company in question, and how could they invest, and they look at things. If you look at it today from that standpoint, we have diesel, CNG, and petrol vehicles. Let's say diesel and CNG for buses in particular. And then we are seeing a huge transition into electric. And people are also talking about hydrogen. There's also talk about biofuels. So if I see from that standpoint, I think every company has to make a choice. So every company makes their own choice, and basis that choice, they proceed further. So they have to take that call. Nobody else would, right? That's why it's business. And that is where I think in making those choices, competitiveness is what is most important. And for getting that competitiveness at a domestic scale or a global scale is where the government perspective comes in. So if you're only looking at a domestic perspective, then anyway, that will be a level playing field for everybody. But if you're looking at a global perspective, then having a global competitiveness outlook becomes essential, because many countries do promote their companies locally who have been there in different parts of the world. For doing so, they have multiple schemes and ways and means to do it, which has been thankfully taken up in our country as well in the last few years. So definitely, I think that is something which is going to pick up and is being incentivized, where we are focusing a lot on green energy and sustainability. And specifically, even last year, when I was at COP27 or this year in the World Economic Forum, so the Indian flag was being raised very high, where we all saw that clearly how could we be torchbearers in this segment is very important. And something which goes across for each and every stakeholder in the segment is total cost of ownership. So for total cost of ownership to be there, I think competitiveness across all streams is very, very important for getting competitive rates for the end customer and being able to give the best in class service. Because how you are able to differentiate between a cheap product and a competitive product is what I see a difference between two different companies. So I believe in competitiveness rather than cheap products. Yeah.
I think your answer covers most of it. But I think, yeah, the important thing is that, the automotive industry in India, and so to speak, in commercial vehicles, we are a fairly mature industry. I can speak for Volvo Eicher, and then it comes down to the choices. I think when it comes to putting up manufacturing plants or investments in the R&D engineering setup to kind of develop the products that you want to kind of excel with, or that is part of your ambition or your play in the market, you will do it. And I think as Volvo Eicher, we have invested quite a good amount of resources in our bus industry play, because we have now probably two of the best plants or some of the best plants in India, both in Bangalore as well as in Pithampur. We've invested huge amount of money in developing the drive lines, both in the diesel as well as alternate fuels, including electrics, and also developing the overall wherewithal to be able to scale up as and when required. So I think overall that's a conscious choice we make, and there are some incentives government does provide, but that's your pure competitive play. And as a company, I think we're quite happy with that situation. But I can also add that, when we choose our line of business, is one of the good examples is the way we've handled Volvo bus business in India. I think bringing something which is sort of the most premium products in the world, but our focus at Volvo Eicher to offer to our customers in India has always been one which is very much adapted to the customer needs in India. We put a considerable amount of effort to kind of first fine-tune the products to the extent possible, but at the same time develop the ecosystem of how to operate and maintain those buses, starting with drivers, the technicians, engage in capacity building, capability building for our customers through the maintenance of these products. And I'm so proud to say that today, Volvo buses through its life cycle, at least we have completed, given the long life of the buses, also at least 2 life cycles of these buses running with STUs, maintaining them by themselves. I think that's a great recognition of the talent and possibilities that we have in India to operate these kind of global products. So lastly, in the last 2 years, as Volvo Eicher, we invested heavily on these products to take it to the next level. What we have now today in India is a coach which is at par with the coach in terms of design, and most of the feature levels at par with European coach. And then we are investing simultaneously to make it as much as possible locally produced. And there we have a very strong Make in India story also. Our Volvo Eicher's Pithampur plant of engine, which is basically a global world-class engine plant. We are using that plant to export engines for all Volvo groups, including Volvo, Renault requirements throughout the world. So there are investments not just in scaling of manufacturing, but also in the kind of product landscape that we are developing. A very good way.
Thanks for reflecting on that. Maybe, sir, I would like to now, since you are Director IT, sir, and IT being very important part in like GCC contracting. So how do you see it? Like if we add an IT component, there's an existing layer of contract that we have. So would you like to share some thoughts on that, sir, as well?
Yeah, okay. To be very frank, none of the OEMs as on date in India, maybe I don't know about Volvo, but yeah, I have Volvo buses also. We have the largest fleet of Volvo in the South Asia. So are much interested in developing a proper ITS based bus, basically. Even today, we are still manufacturing our buses based on a chassis. So most of the places in the cities, especially I'm talking about city buses. So even today, we don't have an infrastructure to run a bus which is of a fully low floor, having a 3-door, which is having a proper city requirement or a city utility. So the thing has to start from the government infrastructure itself. So we are talking too much of IT, but the issue here is even if you implement so much of IT, there is no infrastructure to manage it or maintain it. So that is one thing which is very, very critical right now. We are taking it up in many fora, especially with respect to the local municipalities, big corporations like Bangalore city corporations, where the road infrastructure, the traffic infrastructure, everything gives me a capacity to put a bus which is IT savvy. So that itself is not achieved as of now in the country, because many of the cities won't even have the facility to run a low floor bus even today. So once we achieve those parameters, we will come into the core IT. But yes, we do have some kind of a regulation. AIS 140 has come in. So all these things will put a basic GPS tracking facility and basic key parameters which are to be captured and which are to be delivered. So GCC contracts also make it very clear on what are the parameters that needs to be captured and that needs to be billed based on the parameters we are billing it every month. So from day one, this ITS system is something which is on the backbench for many of these operators, on implementing it on a fullest efficiency, because there are lots of issues with respect to integration. There are lots of issues with respect to understanding the whole system of the bus operator, like the STUs. So the STU may not have an ITS system as a backbone. So the operator won't even know how to integrate it or whom to integrate it. There will be a vendor who would have already ran away, or who will be already in the verge of sinking. So these are issues which are still creeping in and which are still putting the STUs down. And we are also constantly working on making our proper robust ITS systems for each of our STUs. ASRTU is already working on lots of other initiatives with respect to ITS, and Morth is also deeply involved in that. So this is something which is slowly picking up, and which is slowly prioritizing ourselves. And one more major component in ITS is right now is the automated ticket collection systems, the AFCS systems, which is yet to be implemented in Indian cities. Even in Delhi and Mumbai, we are just still piloting, and there is no full rollout in any of the cities. So these are things which are challenges in front of us that definitely OEMs also can solve, provided these GCC contracts can help us in doing it with proper contracting mechanism, with proper tender conditions. So these are things which are definitely doable in PPPs, which cannot be done through procurements, because again, procurements are driven by lots of other challenges.
Sir. So one last questions to the operators, and then maybe we'll open the floor for questions from audience. So to both of you, Mr. Afzal and Mr. Varghese. So in the most of the contract, triple P contract, we have seen there is a stringent clause of things like you will be penalized on these things, you will be penalized on those things. But do you think actually like incentives are there, or how should it be more made more clear to the OEMs? Okay, with this incentive, you need incentive as well to like bring in best of the operator's interest as well.
Incentives we never received. Of course, the penalties are there, and so I mean mainly DIMS. The process of penalizing is majorly through everything is online. So we come to know what we are penalized for the previous day. So we are able to rectify it, and at least it is not delayed more than 2 to 3 days. So there is we are getting a chance to rectify. In other cases, like any other corporation, something, you come to know what you are penalized at the end of the month, and you don't get time to rectify it. And then there is, a blackmailing thing which comes up, how much to be penalized and all those things. So luckily, what we are doing here, I mean, in the DIMS model, there are penalties. Our operations almost 98%. We are penalized in the range of 2 to 3% every month. So it has been maintained. There are operators who are getting penalized even 10%. Because there is an upper cap of penalties in those contracts. In our contracts, 2 of them, there is no upper cap. It can be even 50% penalties. But luckily, we have not crossed more than 3 or 4% in our last 10 years. Thanks.
Well, all contracts are one-sided. It is whether it is STUs. Yeah, no. So that, of course, those contracts to bring in discipline, it is required. But at the same time, it all depends upon the bureaucrats or the authorities who handle those contracts. Because it is not that every time they have to go as per the contract. People, they misuse the contracts and start penalizing. Of course, in our case, we've not faced such things. But in most of the cases, we hear. No? But just to keep their cost, there are always some penalty clauses being deployed so that their cost to the operator does not go up. So just for the sake of keeping the cost, the penalties are imposed. Maybe those clauses need to be reconsidered. And at the same time, as they put clauses on the penalties, similarly, there should be some incentivizing also on the other side, so that will encourage the operators to perform far more better than what they are doing. maybe these few clauses can be always made mutual on both the sides. Thank you.
Thanks a lot on that. And maybe we'll open the floor for questions from audience. If you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand or we can fetch you the mic. Any questions from the audience? Like we have a mix of operator, an STU, and an OEMs. Yeah. Okay, I think then there are no questions from the audience. So maybe we can wrap up the session. Oh, okay. Sir.
I'm not sure whether I should ask the question at all, but I'll still, I appreciate the points which are being raised. The contracts are there, terms and conditions are there, penalties are listed. But then how it is levied depends on who is levying it or who is taking the decision. And how do we overcome that? I think is a very, very important point which has been raised. An important thing is in terms of how do we make both sides equal. Today, what happens is always government is government, my baap. Okay. Usko kuch kar sakta hai kya? Wo kaisa kar sakta? What can be done? From the, yeah.
I'll give you an example. Although I spoke a lot of good things about DIMS, I also have to say the other side of it. We are penalized for missing the bus stops. Like you're supposed to cover at least 50% of the bus stop. So in most of the cases, in some of the routes, our people are not able to cover the required bus stops. The reason is there are no bus stops. There are no bus shelters. So the only that voice announcement system is only available system for the driver to know, okay, he will have to stop the bus in particular location. In some cases, if that doesn't work, then the driver, he doesn't know where to stop. So we get penalized on it. So in our case, one of the cluster, the bus stop availability is only 70%. 30% bus stops are not there. So, but the fortunate part is all the deductions are based on online data availability. Like it is linked to GPS, timing is linked to GPS, your route diversion is linked, your early departure, as CK Goyal sir was saying, you can't leave the bus before even 5 minutes. So that is again linked to GPS. So very less chances, but of course, wherever your penalties are decided on a paper, that is a problem. So that is wherever, whichever authorities are doing, that is where I said if the bills have to be finalized in the month end, and if the officers have to sit to finalize the bill, then that is a process. That will create a lot of confusion. So we are operating in two places. One is PMPL Pune. We have 200 buses there. Here we have 900 buses. So as authorities, there is Zamin Asman ka farak. I mean, here it is much more organized. There our payments are getting delayed for 1-2 months, not much. Here the payments are there, and moreover, what we enjoy here is the timely payment. If the payments are delayed, the kind of investment we have, for example, 900 buses, it's almost 300 crore plus investment, and there's a huge EMI hit on every 10th of the month. If you don't pay this, we will become an NPA, and in a couple of months we won't be there. So I want to give you an example, one more example. Noida, the metro line floated a tender. One of the operators, he was given a contract for almost some 100 buses, and it was JBM buses. I live in Noida. The buses looked beautiful. It was very pride scene. I mean, it was operating very well, but suddenly some officers changed. Because it's changed, they said the rates are high, cancel it. The tender was cancelled. Very poor, very sad story. And now he is fighting in arbitration and cases and everything. But the financial thing gets affected for any operator if you terminate a contract of that magnitude. So that is a very strange things. These things can happen in this industry. So that we should take care.
I think If I may ask one more question. The very important points you have made. One is technology can help you bring transparency. That's what you're talking about. Second one, there is definitely a need for, change in government systems and how we can ensure that the contracts remain as they are. There is another point when it comes to private operators, where there are a lot of issues is about the labor laws. How do you treat your labor? When it comes to the public authorities operating, the labor laws are becoming an hindrance in a different way. When it comes to private operator, it is stated as exploitation. Would you like to react on that?
So Delhi, we have around 4,000 employees. So it is mandatory to follow all the rules, whatever minimum wages and whatever rules are existing in Delhi. We have no option to divert anything or reduce anything. Whatever is minimum wages, we are paying more than that. Because availability of staff in Delhi is a very difficult thing. So with minimum wages, we can't get staff anymore. So most of the employees, I mean, I would say like 10 year, I said my contract is running. I have employees more than 70% who are there from last 10 years. And they love to continue with this, whatever, maybe because the company, we have our own, like he was saying, he has a driver training institute. We also have our own driver training institute, and we give them continuous training. That's all things, and medical benefits. All these are the things what we do. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello. Sir, my name is Prashant Kakade. I'm from CIT. I just have one question, like what are the best practices that are globally practiced and not been included in India? Any suggestions if you have in operations or what you have observed when you have sold the vehicles? Both options to Volvo as well as Tata and for the operators also, if any.
No, so in terms of product, like for example, when we look at any buses you see in developed countries in Europe or North America, or for that even for that matter in China or Middle East and other places, majority of the places people go for a T1 L1 kind of a structure, which is there, where the foremost technology and then the lowest cost vis-a-vis that technology, something which is there. At the same time, the challenge which lies is that most of these countries do not have the scale and size which we have in India. So that's a different dynamic there. So maybe seeing that like in countries like us, we saw QCBS and other things coming up. I think in times to come, things like those is something which would be important to raise the bar in terms of technology, the product quality and other things, because we want to give that kind of service to our customers. And seeing that how is it becoming a global benchmark for all kind of customers who are using that product is going to be crucial. Secondly, on the operations part, as you mentioned, I think Tito and Mr. Afzal both mentioned also that how the infrastructure and in terms of the urban planning, the urban development part integrated for the whole city. When you are looking, when all of us see countries like Singapore or Dubai or many other countries, so then we see that they are excellent and great to go to, but they were not born that way. That is how they were developed. And you see cities like Dubai being that way in last 20-25 years. So how a integrated urban development, urban planning can be done, and bus being an integral part of the urban transportation is being seen, so that every amenity required and available can be put across, which has been taken up in our country also in a big way in smart cities in last few years. But I think what got us here will not take us there, and we have a long way to go when we compare and look at these cities. And in terms of certain features with respect to cost efficiency, energy efficiency, performance parameters, safety, we have implemented the bus code and other things. But I think definitely a lot more can be done. There's always a lot of room to learn and evolve further, in my view.
Yeah, I had a question for the OEMs. My name is Sandeep Gandhi. Uh, so, I mean, from both the manufacturers, I wanted to ask you, do you plan to, or do you already have a buyback offer? Do you have a buyback offer for your customers? The reason why I'm asking this question is for, I mean, for two things. There are two reasons. One is that if there is a buyback offer, it safeguards your customers against technology redundancy. So it obviously increases the attractiveness of e-buses. The second important point, important reason is that it benchmarks the second-hand cost of the bus, which is not done so far. And you are in the best position to do that. And if you benchmark the second-hand cost of the bus, then it becomes easy for financial institutions, NBFCs, and others to basically extend loans to the operators. I mean, one major hurdle in that is they don't know the second-hand cost of the bus. So maybe if you come up with a buyback offer, that can help solve both these problems.
सर जब डिम्स के बारे में पूछा जाता है हमसे, T2 तो बड़े ऑपरेटर हैं, हम भी छोटे ऑपरेटर हैं। जैसे किसी मैरिज आदमी से पूछा जाए मैरिड का, आप वाइफ कैसी है, बट डर के जवाब देता है। तो डिम्स के लिए हमें भी ऐसे जवाब देना पड़ता है जैसे T2 सर दे रहे हैं।
I think, let me put it this way, that yes, buyback is an important element, maybe to a certain degree of assurance. It can play its role, but it's not a very simplistic way of looking at solving problems. Whether do we need it or not, I think we have to address that in a real-time situation. I'm happy to say that has never come up as a strong demand from the market yet on us. But maybe I'll say it in a slightly different context. As Volvo, for us, the journey for PPP started something like 16, 17 years back, where it was almost impossible to see that you will have such a high value asset being bought by an operator and put into a PPP service. And look at it 15 years back. And we were very actively involved with ASRTU to structure a contract. Some of the elements of that contract, I think, is quite useful, but we'll not get into that. But 15 years back and today, I think it has been one of the most successful models, so to speak, in terms of what has not failed. I think almost all buses have found its end of life in a proper way. STUs have made money, and also operators have made decent amount of money without much of an element of challenge. Now, even for those contracts, even today, we don't have buyback as a requirement. And when I say that, Mr. Prasanna is smiling at me because yes, private operators do have it as a requirement when it comes to private purchases. So 10 साल से वो पूछ रहे हैं, 10 साल से हमने मना भी नहीं किया. So buyback has a very different commercial angle to it, the way you want to implement. And I think one of the key elements is how you maintain, upkeep the vehicle, and how much it is relevant in its certain context of life. Most of our vehicles, at least, probably they're running a pretty long life. But if there are specific customer requirements, that has to be addressed in that manner. Another part to it is that today, unlike global markets, we do not have the advantage of a mature guarantees player or participation of guarantees companies who can then take on this additional risk as an insured possibility. So today what happens is it comes down to the individual OEMs to take a call. And at best, one can take a call selectively in these kind of situations. But we have to take it as it comes.
So basically, I would talk about electric buses since that is our primary focus today, in addition to CNG buses, which we have sold, which are running for more than 7 years, 6, 7 years now in different cases. So when you talk about a buyback, you want something to be definitive. And that is the reason why you're talking about a buyback, as I understand. So first and foremost, I think ASRTU does a great job when they are evaluating contracts and structuring such contracts where they capture all such data very well, and they have been able to do it consistently, which different states and cities have deployed. Secondly, when you are talking about a buyback, you see that every operating condition and every operator for that matter would be using different kind of routes, different kinds of customer load, overload or not, right? So no one would question that when you're doing that, when we are giving warranties to customers on vehicle or batteries or other things. So if I would see it from that standpoint, can you standardize that? That how many kilometers you'll run, which route you'll run for, what is your energy consumption, what is the driver driving pattern? I don't think that's easily possible because every individual is unique and every route is unique. For us as a OEM fraternity to give a standard buyback, that is why it becomes difficult from that standpoint, but nothing is impossible, as one would say, from that standpoint. And definitely when you are looking at the end of life price. So today, as I talked earlier, mentioned earlier, we track each and every battery pack and everything. Most of our power electronics, we can track and see what's the health mechanism for the lifetime. That's the benefit we give to different insurance companies and other companies who are able to see what is the lifetime, what is the kind of battery life which is left, what is the depth of the charge, what's the state of charge, what's the state of health at the charging or battery or the vehicle level. So which gives that kind of confidence to different institutions who are backing you to understand that and to track that on a regular basis.
So if I may summarize, it's not happening now, but there is a near possibility and we may be looking at. So I'd like to thank everyone for joining us for the session. Maybe I can very quickly summarize the session that we had. So what we have seen is key operation and procurement are two different things. Going forward, maybe we should see as a holistic thing. And as rightly said by Mr. Afzal, operator, OEMs, and the investor should be all on the same page for a triple P contract to succeed. And I feel that's very important. At the same time, there is a great demand for infrastructure, especially for charging infrastructure for e-buses, and that should be equally looked upon. With that, I'll thank everyone once again for joining us, and thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Such a panel with the right mix of OEMs, bus operators, and representatives from STUs is rarely possible. We now invite Mr. Kishore Kumar from ASRTU to facilitate the panelists with a small memento. We would also like to invite Ms. Ashwati Dilip from ITDP India to join us on stage to honor the panelists. I request Mr. Kishore Kumar to honor our respected speakers, going ahead with Mr. Suresh Chettiar first. To Mr. Nishant Arya. To Mr. Tito Verghese. To Mr. Mohammad Afzal. And to our moderator, Mr. Faraz Ahmad. We request the panelists and the moderator on stage for a small photo session with the memento. Quickly moving to the next session, we'll be focusing on how to accelerate the adoption of public buses through public-private partnership. We now invite our panelists to come up on stage. Mr. Paresh Goyal, Director, Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways, an officer from Indian Defence Service of Engineers, 1989 batch. He is an electrical engineer and graduated from University of Roorkee, IIT Roorkee, in 1989. Mr. Biju Prabhakar, IAS Transport Secretary, Kerala and MD, KSRTC, would be joining us online. He had previously served under various profiles such as Commissioner of Food Safety, District Collector, Director, Department of State Lotteries, and Managing Director, Kerala Medical Services Corporation Limited. Up next is Mr. Shekhar Channe. Sir needs no new introduction. Followed by Mr. Deepak Sawant, General Manager, Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Transport, previously with Meera Bhayandar Municipal Transport as General Manager and Deputy Municipal Commissioner, Bhiwandi Ulhasnagar. Biju sir, can you hear us?
I can hear. If you are asking.
Yes, sir, we can hear you as well. Thank you. Sir, do you have a presentation, sir?
I don't have a presentation because I was planning to come over there, but I will just speak for 10 minutes.
Sure, sir. Yeah, thank you. So, followed by Mr. Amit Kale, IAS, Chief General Manager, Delhi Transport Corporation, 2019 batch, Uttar Pradesh cadre. Sir was previously the Sub-Divisional Magistrate, Najafgarh. Okay. Ms. Archana Chauhan, Lead National Electric Bus Program, CESL. She is currently designated as Assistant Manager, CESL. She has an MBA in Power Management. Last but not the least, Professor Shivanand Swami, Executive Director, Center of Excellence in Urban Transport, CEPT University. Professor is an economist, urban and regional planner with deep experience in transport systems, integrated land use, transport planning, and development management. He has been teaching at CEPT University since 1986. We invite Ms. Vaishali Singh, Deputy Manager, Transport Systems and Electric Mobility from ITTP India, to moderate the session. The stage is now yours. Over to you, Vaishali. We request all the panelists again to join on stage. Mr. Paresh Goyal, Mr. Shekhar Channe, Mr. Deepak Sawant, Ms. Archana Chauhan. Over to you. Over to you, Vaishali.
A very good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all of our panelists for joining us today. I think we have heard in the session so far the different kind of issues which are there with our public transportation system, ranging from insufficient funding to insufficient infrastructure and financial issues as well. So hopefully in this session with our esteemed panelists, what we want to discuss is what could be the way forward. How can we use the technical expertise, the knowledge that the private sector has to make our transportation systems more efficient and affordable for people and reduce all of the redundancies which are there in the system. And we hope that the esteemed panel of experts will share their insights and experience on this topic. And we hope that we would have very valuable recommendations on how to accelerate the adoption of public buses through PPP with the ultimate goal to transform public transport and make sure that it benefits all of them. With that, I would like to invite Professor Swami to give a short context presentation on what could be the way forward and PPP in India.
PPT. How will I switch?
Requesting the team to, the PPT is yours.
Namaskar. Being an academic, I would also like to take some liberty in extending the topic beyond what we are discussing. We're talking about public-private partnerships. In fact, there is a saying, all money is private, all money is public. Essentially, it is of the society, and all operators are people who work with government and people who work with private sector. And therefore, they are people ultimately. But one is efficient and one is not efficient. Why and what happens is because of the way we organize our structures the organizer culture of those organizations. In fact, if I go back, maybe 5 decades back, we were all young kids that time. Only private sector was operating public transport. And nationalization came in big way, and that brought in quality public transport service, significant improvement in the public service. And over a period of time, 5 decades, things have improved, but then things also have changed significantly. And therefore, we are talking about reversing the cycle, bringing in public-private partnership. I think that's where we are. Yeah. Now, we need to talk about the key. I think in the morning, it was very clear that it is the efficiency which matters. And that efficiency, today private is efficient and public is not efficient because of the legacy issues. And those legacies, how do we overcome? What do we do towards that part of it is going to be very critical. In this whole scene of things, is it only the issue of procuring some buses, or the issue is much bigger? Are our organizations willing to change their role? Today, they're actually procurement and operation is with public sector operations. And what we are looking at is a change is to become an organizer, to become a manager. From a pure engineering, automobile and a mechanical focused organization, we're going to become a management, finance, social engineering focused organization. And therefore, what are we thinking about changing these STUs? I think that's the key, I think, which we are not really talking about at this point in time. I think we need to discuss that as a key issue. At some point in time, bringing out a very clear-cut strategic plan and a business plan. I think if we don't do that part of it, only we go with some procurements year after year, we will only be fixing problems and not solving problems. I just thought at the opening part of the presentation, say these important things for the consideration of the senior officers who are sitting here to consider this part of it there. I'd like to move into the presentation. Can you help me with that? Yep. All right. We all know how many buses are being operated by STUs. And if you look at the numbers, probably it doubles. What we have today, you may need as many buses under public transport systems at a national level, both urban and the regional context. If you look at some quick performance part of it there, Gujarat, Ahmedabad Municipal Transport Service, viability gap is about 50%. And so is the case, let's say Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, always there. Can we recover full money through our fare box? I think is a big question which we have to answer. If you want to sustain, be it operated by ourselves or operated by the private sector, revenue is not going to be sufficient. Fare box revenue is not going to be sufficient to finance our operations. We need to have some definite, identifiable, independent, assured source of finance. And that probably will have to be more in the form of beneficiary pay or in the polluter pay principle there. We are levying toll on highways basically. But then toll is used to build highways again. But then public transport would reduce the burden of vehicle movement on these highways there. And therefore, should a part of the toll revenue come to financing public transport? I think these are the questions which we need to ask when we raise this issue of public finance there. Then we come to PPP. Of course, we have already discussed what we need to do there. We have in PPP basically insourcing and outsourcing. We're talking about outsourcing. And within outsourcing, we have gross costs and we have net costs. And there are hybrids, and hybrids are hybrids, and we need to be wary of them. I think we need to go with the pure gross cost or a pure net cost. And these hybrids only create complications rather than solving issues there. When we look at this gross cost, net cost, within STU operations, there are definite routes which are oriented towards our demand-driven routes there. There the demand is very high, supply and quality is required is very high. There are definite routes which you may call them as social service routes, the rural routes part of it there. Can those things be distinguished? can the private sector be given the high demand routes and the public sector take up this service part of it? I think that's one question. And therefore, the net cost, would that be a model applicable for high density, high demand routes? I think it's something which we need to work at it. But I would like to say no one model is going to be fitting all possible areas. Different models, different contexts will have to be applied there. Then coming to the models which we have tried in Ahmedabad over, I think 2005, we started with contracting buses in Ahmedabad. Since then, the first time municipal corporation gave 5 lakh rupees to the operator to purchase buses. And then he was also operating on a kilometer basis. And then on we moved significantly over the past 16, 17, 18 years. Initially, the city owned buses and then operated by the operator, and then ownership, operations and everything went into the private operator there. And in that whole process, there is a learning which happens from each phase to the second phase, to the third phase, to the fourth phase. And that is within the organization. How do we keep that learning and experience with the organization and use that experience to improve the whole services is very critical there. Then within FAME 2, FAME 1 and FAME 2, FAME 1 was fully like purchase and own and operate, whereas FAME 2 was gross cost contract. And within that now we have varied organizations, varied types of models there. One was outright purchase, and then outright purchase and maintenance was outsourced, and then outright purchase, operation and maintenance was outsourced. And in fact, now many cities are looking at cross-cost operations where purchase, operation, and maintenance is outsourced. Now, what can also be extended to is even the fare collection is outsourced in many cities, like in Ahmedabad. ITMS is outsourced, and therefore entire operations is unbundled and given out to different operators. Is that where we would like to reach out to, or we would only outsource only the bus operations? I think that range of operations one needs to be looking at and deciding. And when you look at this, then it becomes a complete restructure model where public sector is only an organizer and a manager of public transport operations, whereas the private sector becomes completely operational responsibility part there. This is what I was talking about. One is the bus service itself, procurement, own operation and maintenance, bus depots, who will build, who will operate, who will maintain, charging infrastructure. Again, in charging, the facility was built by the corporation. The bus operator actually brought in another company to put in the charging infrastructure, and the service is also provided by another company to the private operator. Now we have the fare collection part of it, and we also have the monitoring and control part of it. And this is the key which will drive the entire PPP operations. And therefore, how strong the organization is in its monitoring and management culture will determine how successful the PPP operations would be. Yes, this is something which I've already discussed. I will leave that out. Okay, pooled procurement has its advantages and disadvantages. I think that we'll have to be very, very clear about there. When it comes to pooled procurement, it brings in aggregation, but what it misses out is the requirements of different contexts. Different contexts would have different requirements. Quality would be different. I'll tell you, in the first contract, when the FAME 1, Ahmedabad got some 55 rupees, 57 rupees as the rate, whereas another city, I don't want to name it, the rate quoted there was 67 rupees. Same bus, same terms and conditions, everything, contract was the same. And therefore, different organizations, their capabilities, cultures, and the response from the private market is going to be very different there. Then we have convergence of energy services is something which we have already talked about, CESL, and their rates there, which has come down to about 40 rupees. I think that's very interesting part there. I would like to come to the final lessons, what we have learned in these few years of experience. One is adopting a technology which is agnostic. We need to be technology agnostic in our tender. That's one. Mandatory participation of OEM is required. Bankability needs to be ensured. Depot infrastructure is something which has to be provided by the public sector there. We need to focus on service, not on what goes within the bus. I think that's very critical there. And therefore, our tenders have to be of that nature. Qualification criteria during procurement for operators should be reflect all capabilities required, such as experience, so on and so forth. Without that, it will be very difficult. Then contracts also should be linked with ITS requirements. We have found, is there anything? No. Okay, what we have found is when you put in a bus and bring in an ITS operator subsequently, that takes a lot of time in actually bringing them, aligning them together. I think that's an important point there. Strategically placed depots to be developed by the authorities. Trials is very critical. Inspection is very critical. And therefore, you need to have a good set of people to supporting you. Accumulation of the experience needs to be documented. And GCC is evolving, and therefore, it will evolve. Contract models would need to include new stakeholders. Like as we move in the contract, there is also a possibility that you come in with a new financer to wanting to come into the whole contract period. Therefore, that flexibility is very critical if you want to have contract going. Yeah. Then depot safe parking I've already discussed. Instead of worrying too much on electrification pace and trajectory, switch can be woven into the capital purchase cycle. I think we need to have a long-term business plan, and within that we should be talking about how we move forward. And financing is heavy. Financial investors should be able to play a key role as consortium members and as interested party to the concession agreement or XU agreement. And therefore, we tend to restrict consortium members to 2 generally. But when it comes to electric buses, you may have to have more, and especially the financer and energy provider may want to come in, and therefore, how do we include them? There is a danger there. Too many players, then too much complication, and too few, they may not be able to coordinate fully, and that's an issue which we need to be looking at. Financing models need to evolve further to reflect ground situation of viability gap at the operational level. And okay, finally, to summarize, strategies going forward, common charging infrastructure standards have to be put in place, because if we have 5 operators, how will they charge? Can they be able to use the charging facility? Second, creating state of private player in revenue generation. I think that's very critical. Stake for a private operator for revenue generation. Ensure bankability through financial planning. Reduce opportunity charging time through technology and placing of the depots. Electricity consumption costs for bus charging needs to be given at a differential rate. Integration of ITS is very, very critical. I think these are 5-6 lessons which we have learned based on our experience in Ahmedabad, Surat, and Rajkot. To conclude, procurement of buses at this point in time is probably only the beginning. I think the industry is in the process of restructuring, and therefore organizations involved in dealing with this particular change, both electrification, digitalization, all of it. Okay, organizations will have to transform themselves to manage these changes. I think that's an important point. And therefore, a strategic plan for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years, each of these STUs will have to be developing, within which they will not only talk about finances, they not only talk about human resources, even the management styles will also have to be reworked out. I think with that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Very important points raised and some very important questions raised as well. And of course, way forward for most of the stakeholders here. With that, I would now like to go to Mr. Biju Prabhakar, sir. Sir, I would now like to go to Mr. Biju Prabhakar, sir. Sir, Kerala as a state has a lot of private operators. So we wanted to, as a transport secretary and as MD as well, we wanted to know from you, you must have weighed different options and different contracting structures as well. So have you had any conversations with the private sector in Kerala to accelerate, and what is the way forward that Kerala is looking for to accelerate again the procurement and operation of buses as well? Over to you, Biju Prabhakar, sir.
Thank you, Vaishali. How much time is left for me?
Sir, 10 minutes, sir.
Yeah, okay. I'll have to just, I'm really sorry that I could not come over there. In fact, I was scheduled to come to Delhi and make a detailed presentation because of some issues over here. I was asked by the government to remain over here. And I'm really sorry that I cannot give you some kind of a figures as a presentation, but I'll try to impress you upon some of the figures as well. See, as Vaishali has mentioned, and I was learning a lot of things from even otherwise also from Professor Shivanand Swami, who has done a lot of work in this particular area. Private players versus KSRTC, Kerala State Road Transport Corporation, if you look at it, we form somewhere around 23 to 26%. See, you should all understand, most of the governments in India, including the government of India, has no giving no importance to the restructuring of the STUs. And the STUs is a major player in this area. Everybody think that the STUs can die on its own because of the inefficiency, lethargy and all. But we cannot all of a sudden, you cannot separate, you cannot make this STU all of a sudden efficient. That's not at all possible. So in Kerala, if you look at nearly 1/4 of the total share, or maybe slightly more at this point of time, is occupied by STU. Look at the private sector. Kerala once boasted around 30,000, 40,000 private buses. Now in 2000, it has come down to less than 20,000. Now in 2015, it has come down to 13,000 or so. Now after the COVID, it has come down to some 7,800. Now it is slowly picking up. Some of the persons are actually encroaching into the nationalized route, and we are, as the Transport Department Secretary and the Transport Commissioner, is preventing those people to eat into the revenues of KSRTC. So private buses, they say that some kind of an incentive has to be given because they cannot think about a situation where the government is investing heavy money into the purchase of electric buses. Even the experiment of converting some 28 buses into CNG has not come up very well. So private buses share is good. On a whole, what is going to happen? I envisage a situation where by 2027 or 28, our roads are going to be filled up with electric bikes and all those things. Paris, as the day before yesterday, has banned electric bikes and mobiles and all those things in Paris city because of the simple reason that they are going to cause a lot of accident. All our national highway, all our roads are going to be infested with the electric bikes, and that's Kerala is already witnessing some 4,000 fatal accidents every year, and this is going to compound, and there will not be any space for. So it is a high time that the government of India, government, other states all join together to see that public transport has to be strengthened. I will not say that the STUs, the public transport has to be strengthened. No doubt about that, it has to be strengthened. Otherwise, the loss is going to be on the government side. Now coming to the FAME 2 and other schemes. Again, different ministries of government of India, Ministry of Heavy Industries come out with the FAME industry, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs come with the augmentation of city services scheme. Then now we have the National Bus Program. All these programs are not converging, even though the name of the institution itself is a convergence CESL. So the point here is that now it is necessary for converging all the schemes, both the state government, central government. Even the Kamath committee, which has actually come out with so many recommendations for different sectors, including aviation sector, restructuring of the loan. Almost every STU is having restructuring, the loan has to be restructured. There is nothing mentioned about the transport sector in the Kamath committee report also. Now, if you come at the FAME 2, when I took over in 2020, I am one of the longest serving managing directors of KSRTC, because our people ensure that every 1 year the managing director is changed, not by the government, but by unions and others. So I am almost completing 3 years here. When I took over, 75 rupees was almost the per kilometer charge raised by Tatas as well as Electra during that time. I cancelled that tender. Even before that, 2018, Electra has, there is a company called Mahavoyage of Mumbai had given us electric bus on lease, 30-seater electric bus on lease for 43.2 rupees per kilometer, which was found to be very, very unviable for that. So that lease bus, we had to cancel that, because for the simple reason that it is having only 30 seats, it's not economical for us to run it. Thereafter, we tried with so many tenders. In fact, one of the tenders, we said that 55 lakhs or the demand incentive will be given under the FAME 2 project, and we will give somewhere around 95 lakh rupees, because we estimated during the time 1.5 crore rupees will be the cost of a bus. And we floated the tender. Then the Tata pointed out that in which one particular condition, because the bidding parameter was the amount to be given by Government of Kerala on these 95 lakhs. That is, once again, I will repeat, 55 lakhs in total of the 12 years or 12 lakh kilometers, that will be given by Government of India. Then 30 rupees has to be EPK, or the cost per kilometer has to be fixed parameter. And the bidding parameter was how much Government of Kerala will have to give us the capital cost. Now, then Tata came and says that according to the guidelines of DHI, if you are fixing 30 rupees, then you will be entitled only for 27.5 lakh rupees demand incentive from the Government of India. So that was mainly given favor to the operator, in which Government of India itself says that it should be 60 rupees. Which country? Swami has actually given so much of statistics. Which state, which city in India is getting more than 40 rupees per kilometer in the cities? So 60 rupees was the demand incentive or the minimum criteria fixed by the Government of India for the demand. So that we cancelled. Then we thought that again we tried to go for CNG, LNG and all, and finally we purchased 50 buses, and 50 buses are running. And let me tell you, these 50 buses in Trivandrum city for the first time is making 13 rupees profit. If you are not looking at the capital cost, 13 rupees per kilometer as the profit, and we get around 1 crore rupees every month. Then now we come to another method where the smart city is giving us 113 buses. We are augmenting the Trivandrum city, which we expect that some 3 crore rupees on the diesel, not only on the diesel, because we have formed another company called the KSRTC Swift, which is having only temporary employees on daily wages. So there is a substantial, nearly 60% cost reduction on the salary as well. Now we are getting a loan from our own institutions. We are planning to purchase 550 electric buses. So here we are again coming out with a different model, which we have earlier tried. We are now asking these companies to fix the rate permanently on the first year with, of course, a slight increase as the CSL tender, 25 rupees per kilometer. We will pay up to 1.25 crore as the capital cost. The vehicle can be registered in KSRTC name, or vehicle can be registered in the name of the supplier or the operator or the consortium. If it is registered in the name of the supplier or consortium, then 110% bank guarantee has to be given, which will be diminishing by 10%. In the last year, it will be only 10 lakh rupees bank guarantee need to be given. If, for example, in the first year, 1 crore is to be the cost of the bus, then 1 crore 10 lakh rupees has to be the bank guarantee. We will renew it in the second year, it will be 90 lakhs only, then 90 lakh, 99 lakhs will be. In that diminishing manner, it can be done. This is the latest tender which we are now planning to float, and EOA has been already released. I spoke with almost all the tenders in the rebid meeting. They are all say that it's okay. And my last point is that in order to make this viable, for example, if we combine the augmentation of city services scheme, the Mahua scheme, in which some demand subsidy, demand incentive has to be given on a per kilometer basis. I have already made a request to the Mahua secretary to give 20 rupees per kilometer, so that my operating cost will come down to, say, if it is 30 rupees, it will come down to 10 rupees. Who is going to benefit? Because in Trivandrum, for 15, 17 kilometer one trip, we are charging only 10 rupees. For the whole day, we are charging only 30 rupees. That is why nearly around 45,000 people are actually traveling in our buses. Whereas if you look at Kochi Metro, 60,000, after spending nearly around 3,500 crores rupees, 60,000 passengers are traveling in Metro. Whereas in my 50 buses, nearly 43,000, 45,000 people are traveling because of the charge reduction and other convenience, and most importantly, the last mile connectivity, which no metro in India is capable of providing. Please understand that. So everybody has a fare to go for the metro, but kindly look at the STUs also. This is my point. I think my time is allowed. If you have any kind of doubts or any remarks to be given to me, kindly address me in my WhatsApp. I will answer them. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I think you raised some very important points about restructuring of STUs as well, and the need to converge the national schemes. Sir, with that thought, I would now like to go to Paresh Goyal, sir. Sir, I think we all know over the last 10 years, the public transport ridership has been on a decline. So, sir, from your perspective, we want to know, do you see PPP as a way forward to make public transport lucrative again, especially in smaller cities which are just starting their public transport journey? We heard in the morning that a city like Kota came forward to us and said they have 8 buses. So they are going ahead with procurement. But then what role can PPP play, especially in these tier 2 and tier 3 cities? And more importantly, what role can MOT play to accelerate that procurement and operation through PPP as well? Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. I've been counting buses for the last 6 years that what is the number of buses in India operated by STU, and I find that it varies between 1.41 lakh to maybe 1.47 lakhs. So number has been stagnant, and I've been seeing it for last 5 to 6 years. There has not been any significant increase in the number of buses being operated by our STUs. Whereas our requirement, earlier some studies were conducted, there is a requirement of about 3 lakh buses to be inducted in the public transport. If you compare Delhi with London, so Delhi has got around 7 to 8,000 buses, and it has got a network of around 400 kilometer metro. Whereas in London, with 80 lakhs of population, they are having a tube network of around 1,000 kilometer, and they are having around 9,000, maybe 200 buses. Out of those buses, 6,000 buses are double decker. So you can very well see where we stand. We have a population of in NCR about 2 crores, and the number of buses is around 7,000, whereas London, with so much of tube network and lesser population than NCR, they are having around, if we consider single deck buses, so they are having around 15,000 buses. So there is a huge requirement to increase public transport in India, and it carries so many intangible benefits which we don't see. It reduces pollution, it reduces congestion on the road, and it also enhances the road safety. Like we can say probably 15 to 16,000 lives if we have this much of public transport in India. So there is no doubt that we need to, we have been talking about increasing the public transport, but there has not been any significant movement in increasing the number of buses. We are creating metro. I just heard Mr. Prabhakar, his concern is genuine that who will provide the last mile connectivity. We create metros, but last mile connectivity is missing in all these cities. So Government of India has given a mandate recently to CSL to aggregate the demands. But what I see that we have been adding buses, but basically they are replacing the old buses, old vintage buses, which STUs are scrapping.
And there has not been any significant increase in the number of buses in any of the STU. So there is no doubt in my mind that that buses need to be increased. And I think the PPP is the only way out to increase the buses, because somehow we are not able to make our STUs efficient. So we need to leverage the private sector efficiency to bring in some efficiency in the operation of buses.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to go to Shekhar Chani, sir. Sir, Maharashtra state has floated one of the largest tenders floated by an STU, and that too under a public-private partnership. Sir, how can other states also float such a tender and aggregate their demand? And what were your learnings in the process which you would like to share with other states so that they can learn from you and maybe not do the same mistakes that might have been as part of the process that Maharashtra did? Sir, any learnings you would like to share on that?
We have not made mistakes as of now because we have just started the process. So we'll be making mistakes now as as we go ahead. So jokes apart, but the Maharashtra has recently floated the tender to procure about 5150 e-buses, the mix of 12-meter and 9-meter buses. It's on GCC model. So GCC as such, we are hearing since morning that it's the best model. It is, as we feel today, is the best model among the available choices that we have. But whether it's proven model, whether it's most efficient, whether it brings the private sector efficiencies into the STU system, that's all things we cannot predict as of now. Because one has to be very clear, the efficiency, when we say that private sector efficiency works when there is a profit. It doesn't work when there is a loss. The public sector efficiency is at peak when there is a loss. When I have to serve the rural population, other places, the public sector is the most efficient. It's not the private sector which can operate the buses, which never operated when there were no PSUs prior to independence or after independence also. The rural population were not getting any public transport. They were using belgadis, they were walking, they were using cycles, etc. So the efficiency which now the public sector is providing to the remotest or remote areas, that cannot be compared with the efficiency of the private sector. That difference we have to note. Why I'm mentioning this is because now we are bringing the private sector efficiency into public sector, where this efficiency should go. Definitely it is efficient, but it is efficient when there is a profit. So now we have to ensure that the private sector should get profit. They should not run in the loss, otherwise they will be the most inefficient if they start incur losses. So what we are, as a state, what we are trying to do, I don't know what will happen in the future because this is just a beginning. This will be a very bold statement that we will succeed, but we are trying to eliminate whatever we think that in future this part or that part will create trouble for us. We are discussing with everybody, whosoever has certain knowledge in the field, we are discussing. We are evolving, we are improving ourselves, and then we are going ahead in the process. Now, when I say that the private sector efficiency to be brought in the STUs or the public sector, I mean that the CPKM of the bus, which we will hire from the private sector, should be less than my EPKM. So I should get the quote, which is lesser than my EPKM. Then I will say that the efficiency I could draw. If the CPKM which I get or the bus which I hire, its cost is more than the cost I am now my buses are now incurring, then that definitely that contract is not as per my requirement, or then that contract is not beneficial to the STUs. So it can be a win-win situation for both of us, both the private sector, public sector, that there should be competition in the process. So we need to ensure that there will be competition when we go for the tender process. At the same time, we need to ensure the quality, because nobody at the present is very sure about what kind of buses the OEMs will be making. Because when we ask for type 2 and type 3 buses, very few OEMs presently are operating into type 2 and type 3 electric buses. Most of the OEMs are in type 1. So then procuring type 2 and type 3 buses in such a huge quantity from the OEM who has not manufactured a single type 2 or type 3 bus is also a risky proposition for us. If we eliminate those OEMs from the competition, then, as I said, my CPKM may go high, and it may go higher than my EPKM. Then maybe I will have to cancel the complete process and then restart it again. So these are the challenges which this process may face in the future, or we are just contemplating that this can happen. So we have to take a call. How to go ahead? So we are in the process. The tender, though it's floated, it's at the pre-bid stage, and we are doing a lot of things. We are taking inputs from the OEMs, input from the operators, and our own internal discussions. So that process is going on.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. And I think I can say we are all hoping for a successful tender. And as you said, it will become a benchmark for all of the STUs to follow as well. Talking about procurements, I would like to go now to Ms. Archana ma'am. I think we all know CSL has revolutionized public transportation procurements. And what CESL did, the entire world is talking about it. Countries outside India are now thinking to aggregate the demand the way we did for India. So what other solutions is CESL now exploring to accelerate procurements even further? We have seen in the tender so far a lot of tier 1 cities have been able to get the buses. But then what could be the plan for getting tier 2 and tier 3 cities into the fold as well? And we have also seen that so far the dominant model is a GCC. And we heard from Vishal sir in the morning that they are exploring other models as well. So if you could share about what are the other models that CESL is also exploring, I think it could be useful for the STUs to hear.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm grateful to be present in such a wonderful panel. So we are very fortunate enough that we got this platform by even Niti Aayog and Ministry of Road and Transport to do the aggregation model. So as CSL has a forte in aggregation model, so we started our company, our parent company ESL, by procurement of bulbs. So the prices of bulbs got reduced, like earlier it was like around 350 rupees, and we were able to bring down the prices by like 40 rupees procurement price. And the similar model, we tried it for buses, and hopefully, like fortunately for Grand Challenge, we were able to reduce the price by like 31% for diesel and around 27% for CNG. So what I could see is like around 16,000, for 16,000 buses, we have done the tender till date, and which is like mostly the tender was on GCC model. And our recent tender for 4,700 buses is for dry lease model. So what are our like challenges so far? What we have faced is like in our the first tender for National Electric Bus Program, what we could see is like the participation from like major OEMs were not turned up. Like we got the participation from like 6-7 bidders, but then the major OEMs are not turning up. So one of the major reasons is payment security, which we could see. And going forward, as you were asked, like what are the solutions? We're doing it for tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So now also we have floated an expression of interest, and we have got demands from tier 2, tier 3 cities. We have got demand from Chandigarh, Goa, and even the Puducherry and small states also coming up. So as Maharashtra has floated a tender for 5,000 buses, so considering a bigger state, so there are smaller states also who could not float a tender, and we were not able to get the benefit of economies of scale as we got for the procurement model. So we as in CSL would like to give a platform for the smaller states as well, currently, like Himachal is also looking forward to take an assistance from us, like how they can procure buses for them. And even the states in like small hilly eastern states are also coming to us and taking the advantage of the procurement model. So in the previous tender, we floated, so we have taken a demand of 10 buses from Arunachal Pradesh. So it would be very difficult for Arunachal to do a tender for 10 buses and got a price which we have given them because of the procurement model. And the recent model which we have is a dry lease model, as a lot have been spoken since morning about the GCC model. So the second model which we are trying is a GCC model, dry lease model, where we are utilizing the drivers of the STUs as well. So in GCC model, the all operation, maintenance, and everything is like basically done by the OEM or the operators. And in the dry lease model, we are utilizing the drivers of STUs. And going forward, we have also got a request from aviation industries, a lot of bigger PSUs as well. We want to procure electric buses. And then we are also exploring hybrid models, like for aviation, if like complete GCC doesn't work for them and complete procurement model also doesn't work for them, then we might come up with some hybrid model as well. And also, I would want to highlight one thing, as the contracting is one of the major issues in the previous panel also we discussed. So going forward, what I could see is like if we can link up the contract with the digitization of the transport sector, that will really help that will really help for adding value to the GCC model. As we have heard from a lot of people, like benefits of GCC, how it can benefit STUs, no upfront cost, and all of the operation and maintenance will be done by OEM, and we can use the expertise, technical expertise, as electric mobility is a new. It is still at a nascent stage, I would say, that we have not reached so far. We have that, like a lot of buses are still running on GCC, either on a procurement model as well, but still we have not come so far as of technology is concerned. As sir was also mentioning that type 2 and type 3 buses are hardly there. So it is only type 1 buses which we are talking about. So if we can link up our contracts with the digitization, then a lot can be done better. So there is a better bankability of project I could see. Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think really insightful inputs, and hopefully we'll be able to include most of them in the paper that we would be writing after this conference as well. I would now like to go to Dr. Deepak. So, sir, recently Kalyan Dombivli has introduced 207 electric buses. So what we wanted to hear from you was, do you see electric buses as a way to embrace PPP? Because recently we have seen GCC model has been adopted through electric buses itself. So what are your thoughts on that, with clean energy also bringing in the aspect of embracing PPP as well? And secondly, I think in the sir mentioned about moving towards management as the key role for STUs. So how has the planning of these e-buses being taken place in Kalyan Dombivli now? Procurement is something which a lot of cities are doing, but then as the planning of the buses, which would be primarily onto them, which is not something the private sector would take up. So how is Kalyan Dombivli tackling that?
Okay. First of all, I would like to thanks organizer to invite me for this program. Regarding today's session, acceleration of public transport through PPP. In word PPP, Shivanand Swami sir told regarding details theoretically about the PPP. First thing, public and private, both the things, when it is win-win situation for both, that time it will work. What thing happens? NCC, GCC models runs. NCC model not that much effective. Then we transport it to GCC model, in which the security for the private person is there. So this program is running now. I would like to share about the Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Transport undertaking. In NCAP, this National Clean Air Program, 15th Finance Commission give us in Maharashtra 3,700 buses in NCAP, out of which 2,007 buses allotted to Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Transport, Best, then Thane Municipal, then Navi Mumbai, Nagpur, all the municipal undertaking, they allotted the buses. And this model is wait list model. In this model, what happened? Whatever the fare box you collected and whatever VGF comes, it will be given by the 15th Finance Commission. So the private partner having assured income monthly, so he will come forward. It is one thing in this wait list model. Now this 207 buses in we are procured in wait list model on we are going to run, in which what we did, our city having 25 lakh population. I would share of the one things we are having right now 141 buses only, and now these 207 buses will come. Now in entire country, if you find the demand is huge, but supply is very low. Same thing in electric buses also. In our city, requirement of buses nearly about 800 to 900 buses, but we are having only 350 buses with electric buses. And to run the buses, if you start run the buses own, it is very difficult, because for this 141 buses, to run buses, this cost to run those buses, CPKM, it will come nearly about 90 rupees per kilometer, and earning is nearly about 40 rupees. With huge gap while running buses by the organization. If you shifted to public-private partnership, now this we finalize it tender, our cost is 56 rupees per kilometer. So that is benefited for we people. Same way the whatever the OEM and operator comes, they are also getting the benefit. So while doing this, what we did, route rationalization also we did. Along with the Kalyan Dombivli, near about our 2 corporations are there and 2 municipal council, Bhiwandi and Ulhasnagar, and Ambernath Municipal Council and Badlapur Municipal Council. We did the route along with those corporation area and council area, so we can run the buses from those area also. So the operator will get profit from that area also. So in this public transport, demand is huge, but supply is very low. So while doing this, some recommendation from my side is, for the operator side of point of view, if you give better depot side electric facility from the organization side, he will do the best things regarding electricity. If you give some concession in electricity, because it is a green one, it is a environmental friendly. So some concession in electricity, that will profitable for operator also, OEM also. So that things also you must consider. And some intensive part, because in FAME 2, there is some subsidy, but now subsidy is not there. So some subsidy, initial subsidy, small amount of subsidy for encourage, it will be given to them. They will work very well. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. And before I move to public questions, sir, one last question to you. So what do you think are the 2 key recommendations for STUs so that they're prepared well for a successful partnership with private sector?
I think I would like to reiterate. I think restructuring for the change role, I think they need to be prepared for. I think that's a key important part of it. The second, where they would like to have private party and where they would like to operate, that distinction has to be done. Today, if you look at it, from Ahmedabad to Mumbai to Bangalore, there are a lot of private operators operating clandestinely. Okay, can we also bring them into more formal stage carriage service? Can we make them as net cost operator? And also rather than you operating in computation, can you provide them with opportunity for expanding the service? I think that's another area. Therefore, you need to look at where net costs, where gross costs, and where you need to provide service, where you need to get somebody else to provide service. I think that's the second important planning analysis. I think has to be there before you move into venture into this part of it. Otherwise, you'll be repeating the same mistakes.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we are opening it to questioning from the public. Anyone would like to ask any question to our panelist? I would like to suggest if you could also mention who the question is directed towards.
Yeah, my name is Prashant Kakde. My first question is to Sri Shekhar Chani, sir. Sir, from your information what you have given, can it be interpreted that the cost per kilometer is the lead parameter for considering the futures of partnership?
Actually, the mention of CPKM, the cost per kilometer, came in the sense of efficiency.
Okay.
Because what is the measure of efficiency? It is your operational cost. So why we are going for PPP is basically to reduce the cost. Increase efficiency, bring the cost reduction. So the CPKM has to go down. That is one factor. But that is not the sole factor, because what we are doing is we are also expecting, and the government is perhaps offering us the viability gap funding. So when we are going electric, it is as per the Government of India's policy for e-vehicles and also the state government's policy for e-vehicles. So it has larger perspective, because from the environmental point of view, then the passenger comfort, other things. So it's not the only parameter, but when we do all these things and when we go for the private partner, what we expect from them, we don't expect him to come for the bid from the environmental point of view. We don't expect that he will be coming for the passenger comfort. He will be coming for earning the profit. And when he earns the profit, he earns it out of his efficiency. So what he expected, he has to share the profit with us. That is the partnership. And so the CPKM should come down. That is one of the criteria, and that is how it was mentioned.
And second question was on, sir, to Sri Paresh Goyal, sir. What are the schemes that MORTH is launching, especially for the STUs? And I would also request you to throw some light, because in the morning session, there was a query with respect to fire safety, especially with the private bus operations when it's operated under the hiring scheme or under the STU banner. Is FDSS and FDAS, is it required for the on-road buses or not?
Okay, MORTH has one scheme for the STUs regarding ITS. So we are providing assistance to STUs to the tune of 70% of the project cost in upgrading their ITS or introducing the new things. This scheme has been going on for the last 10-11 years and in different forms. And recently, last year, the guidelines were issued for the new scheme somewhere in June 2022. So this time we have provided support to the 3 STUs so far, and we have received number of proposals which will clear in the current financial year. There were some changes in the guidelines of Finance Ministry that how we can transfer the funds to the STU. So that took some time to get it implemented through the states. So this is the only scheme which we are running at the moment, and we have another scheme regarding the establishment of monitoring centers for monitoring the public transport. It is also very useful scheme. This was mandated by the Honorable Supreme Court that all the public service vehicles will be equipped with the vehicle location tracking device and the panic buttons. So states need to monitor the operations of those devices. For that, we are providing support to the states, and we have provided so far support to the 31 states, if I am not wrong. And 5 states have already operationalized their command and control center. So these are the 2 major schemes. And another question you have asked about the fire safety in the buses. I'm sorry, I am not dealing with this subject. Some other director is dealing with the subject, so I will not be able to comment upon this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, last question.
So my question to present government, is there any possibility of bringing in cohesive kind of a scheme which includes MOHUA, DHI, and even MORTH? So can these 3 departments come together and bring in some scheme? Because what we are seeing is only electric is not actually serving the purpose today, because there is a demand is high and supply is low. So it is not only for electric, but we also need CNG, LNG, and other kind of vehicles. So is there any scheme? Because we are hearing from MOHUA for last about now couple of years or 3 years more that 18,000 crore scheme is coming or something. So is there any possibility of 3 departments coming together, 3 ministries coming together and bringing in some scheme?
If you ask my personal opinion, I don't see this possibility in near future, but I think there was some convergence in bringing a mandate to CSL through Niti Aayog. Much discussion has taken place in Niti Aayog, and after that they have given mandate to the CSL to aggregate the demands for electric buses. So I'm fully agree with you that the pure only the electric buses are not going to solve the problem of our country, and that is not the only solution because every city has got their unique problem. So we have to be dependent upon the diesel buses and CNG buses and maybe alternative fuel buses. So, but we have been working on this payment security mechanism. CSL has requested MORTH to bring out this scheme, but a lot of discussions are going on, but still we need to do some stakeholders consultation before the scheme can be finalized. Presently, it's also being examined by the Ministry of Finance. So a lot of complications are there. So we are trying to sort out whether we succeed or not. Time will only tell. But I wish that all 3 or 4 ministries can bring out, can converge and bring out something for the betterment of public transport.
Can CSL come up with some LNG, CNG kind of a tenders?
Yeah, that that is one possibility. If CSL succeed in their effort, I think that is going to be.
In fact, the point you're making, even this distinction of urban and the regional and the rural service itself. Urban cannot be contained within urban, neither the regional can remain outside. And therefore, the services should become like short distance and the long distance rather than this urban and the rural part.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to our audience for answering, for putting up such useful questions, and to our esteemed panelists for giving us such valuable recommendations. I think we heard in this session the various legacy issues, the need for STUs to go from mechanical to management, also the need for payment security, linking contract with digitization, and the need for command and control centers as well. And of course, restructuring of the STU so that they are well equipped to handle the partnership that is going to come their way. And with that, yes, thank you to everyone for joining us here. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing each of your valuable insights. And thank you, Vaishali, for beautifully moderating this session. We now invite, yes, we now, no, I was, we now invite Mr. Kishore Kumar from ASRTU, along with Mr. Shivasubramanian Jayaraman from ITDP India, to facilitate the panelists with a small memento. I now request Mr. Kishore Kumar to honor our respective speakers, Mr. Paresh Goyal. Okay. We request the panelists and the moderator on stage for a small photo session with the mementos.
We'll continue the session immediately. And then we have arranged in high tea for all of you because many of them after 5:30 will be going to airport. So we thought we'll arrange a high tea for all of you at the end actually. So we'll continue the session as such. Within a 5 minutes, we'll continue the session.
Sure. Let's get started with the last panel discussion for today on issues and challenges in financing of public buses through PPP in India. We invite our panelists to come on stage. May I request Ms. Swati Khanna from KFW to join us on stage. She is a senior sector specialist in urban development and mobility at KFW Development Bank. She has more than 7 years of association with and experience in urban development and has worked on domestic and international greenfield and brownfield projects. Ma'am, we welcome you on the stage. I now would like to I would like to welcome Mr. Ravi Kadapalli, a public transport expert, on stage again. I would also request Dr. V. Ravinder, IPS, IGP, retired IGP retired, Chief Operating Officer, TSRTC, to join us on stage, please. Sir, please. I also request Mr. Prasanna Patwardhan, President, Boki, to join us on stage as well. He is the Director of Global Passenger Network, Chairman of Transport Committee, the Maratha Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture, President of Maharashtra Rajya Truck, Tempo Tanker, Bus Vahutuk Mahasangh, amongst others. I would also request Mr. Vivek Shahani, Chief Financial Officer, Greensill Mobility, to join us on stage. Previously, he was the Senior Vice President of Yes Bank and Senior Manager, Project Finance Group, L&T, Infrastructure Finance Company Limited. We request all the panelists to be on the stage. Sir, please. Yes. I also would like to welcome Sandeep Gandhi, the Principal of SG Architects, to moderate this session. The stage is now yours.
Hi, good evening, and welcome to this last session. We have spent the day talking about different forms of PPP models, different contracting structures, benefits of PPP, all of those things. But we have also understood that we are doing, the main objective of going into PPP is one is to basically increase efficiency of STUs, make the service quality better for passengers. But also, STUs are interested in shifting the burden of financing. So basically, private entities come in place to take up those burden and those challenges of financing. So now, what we intend to discuss in this session is how do we overcome those challenges of financing, especially for the private sector and for PPP on the whole. And so I will, without much delay, I will get directly into it. I think we have one presentation. We have a presentation from Mr. Patwardhan. So I think I'll leave it up to you to set the stage. We can start with your presentation directly. Faraz, who's running the presentation?
So, good evening, everybody. Whatever number we may have, as most of the people are out, day is at the end. So I have come here as a night watchman or whatever you may call. But I will just take you through some inputs wherein it is not only about financing, but it is about some other things as well. So, next slide. So I will first talk about our organization, which is Bus and Car Operators Confederation of India. You keep on moving because you have not given. Is this working? Point here. Okay. So our main aim is to promote health, happiness, and economic progress of the society. So as a public transport, I sincerely believe that we need to keep focus on ultimate passenger, which is very, very important. And in all aspects, we normally forget him and we talk about many other things, but convenience of the people. And unless we provide convenient services to people, ridership will not go up and we will be always in this vicious cycle of anda pehle ke murga pehle. So we need to create an environment where more and more people are getting attracted to public transport. So that is our vision. And we have 8 segments. So intercity, intracity, school bus, employee transport, tour operators, maxi cabs, tourist taxis, and public-private partnership. So public-private partnership is one of our very important aspect. Our Vice President, Mr. Gandhi, who is for public transport, he is also sitting here. So what is our mission? So why I'm reading all this is whenever we talk mostly about operators, public operator, private operator. I personally don't believe in differentiating between public operator and private operator. All of us are on one side and on other side we have private vehicles like 2-wheelers, 4-wheelers. So we are not actually, we should not compete within ourselves. We should compete with private vehicles and that should be our aim. So first is to ensure citizen-friendly, integrated, smart, safe and sustainable public transport. Second is to facilitate process of integration between and within all modes of public transport, which also includes metro or other mode of transport, to promote public transport by working closely with government and ASRTU. So when I say ASRTU, it includes all STUs as well. So of course, we must work together, and to work together will give us tremendous advantage or leverage even to impress upon government importance of public transport. Otherwise, we are being pitched one against the other and nothing happens. So to encourage innovation and adoption of international best practices of public transport, to educate and train workforce and managers to upgrade quality of public transport, and to foster conducive ecosystem for sustainable growth of public transport. So today, if you look at this circle, the main issue lies here because public transport is no one's baby. So whatever trouble we have, whether it is financial, viability gap funding, whatever, it is here. So first is schemes and acts are mostly designed by central government or state governments. And they are not responsible for providing services. Land is allocated by town planning or even in some cases development authorities. Land is owned by different authorities, sometimes development authorities, sometimes state government, sometimes ULB, and it is regulated by RTA. So fare and permits are regulated by RTA. Whether you are going to get enough space for your depot or bus terminals is decided by somebody else, and traffic is monitored by traffic police. So first thing to be banned in a congested area is bus. So they decide whether bus will go into that area or do not go into that area. Whereas one bus carries say 30, 40 people. If they go by two-wheeler and four-wheeler, they occupy much more space than the bus. But we have a habit of looking at vehicle space rather than per person space. And same is the case with pollution. And responsibility to provide services is with ULB, which most of the ULBs at smaller towns, they do not take it as mandatory provision, and that's why those services are not even provided even today in many of the cities, small cities, and managed by STUs. So since there are so many agencies involved, nobody is going to take complete responsibility, or there is no cohesive focus of all authorities to ensure that public transport becomes strong. So I see when we say public-private partnership, we as a private operator and you as a state transport undertaking, we have some inherent strengths. What are those strengths? I believe that these are the activities which normally are responsible for giving a better public transport. So first and foremost, I believe this is most important of all, is planning and getting permissions, different kind of permissions. To build depot, you require something like 17, 18 permissions. And planning, today planning is not being done or done for ages, same plan keeps on going, whereas our cities are changing, our demography is changing, so everything is changing. But normally route structure does not change for years. So planning and permission is most important. Then physical and IT infrastructure. Who is going to develop this physical and IT infrastructure? STUs has the best land, and STUs can actually kind of aggregate demand for IT because large number of vehicles, and they can really get better IT systems deployed. Then performance and quality management. Who is going to do this? So I believe these three are very, very important aspects wherein, honestly speaking, though I come from private sector, these capacities are not available with private. And these capacities are available only with state transport undertakings. So this responsibility they cannot shirk away from. So this is their primary responsibility. Then when it comes to investment, there can be multiple models who will invest and who will manage. Manpower recruitment and training, it can be a joint activity. And when it comes to operation and maintenance, I believe private operation, there are some exceptions in STUs also, those who are highly efficient STUs. But the range is, I mean, from 30 rupees to 100 rupees kind of a difference is there. So private operations, once you enter into public-private partnership, one thing is sure, if your tenure is of 10-year contract, then your cost for 10 years is fixed. That cannot go beyond certain numbers. Whereas when you operate by yourself, you really don't have any control on those costs as your political leader changes, your people in the organization changes, and that cost keeping in control becomes very difficult. Whereas when you enter into a particular contract, that cost is fixed. So you can have visibility, and accordingly you can make a budgetary provision. As of today, whichever STUs are having budgetary provisions, DIMS is a classic example. Since they have budgetary provision, I believe even Gujarat has budgetary provision. And even Orissa, sir, you said that it will have budgetary provision in state budget to give viability gap funding. So wherever there is budgetary provision, to make budgetary provision, you require fixed numbers. You require that visibility. And PPP gives that visibility that these numbers will be fixed. These are some of the factors which are affecting public-private partnerships. So first is our concession agreement needs to be redrafted and it needs to be bankable. Today, many of the agreements are non-bankable, and that is why probably getting bank finance is difficult. And banks are not sure of STU's financial position, and that's why risk of counterparty guarantee they are not willing to take. Then even depot infrastructure and IT infrastructure is poor in many places. Then non-adherence to terms and conditions of concession agreement is an issue at many of the places I have experienced. I have worked in almost 15 cities, different cities, starting from Ludhiana till south, in multiple cities, but there is a lot of variation in different places. Timely payment is biggest issue which we have been discussing. Everybody is discussing about how timely payment is very, very important for private operator to survive and provide better services. And non-productive and unreasonable levy of fines and penalties. I always believe that fines and penalties should be levied to manage quality, manage ridership, manage efficiency, and it should not be utilized as a tool to reduce your obligation of payment. And in some of the places I have seen that it is being used to reduce liability to pay. So same person is doing same mistakes year on year and still he is in the operations. So who is the loser? So ultimately STU is the loser, because if your quality of service is bad, your ridership is going to go down. So there has to be some relation between the kind of penalties which are levied and the kind of performance which you are getting. So if after levying penalties, if your performance is not improving, then you should change the operator. It's high time that you change the operator rather than keep on levying on penalties. Then financial management and capacity management at STU, Dr. Swami also said that now STUs will have to change their role from operating to managing. And there is a huge difference between operating to managing. Operating, I would say, is comparatively easier job to do, though there is a difference in manpower handling, but management is very, very difficult. And which I believe that I have so many people, those who are retired from STU working with me, and I learn a lot of things from them. So STUs have really great people with vast experience and knowledge. They should utilize that for better use rather than running after drivers and going under the vehicle and looking at maintenance. Local poor administrative support also at some places, these clandestine operations are being supported more than being supported public transport by local officers. And dispute resolution mechanism. In some of our cases, disputes are going on for years and they are not being resolved. So this is also one of the important factors which banks also are concerned about, this dispute resolution mechanism. Challenges which are faced for financing are normally stepmotherly treatment mooted to bus services. I am not differentiating between private and public here, but overall government's way of looking at public transport is not very good. So they are not even supporting STUs. Suddenly their finances are being cut. There are so many things which are less said the better, but the way public transport should be promoted by government is not being promoted. Equity capital is very difficult to arrange for traditional businesses. Startups, you get equity capital, but if you go in with a traditional business, equity capital is not available. Leasing model is not very tax efficient. Vehicle funding by debt is the only possible way we can raise finance. So vehicle funding is the only funding what we get. We don't get project finance, which is important for electric vehicles. Because electric vehicles, you need to invest in charging infrastructure also. And three, four other points is, one is delayed payment. Second is not adherence to certain conditions, concession conditions by authority. Third is ad hoc levy of fines. And fourth is sudden changes in route structure. So with actually the route structure, I would like to hear emphasis on few of the points, because since morning we have been talking about rate per kilometer. Rate per kilometer in X city, you are getting that rate per kilometer. That does not guarantee you that same rate per kilometer you are going to get in other city. And why I am saying this? In concession agreement, it depends on lot of things. First is roles and responsibilities of each partner, and some elaboration down. So what kind of investment I am expected to make in buses, in depots, in bank guarantees, what kind of working capital I need, 1 month, 2 months, 10 days. So all this investment will also come into costing when I cost for per kilometer rate. Then category of city decides my minimum wage, how much I need to pay to my drivers. Then what is the fuel rate in that city? And what is the cost of maintenance in that city? Then period of contract, 5-year contract, 7-year contract, 10-year contract, 12-year contract, there will be huge difference in your rate, because my capex cost is distributed over multiple years. Then number of buses in each depot and each city also. If I get less number of buses in one depot, I will not be able to afford a better manager in that depot. And if I keep better manager in that depot, my cost per kilometer only because of manager will be higher. And same is the case with city. If in one city, if I get 10 bus contract, 20 bus contract, 25 bus contract, I will not be able to serve better, because I will not be able to afford better manpower for such a low number of buses. Then traffic and road conditions. So area of operation, whether it is a ghat section, plain road, or congested road, overcrowding, number of stoppages en route, because all this has tremendous impact on my maintenance and diesel cost or fuel cost. Then number of working days in a week, whether there is 1 day off in a week. In some of the cities, we get Saturday off, or only 50% vehicles are operated on Saturday. In that case, I need not keep additional drivers. So my driver holiday I can manage with that. Then in month and year also, shift hour 2.5. In Mumbai like places, you have 2.5 shifts, not only 2 shifts. But in some places it is 2 shifts. In some smaller towns, they say only 12 hours. So it is not even 2 shifts, it is 1.5 shift. Then assured number of kilometers per day or per month or per year. If you give me assurance of 5,000 kilometers per month, or 200 kilometers per day, or 70,000 kilometers per year, there is a difference. So that will also have impact on my costing. Then annual escalation formula. So this is my last slide. So annual escalation formula, normally it is believed that if I don't give annual escalation formula, then I will not be burdened year on year. But operator will, suppose if my this year's driver's cost is 20,000, after 5 years, it is not going to remain 20,000. So it is going to be 50,000, 40,000, 35,000, whatever. So I will take average of that, and you will have to pay upfront more money in that case, rather than giving every year a little more. So that also has impact. Then annual escalation, I believe, should be related to minimum wages and fuel escalation rather than only on CPI and WPI. Because WPI and CPI have very less impact on our overall costing. Then penalty schedule and whether there is a cap on penalty. Residual value, who is going to take that vehicle at the end of the life? Whether I will take it with me, whether whatever infrastructure I develop in charging infrastructure, whether I will have to leave it there or whether I take it with me. So that will also have impact on this. Then payment history of that particular STO. And lastly, but not the least, is force majeure and dispute resolution mechanism. We have seen we have lost huge amount of money because of this force majeure in last couple of years. So all these factors will decide what cost per kilometer you get. So when it comes to actual operation, in some places I have said that you tell me what rate you expect, I will reverse work it and I will tell you what conditions I can follow. So that is also possible. So since my time is over, I will not take more time on how to sustain PP model. In question and answer, we can do that. So thank you very much.
For a detailed inventory of all the factors. Yeah, so that was a very detailed inventory of all the factors that go into making PPP more efficient. And I think we'll make use of, I mean, this kind of a deep dive was required to set the agenda for the rest of the discussion. With this, I will directly to Swati. Swati, can I ask you this very important question, because you're from a developmental bank. So my question to you is that how can low interest finance from developmental banks be used to catalyze investments in public buses, both directly and more importantly through PPP? And are there any differences when raising such finance? Are there any differences in requirements for, let's say, ICE and electric buses?
Sure, Sandeep. But I don't know how many people in the hall know about KFW. If I could take a moment for that. So KFW Development Bank is a bilateral financial institution as a financial arm of the Indo-German Development Cooperation. You would have heard of GIZ. So GIZ is our sister concern, which handles the technical cooperation, undertaking research work, as well as capacity building for institutions in India as well. Whereas KFW supports the financial support under the development cooperation through the route of Department of Economic Affairs or Ministry of Finance through a government-to-government financial cooperation part. Coming to your question, Sandeep, I think globally we are all moving towards electric mobility, and especially India is a leading example. A lot of people from other countries are coming over on how we make a transition from ICE vehicles to electric vehicles, especially the buses, I would like to focus on. And in that case, I would say that we are actually focusing under all DFIs, and especially under the German cooperation, we are looking at a transition and not exactly purchasing electric buses or bringing in electric buses only for all the cities in India, for example. As Mr. Prasanna Patwardhan said earlier, the demand is so high that it has to be a transition in some way and not going electric fully. On how we can live, on how STUs or other government institutions can leverage the financing which is available. First thing is prioritization to be set by the government. No stepmotherly, treatment, if I can quote Mr. Patwardhan. Why? Because in 2019, giving an example, Germany and India signed a green urban mobility partnership worth 1 billion euros. And in the last 4 years, there has been no proposal, no interest in any bus financing project as such. And there is an interest on several other mobility projects, again, if I may not quote, but there's no bus project. Why? If there is such a high demand and if the government knows, state governments knows, no, STUs know, central government has probably written to all the state governments, then why there is no demand with the government? So first thing is government's approach towards providing financing for the buses, and also in a good way to help them sustain their operations, be it by investment financing or by PPP. Now, if I can talk of KFW, KFW has been traditionally doing investment financing, like it is being done as a phase 1 for the Tamil Nadu bus project, climate-friendly bus project, because the German cooperation largely functions with the objective of, climate adaptation, climate friendliness, GHG reduction, emission reductions, etc. So that is primarily the thing.
And how to access finance, of course, through the Ministry of Finance is how the German cooperation can be, or any of the DFIs, even World Bank can be contacted, or directly the DFIs as well. However, we are not looking at only financing or supporting the assets, be it IC vehicles or electric vehicles. It has to be a holistic approach wherein when you plan a project, when you design a project, and not just procurement of the assets, it has to be a full cake and not just a pie. So the project design has to include all the components: buses, charging infrastructure, depot has to be in place, whether you do it on PPP, whether you do it through direct financing, state looks into it, state invests into it. All these components have to be looked into together. ITS, electric vehicles, how much time you can allow them to be on the road. You have to minimize the idle kilometers, etc. Because charging infrastructure, how you plan that will also impact the whole running kilometers, etc. So all this planning and designing also has to be on point and together. However, when you compare IC vehicles or IC buses and electric buses, of course, there's a huge difference. And that's again where the DFI's requirement, when a low interest financing is provided, is looked into on what is the emission reduction that would come into place if you replace the existing buses, because now the 15-year scrapping policy will also include the buses, right? There will be no renewal of the registration, etc. So when the existing buses are replaced, what is the emission reduction with the new, be it IC vehicles or other buses and electric buses? So that comparison is inevitable. That comparison comes into place. But how fast you do the transition, because the technology is also evolving with time. So that is really critical. However, the low-cost financing is, I would not say that the financing is not available, but there are several limiting factors which are in a way blocking the whole thing. For example, we could do a credit line with public sector banks like SBI, Bank of Baroda, etc. But the banks are not very confident on the STUs. And to some extent, they are not also very confident on the operators' side, on their credibility or on their credit rating, etc. And there are not many big players in the operation side. Even if we look at CESL's huge tenders and very good prices that they have received, how all those buses will come on the roads, that one is delivery. And the second is, who is going to operate them? Do we have sufficient operators for that? Or are we going to invest in operation side also and bring in more operators? So that is also a very critical point that banks look into. So even though we have been in contact with a number of banks, there's a limiting factor to it. So now all the DFIs are looking at also, an alternative way. It's like you hold the ear like this or this. For example, World Bank is preparing certain potentially, financial instruments. We are also working on certain financial instruments, so that has to be looked into. But still, for the time being, I would say investment financing is the easiest, but that DFIs can't do with private sector directly. So to bring in private sector, it has to be a result-oriented framework, wherein again, although private sector will deliver, it's the responsibility and the onus lies on the STUs to manage and get the private sector to deliver. Because in the end, you will be accessing the concessional financing or the low interest financing, not the private operator. So if you say that you will be operating 5,000 buses, so it cannot be 4,999, right? So the results have to be there per se. However, when you say that what's the difference, I think when the electric buses are talked about, the key player that comes, the additional key player that comes into is the energy side of it, electricity side of it. So I think whenever we are talking about electric buses and electric mobility, we ought to have some discoms or energy people also on board. I think BEST is one of the, BEST is one of the institutions which handles both, but other states like Tamil Nadu are also working on improving their grid. I think that's also why Tamil Nadu has probably, as on date, has probably larger success to international financing on electric mobility, primarily because of the grid factor also. It's a very big player, impact player on this. So that is all from my side. But financing is available, and you can approach any of the DFIs together with the operators if you have a different model to look into. All the DFIs are open to look into different operating models and investment models for the operations. I hope I was not too long.
This was very useful. So I mean, the key takeaway is that financing can be made available for such PPP projects, even to private operators. But I mean, the pathways need to be explored along with STUs. I mean, so STUs will have to approach DFIs with projects like that.
But NTPC or like CSL is working. Other NBFCs or financial institutions can also come in. And STUs can come in.
So low interest rates, low interest capital can be made available to private operators. So I mean, but those pathways need to be explored. Okay. So this was useful. Maybe I will next go to Vivek. So Vivek, can I ask you this straightforward question, that do you see any specific challenges? I mean, some of them are being addressed here, but do you see any specific challenges in raising finance for electric buses? Because I mean, I asked this question because for the past almost a year, we were talking to a lot of private operators and working with BOSI also to see, I mean, whether there's business viability for electric buses. And one big challenge that came both from STUs and from private operators was raising finance specifically for electric buses. Different challenges from IC buses. So I mean, what are those challenges, and how do you think we can overcome them? And how do you think we can build in conditions within the PPP model to help overcome those challenges?
Thanks. First, I would like to introduce Green Cell Mobility. We are the company which has a pipeline of 1,500 buses under GCC contract, and we are the global first company which is implementing intercity buses across India, pan-India. We are already running 100 buses intercity, which doesn't require subsidy, and which has been funded by all sort of bankers. So if I put it in a simple word, we have access finance from DFIs as well for our project, which is in not under GCC construct, because the way I see DFIs are institution who cannot be seen as the lender for GCC project. Reason being twofold. One is that the timeline, if you see the CSL tender, recent tender, the financial closure timeline from the concession agreement signing is 60 days, or maybe in certain cases 90 days. These are not the timeline within which you may get a sanction from DFIs, and DFIs cannot refinance the project. So DFIs can play a role. They can provide viability gap funding to STUs. They can, as Swati suggested, they can have a line with the Indian bankers, private banker, PSU banker, which can come to the eventual operator developer. That is one model where DFI fits the bill. Coming back to the financing issues, if I say, the first thing when you talk about the financing, when you approach a lender, it talks about there are two parties who are doing that. One is that the developer, his credential, and second is the counterparty. So it starts with the story of the counterparty. Right now in the Indian domain, STUs, if you want to find the data, financial data, what is their financial health, what is their experience with GCC, you will not find a single piece of data. If you see all the reports, other STU, I think across STUs, everybody is using data for 2016, 17. Afterward, the number of 7 STUs are there. There is no data point which you can find. And if you want a sector to be accepted by a lender, you need those data points. Annual report, if you want to find for any of the STUs, hardly you will be able to find. So these are the challenges when it comes to start with the counterparty. If you move forward, what is required from a counterparty? The financial, because there are two kind of, I'll say, payment security which you are looking for. One is that right now the recent cases subsidy is not part of that, but the majority of history is under FAME scheme. You have a subsidy where the subsidy dissemination agencies is there. So receiving those subsidy in a timely manner, that is one intervention, which is a capital subsidy. Second is the VGF, because I think all the panelists across during the day, they have suggested that the revenue which it generates intra-city, it says somewhere it is 15 rupees, 20 rupees, 25 rupees per kilometer. Whereas they have to pay starting recent tender 40 rupees and erstwhile tender it was 60 rupees, 70 rupees. From where this viability gap come? Is there any budgetary provision from state? Does the state become party to your concession agreement? If I compare airport sector, their state, if you are setting up an airport like in Mumbai, then Maharashtra state government become party to the agreement. They provide a state support undertaking. There is this tacit state support undertaking which comes on the table, which provides credibility to that. Second piece, which is missing in an entire thing, which as a country we have experience in renewal sector or in the road sector. We have a nodal agency in form of NHI, which is rated AAA. In case of SECI, all these provide. CSL is only an aggregator. It doesn't provide any comfort to a lender. This is very critical. We able to come up with a CSL. We won't able to create a nodal agency, which takes care of payment as well. If I compare it with the renewal sector, when you sign a PPA with, say, government of Rajasthan, under the SECI becomes the counterparty. He ensures the payment. You have a third party like local state discom, who is the signatory, but your payment is getting guaranteed by SECI. That changes the entire dynamics. Why it is required? Right now, like there are few STUs or urban local bodies who are rated, as Mr. Prasanna also highlighted, that when you talk about counterparty, there is no way how to assess that. There is no credit rating history. There is no history of grant or how that viability can be met. There are only few states which has a policy, but the frequency of those grants, you won't able to establish because that data is not available. And we are living in a world where everything need to be spoken in a way of providing data. So that is another piece which is there. You need an institution which ensure SECI kind of a structure, NHI kind of structure, that will ensure bankability, which we are missing at this point in time. Moving forward, as I said, DFI, there are payment security mechanisms, which is the key to I think from since morning, everybody spoke about that. So payment security can come. One is that which I highlighted. I'll just sum it up. State support undertaking, where the state directly get involved in that. That will give some visibility. Second, there should be a pre-approved budgetary approval of whatever 10-year or 12-year contract which we are talking about under the GCC which we are signing. There should be a budgetary allocation upfront. Third thing is that if that budgetary allocation can come from state, or there can be a mechanism which World Bank is doing or KFW is talking about, is that partial credit guarantee mechanism, which can come directly to STUs in case of a default, first loss default, those kind of a structure can come up. Third thing is that agency which you need to create in form of SECI and all, that need to be done. Beyond that, there are other issues which is there in this segment, as highlighted by Mr. Prasanna also, the payment. There is a provision in GCC called 2 to 3 months payment need to be maintained in escrow. There are many buses right now, almost 3,000 buses electric buses are running in the country. And if you assess under the FAME 2, where this construct was very well clearly laid out by Niti Aayog, how many urban local bodies or STUs are maintaining those on a regular basis? There is no mechanism to ensure that is being followed. It is a bits and pieces. Sometimes it is there, sometimes it is totally exhausted. So if you, as a lender, if you have funded that project, that is of a great concern for you. Moving on, there are issues pertaining to interpretation of termination clauses. Termination clauses, the way in the, if I say subsidy, that the BG was covered or not covered, the language is very much, I'll say, in between the lines. You can interpret, but if you take a legal opinion, if you go to the bankers, then eventually it arises that they'll invoke your BG, they'll get the payment, and it will not fall under your termination payout. Debt due definition is not very clear in terms of whether it includes other than the RTL, because this is a unique structure which in the FAME 2, where for subsidy you need to provide 5-year BG, which is unheard in Indian sector across infrastructure segment. But definitely one good thing has happened because the sector matured too fast. I'll put it that way, that right now BG subsidy is not required. So whether we have matured as a sector or it is a mad rush, which we have seen in all the infrastructure projects where everybody undercutting each other and reaching to a number which is unviable. Right now, the way CSL tender one, I'll put it one, where I think I heard from some of the panelists also, everybody is looking how that will get financed. Because just simply, I'll put into the numbers, 40 rupees. If you go approach a banker, 40 rupees per kilometer I'll get. And what is my penalty? It can go up to 15% of that. If you minus 6 rupees or 40 rupees, 34 rupees may. And how much will be your interest servicing? How much will be your operating cost? How much will be your electricity cost? You just add. Nobody will fund you. Nobody will fund you. So these are the concerns. One is that happening from the bidder who are going aggressive without putting a thought in that, which kind of many panelists and many STUs and from a government side, they feel that sector is matured, but sector is still taking baby steps. We are hardly a number of buses on the road, right? So I think these are the broader contour around which one side is the STU strength. Maybe some gentleman in the earlier panel has suggested that there is a restructuring is required. But at the same time, I think as a country, we have seen multiple restructuring of DISCOM, but result was remained the same. So definitely that is one way to address their financial health, but you need to have a very proper structure which should last longer. So the few things which we need to think beyond financing is that one is GCC contract as an operator or as a developer. What we are getting, we need to make those assets available, and then STU or urban local body, whoever is your counterparty, they'll provide the schedule and you need to run on that. I think there is a need to be a cohesive effort need to be done how to increase their realization per ticket, per day, per bus, which is in the like 15 rupees, 20 rupees. There should be a by way of digitization, by way of other intervention. If quality of service is getting improved, like right now, if you assume 5 to 3 fewer back, all the intercity buses were non-AC primarily. If the quality of service is improving, paying capacity of your commuter is improving. So how to plug that revenue leakage? These are the things which also need to be discussed about. That will improve the overall quality of STUs, then the bankability will improve, then the, I think, because right now, as a company, I'll tell you our approach. Our approach is to work with selective STUs. But when you are talking about the sector which need to go all across, tier 2, tier 3 cities, they don't stand a chance in the current scheme of things. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is very interesting. So bankability of the project is also hinged on the financial health of the counterparty and the data available, which can basically show the financial health of the counterparty. And of course, budgeting, both you also mentioned the need for budgeting from the state government side. When they're getting into PPP contracts, having a definitive budget would help both the financial health and
so a critical part is that if you see intracity, it's a service which is primarily done by state government under no private party directly operate other than the B2B segment where they provide corporate services and all. So in that case, there was a budgetary allocation. Like if I say some gentleman in the panel said their operating cost is 98 rupees or 100 rupees, against which they are generating 25, 30 rupees. So that provision was always there, but that provision was not established, or it is intermittent, where visibility is not there. Just like to add another thing which need to be done is the providing a tag of priority sector lending to this segment. That will also improve the lenders' interest in this segment, and there will be a faster, I will say, sanction and dissemination of funds in this segment.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now I think we should go to Dr. Ravinder. Dr. Ravinder, from your experience in TSRTC, can you highlight, say, certain subtle differences in the PPP requirement or PPP contracts when we talk about, let's say, electric buses versus ICE buses, or let's say different type of operations, urban operations versus non-urban operations?
Okay. Good evening, all learned panelists and all learned members in the workshop. So this is, I think, further of all the themes which we have previously discussed about, because everything moves around finance. That I'll just come little later to answer. Before that, just let me tell about few things about our own TSRTC, Telangana State Road Transport Corporation. So our TSRTC is formed in 2015 after bifurcation from Andhra Pradesh into Telangana State and residual Andhra Pradesh. Now we are having 9,000 plus fleet with us, in which about 2,800 plus fleet is hired on GCC model. That is almost 30% fleet is hired. Then this is being done for last 15 years, and you may be surprised. We have 2,822 hired buses. The operators are equally good number. There are about 1,200 operators. So that is the number. So one thing I want to tell here is, but for last 15 years, the model was coined in 2008, and last 15 years it's going on well, and there are no default in the payment to the entrepreneurs. Every month by 10th, payments are made promptly to the entrepreneurs. Then coming to in line with our national policy of zero emission standards, we are also switching to electric mobility. In FAME 1, we have 40 buses running from 2019. And we also got allotment of 300 buses in FAME 2. But unfortunately, because of some litigation, we are yet to get those buses in FAME 2. Here I want to mention one thing, that in FAME 1, there was 1 crore government incentive was there. And in FAME 2, there was 40 lakhs, 5 lakh incentive was there for each electric bus. Now that is when it has come to NEBP, National Electrical Bus Program, and this incentive is done away with. Now in NEBP also, we got allotment of 1,000 vehicles, 500 intercity vehicles and 500 intracity vehicles. In addition to that, we also gave for 1,500 requirement in NEBP2, which is in the process. It is yet to come. I think tomorrow there is some bid opening is there. And then we have also floated tenders for procuring private this electric buses, and we have successfully completed that process. We have even given LOA to Electra for 500 more intercity electric buses. So here, what I want to say that, as I already told, this finance is the father of all the themes which we are discussing about since morning. So here, everybody, there is no dispute about that day by day, either buses are stagnated in STUs or there is a reduction in operation of buses by STUs. And earlier, one of the panelists told that actual requirement is about 3 lakh buses to be operated. But right now, it's only 1.4 lakhs to 1.47 lakhs are only operated. Say that there is a requirement and STU is required, buses need to be operated. Because as rightly told by earlier panelists, the private operators, private bus operators only think about beneficial routes where they get the benefits. But STU as a corporation, as a public undertaking, think about the service. Because, we have to take care of different sectors. But for example, school buses, which we cannot remove, though we are getting losses under that. Some labor sectors are there. We have to cater to them. Very backward villages are there. We have to cater to their need. So to say that public sector cannot escape from their social obligation of serving the entire citizens. So here, why I am still telling this is, when everybody says that public sector, public transport system is required and STUs to flourish, then in that direction, what we need to do? Unless there is support from the government, now that, see, in the form of number of cess, either maybe central government or the state governments are collecting money for various projects. Now, why not? When government also feels that we have to cater to the needs of all the sections of the people, why not government lay some 50 paisa or 1 rupee cess and then have a fund for public undertakings and give this fund to the public, say, STUs to ensure that they flourish and they also continue to serve the people. Unless we do that, the situation, I don't think it improves. Coming to your question about how it works out compared to ICE and then electric vehicles. Our experience says, when it comes to urban mobility, if we run our own RTC vehicles, it is costing about 72 rupees per kilometer. CPK is 72 rupees per kilometer. And our EPK, earning per kilometer, is around 50 to 52 rupees in urban areas. And then coming to rural areas, it's almost break even, EPK almost equals to CPK. But here, when we are going on GCC model in rural areas, when our EPK is 42 rupees per kilometer in rural areas, and our higher buses GCC, when what we are paying is about 37 to 38 rupees. So lightly we are benefited in rural areas. But when coming to urban areas, where the overhead costs are more, personal costs are more, so there, when we are earning 52 rupees, we are spending 72 rupees. CPK is 70 rupees and EPK is about 52 rupees. So that is how the difference is made. When coming to electric vehicles, then it is the electric vehicles are, when it comes to city, we will be benefited because the loss is not as much as when compared to the diesel vehicles. But if you go to Mufasil rural areas, again, the vice versa. There, the cost will be more in EV vehicles and cost will be less in diesel vehicles. That is the matrix of diesel versus electrical versus own vehicle by STU vehicles. So that is how it is playing. So overall, because we should also work in line with the national mission of environmental friendly, congestion free, and road safety wise. Yes, we need to go to we have to go to switch over to electric mobility. But then, if all STUs needs to be supported either by maybe it is DFIs, maybe banks, or maybe by the government. Otherwise, it is very difficult to sustain for longer period. It is going to happen, I'm telling you. One day comes when the total private people will take over STUs and STUs have to be closed. So that is what is my opinion. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. Can I just ask a very brief follow-up question? So, I mean, you did mention that GCC can be beneficial. If I understood it correct, you said that GCC can be beneficial in rural areas. I mean, because its EPK is almost similar to CPK.
When it comes to question of diesel buses.
Yeah, with diesel buses. Yes.
True.
But in urban areas, basically, there's a lot of difference, and the VGF has to be borne by the government, by the STU, in this case, which is what the GCC model is also all about. My question to you was that, I mean, some of the earlier discussions, what we have heard is that the benefit, yes, it has to be provided by the government, but the VGF quantum reduces because of efficiency brought in by the operators in a GCC model. Do you have a similar experience in Telangana? Or?
Yeah, see, our government also supporting, no doubt in it. We get bus concessional process in the form of about 800 crores per annum. And then maybe some more, about 3 to 400 for other, 3 to 400 crores for other things. So, but still, because, the ticket fare is not in our hands. So when there is a variation of diesel prices, there is hike in diesel prices. When we are going to revise PRCs for the employees, and where there are spare parts prices going on increasing, so again there will be an imbalance, and again we will be posed for deficits in our budgets. So VGF must be provided by the government to meet these contingencies. Otherwise, survival is very, very difficult and very, very tough.
Thank you. Last, Ravi, you have the floor. And so, I mean, I have two important questions for you. One, we have not spoken about financing infrastructure in any manner. We have just spoken about financing operations since the morning. And we all know, I mean, especially with electrification, infrastructure really becomes important. And Swati also mentioned that, I mean, even DFIs are looking at an overall project, not just operations. So, I mean, from your experience, I mean, what are the pathways of financing infrastructure through PPP model for STUs? One. And the other important issue is that, do you think that there is a requirement to decouple operations operations by the STU, bus operations by the STU, from infrastructure management and development? That makes it easy for you to, I mean, for World Bank or DFIs to finance something like that. Also, the second question that I have for you is that, I mean, can you talk about the potential of World Bank leveraging, I mean, for leveraging the bank support in institutional restructuring of STUs, which can be an essential requirement for PPP also? That's what has been also spoken about.
Great, thanks. First, I'd start with a disclaimer that I'm not a full-time World Bank employee, but I'm a consultant with them. But I've been working on World Bank's bus programs for more than 4 years now, and so I have a fair idea of how it works. So with that experience, I think the first question has the easiest answer because it's just a procedural question on can we finance, can World Bank finance infrastructure? Yes, there are three financing instruments World Bank uses. One is called Program for Results. Second is called Investment Project Finance. The third is Development Policy Loan. So policy loan is for policy transformations that cities or states or national level agencies take up. World Bank provides a loan against that. Then Program for Result or IPF are mostly similar. It's just that investment project finance is a upfront loan, and the procurement has to be as per World Bank specifications. In a Program for Results, it is the procurement can be as per the state requirements, the tender document, contract document, etc. But once the activity is done, then the finance is released. And there is a limit on the amount of money you can leverage against each of these. But that is actually the easiest part of the financing question. The real issue is, I mean, in my small talk, I would like to focus on two things. What does World Bank finance, or what should we ask World Bank to finance? Second is how to go about doing that in practice. First is, what does World Bank do, or what should we access finance is to solve the difficult problems. Not that I have to procure 500 buses, I have a tender document ready, but I need finance, can World Bank finance? So it doesn't work like that. It's not like a state bank or a Bank of Baroda that I need this money, can World Bank finance? Because small loan I'll get from state bank, big loan I'll go to World Bank. It doesn't work like that. The issue is that what World Bank is good at is to solve the difficult problems. So to give an example, so currently there is a Chennai city partnership which has several components. The biggest of them is the bus program. So there the actual money is for 1,000 buses and about 60 lakh per bus of subsidy against the electric, not subsidy, it is a loan, but it will be passed on as an upfront incentive to the operator. But that is the easy part. What World Bank is solving along with that is what everybody has been saying since morning, that we need funding, we need funding, we need. We have been saying the same thing for several years actually. But how to exactly give that funding? The way to do it is that we need to have a public transport service contract between the state government and the state transport undertaking, which actually gives the framework of how the funding has to be disbursed. That you operate so many kilometers, you achieve so much occupancy ratio. So, I mean, all these performance indicators are specified, and once that is met, the funding will be given. And what is the language to be used in that? So, World Bank can get the best international resource. I mean, we have a person who has designed one of the first PTSCs in Europe, designing it for Chennai. So it doesn't mean that international experts solve all problems. What I'm trying to say is that World Bank can get the best expertise for us to solve these difficult problems, and not just writing the document. Writing the document we can generally do with other experts also. What World Bank is good at is they can leverage the state finance department and a lot of levels of the government to actually push the reform. So when we have to push a reform, that is where we need World Bank type support. So in Chennai, the other thing is having lack of vision or something. We want more buses, but how many exact buses do we really need? And there are other transformations we need also. So Chennai MTC is actually making a business plan which provides a fleet target, but also other targets on digital ticketing, on customer service, a lot of other things which need to go together for the sustainability, the overall systems approach that Swati was trying to explain. So to do that, to have a business plan which is well structured, that gives a vision. Then if there is a World Bank support behind what Vivek was saying about having a good credit rated agency backing the project, will improve financial access. I mean, World Bank of course has good rating, and so your project will get better finance. So that is one. The other thing is at a contractual level also, all these tender conditions in the CSL procurement, I mean, we all see the good results. I mean, some of it may not be achievable tomorrow, like was being mentioned, but it is actually a robust contract document. We can't, I mean, we compare that with the Bogota, Santiago, which are supposed to be one of the better contracts. We are not bad at all. I mean, we are very good, on an international level, but World Bank supported technical assistance to actually improve that document also. So these are difficult things that they can support. And on the infrastructure specifically, again, what the other thing is that whatever World Bank will finance will only be a small fraction of the overall requirement. So both the World Bank and the state are always cognizant of how to best utilize this limited money available. So if you see the Chennai case, the bus program is about $100 million or 80 crores. MTC's last year losses are only 800 crores. So we can't say that, why do we need World Bank? We are anyway making so much loss, we'll make some more loss. But the point is not that. The point is that with that 80 crores, how much leverage are you getting? You are getting a state commitment to fund the rest of the loss also. And basically it is de-risking the project. So when you have limited money, you can either buy a few buses with that money or de-risk the bigger program itself. So this payment security mechanism that was discussed, it is already set up in other, World Bank is already supporting payment security mechanism for Clean Ganga mission. So or now in this buses also there is a proposal, we'll see how it goes. But the concept is that with limited available money, use that to de-risk the project so that there is more private capital flowing into it. If it is an infrastructure depot project also, if it costs 20 crores for a depot or 100 crores for a multi-level depot, the World Bank will not finance one depot. It is most likely to finance a financing facility or setting up an intermediary or a de-risking thing, which will get more capital into the system. Same with electric vehicles also. In two-wheelers, three-wheelers, World Bank financing is used to partly to provide first loss facility. If until a certain number of defaults, that loan will be taken care of, and some for the interest rate reduction also. So broadly, that is it. And the real issue is not what they will finance and what we want to finance for. That is still a technical discussion between STU and the bank. The real issue is to convince the state finance department, whether it is a World Bank or ADB or KFW loan. If the STU wants finance, they need to prepare something called as a PPR, project preparation report, or pre-proposal report, which has to go through finance and to DEA, and then it comes to World Bank, which means that the state finance department needs to prioritize bus as a thing that they want to give backing for. So that is where a lot of projects are actually falling flat. So all these concepts are agreed by STUs, and if they are not agreeable, they can be changed up and down. But the real issue is to convince the finance departments to prioritize this as a project. We have not seen that happening in a big way in many states. So that is stopping actually a lot of the reforms. Thanks.
And when you go to the finance, as Ravi mentioned, for the World Bank case or for other DFIs, I'm not sure if the finance would ask you for a report. I'm sure they'll definitely ask you for the numbers, because they are also aware, because they are giving all the subsidies and writing off all the losses, etc. But when this PPR will go to the DEA, Department of Economic Affairs, before they pose this request to any of the DFIs, they will ask for a program report, or what are you proposing to do? Just on the basis of the PPR, the Ministry of Finance or Department of Economic Affairs will not approve the project. So to reach that stage as well, DFIs, be it KFW, World Bank or ADB, they also provide support at that end. World Bank also does that, right? So that's the preparation of the project, as Mr. Pratibhadan said, and or feasibility study or DPR program, whatever you want to call it. We can support that through grants, grant financing. However, there should be a strong buy-in again from the finance department and the STU and the relevant transport department, or the state government, to support that also, and that ends up into some kind of support to the state or the STU in a way. So be it the framework that Ravi mentioned, that World Bank is doing in Chennai, or be it, for example, KFW is also doing in Tamil Nadu, covering all the STUs, and for electric mobility, primarily Chennai, Madurai, and Coimbatore. So we could also support you and handhold you in that also. That's why we are saying, please don't hesitate. whether DFIs will support such a financing, such a model or not, please do feel free to approach any of the DFIs, and we'll be happy to discuss and take it forward.
One last point I'd like to mention is this misconception that, oh, when we go to these banks, they take a lot of time, we'll quickly float our tender and get a result. So, but a lot of times we see that, so of course they have a process of approval, international agency and all, it exists, but there is a fixed timeline to all of this. I mean, PPR to first level clearance 6 weeks, after that 4 months. So within 6 months, you broadly know we can go for procurement. But a lot of times in the states, things go back and forth, which actually take longer. In the process of doing it quickly, we actually may not take some things into consideration, which puts us back for several months sometimes. So it takes some time, but it is worth the time because it brings you a lot of other benefits.
Thank you so much, Ravi and Swati. I think both of you have answered a lot of questions. One, and I mean, more importantly, I think we've got this clarity that look at DFI is not just for financing, but lot of non-fiscal benefits, lot of structural reforms that can be catalyzed or initiated because you are approaching this kind of a system. These structural changes would go a long way in ensuring the overall health of the STU, and also that the PPP contracts are successful and basically the benefits can be reaped. So I think those are good takeaways from both of you. Maybe I can now open the floor for questions, and because how much time do we have? I mean, are we running? So, okay, fine. Or maybe 5 questions. There are 5 panelists. If we can just take all questions together and then we'll just have the answers together.
Sir, one small question, sir, to Green Cell Mobility. At what interest rate you are procuring the funds to finance the, purchase the buses? Sir?
That is slightly. Go ahead.
Just noted that.
But to answer this, we can take
ED operations, APSRTC.
So I'll suggest that we can take it offline because this is slightly confidential. Yeah. So we'll take it offline, but definitely I only want to add that lenders are ready to fund the project. Projects need to be the contractual framework. One is from the concession agreement side, and other is the outward contract which you do with your vendors, like the bus procurement agreement which you do, AMC agreement which you do, the bus operation agreement which you do. That need to be in sync. That need to mitigate the risk. Then you will get what you need.
Hello. Sir, I am Mukesh Sharma from JBM. So my question is for Prasanna Patwardhan, sir. So like we have seen in the past, the electric buses have been, we tried to, sell the buses to operator, but initially we saw because of the cost of the vehicle, there were no taker from the operator side. When can we see that operator are going to come forward and invest in electric buses? Because now every OEM has, floated their own companies, the platform companies who are doing the operations. So how much time will it take operator to come on board and start procuring these vehicles?
See, there are 2 problems. First problem is getting finance is the biggest problem. So for electric buses, as of today, private banks are not coming forward to fund it. Nationalized bank, private banks are not coming forward. So that is why I said we are trying for leasing model, wherein we can take buses. But apart from that, who is going to invest in charging infrastructure? That is also a challenge. So if some company comes forward with charging infrastructure and leasing model, you will get a lot of private operators, those who will be willing to buy buses. Buy means take buses.
Any more questions?
Particularly in an area wherein range is about 250 kilometer around. So electric buses will make more viable option because you can do multiple trips.
I think, Sandeep, we don't have any more questions. Smriti? Smriti, Sanjay?
Okay, so then
Close.
hopeful and limiting. Okay, so with this, I'll thank all the panelists. Very insightful discussion. And I think a lot of key takeaways, but I will try to sum it up. I mean, the biggest one is what you started with. Please, no step motherly treatment to public transport. So state governments need to basically back the public transport initiative wholeheartedly, STUs also. And so they can do that by budget allocations. They can show that by very clear annual budget allocations. There can be probably a separate budget head which has the public transport budget or public bus budget, and that can take care of all viability gap funding and things like that, and so that will also help streamline the PPP contracts and the management of the PPP contracts. So that's one. And what can help remove this step motherly treatment is DFIs can be helpful there. So if basically loans are sought from DFIs or DFIs are approached, there are a lot of requirements that the state government will have to meet. There are a lot of procedural changes, institutional changes that the state government will have to make, structural changes that they would have to make. And so that will not only help unlock finance for STUs, but it will also bring in the much required structural changes, and there will be higher ownership from the state government. And of course, TFIs can also be used to unlock low interest finance for the private sector. I mean, pathways have to be explored, and then again, state government is required to actively look into that. So with that, I think I will close this session. Thank you so much, everyone. And I think now we can go for a photograph. I think there's a photograph. Thank you.
I now request Mr. Surya Kiran sir to honor our respective speakers, and also Ashwati to come along and do the honors. To Ms. Swati Khanna. To Mr. Vivek Shani. Vivek Shani. To Dr. V. Ravinder, IPS. To Mr. Prasanna Patwardhan. To Mr. Ravi Garapalli. And to our moderator, Mr. Sandeep Gandhi. One group photo, sir. Sure.
Ashwati, wind it up.
So you are going to post it.
Okay, I'll just say, wait. I'll just call her also. I'll just say a few words. You give it to me now. Just don't announce.
Okay.
Thank you, all of you, for having come and stayed here throughout the day. The MDs of Gujarat, sir, APSRTC, Orissa, and also TSRTC, and so many other dignitaries, Boki representatives, representatives of many organizations, STU officers, senior officers from different STUs, ITDP, team members, my colleagues I should call now, and then all the people who have come. I'll also request Ashwati to say 2 words. Please come, Ashwati. Thanks a lot again from ASRTU.
We're running late and hence I wouldn't want to keep you all late here. But then we're very, very grateful from the bottom of our hearts for all of you all joining us today. It was fabulous for me as the listener to start in the morning from hearing from what's happening on the fields from our dignitaries who started the discussion early in the morning to having wonderful conversations through the entire day of bringing together both the public and the private sector. So thank you so much. And we do hope, like we said when we started, that the discussion that was started here would be captured in a white paper, which would then be accessible to everyone. So we will be reaching out to you all as we work on that document as well. And we hope this is the beginning of a series of workshops. So thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Special thanks to our Vice President, sir, MSRTC MD, and Boki Chairman also, Prasanna Ji, I forgot. Thanks a lot, everybody. Thank you.
Small request, sir. Just want you to facilitate our MCs who've been doing the work from the morning. Just one.
हम लोग कर लेंगे आराम से. Come.